distinguished professors, esteemed participants. Welcome to the 9th Intercontinental Emergency Medicine Congress. Now, I would like to invite you to the moment of silence to commemorate Mustafa Kemal Atatürk and his hero of friends, the ones who fell for this country. Then the national anthem will follow.
You're on the front line, everyone's watching. You know it's serious, we're getting closer, this isn't over. The pressure's on, you feel it, but you got it all, believe it. When you fold it up, oh, and if you fold it up, Tamina, mina, sangalewa, cause this is Africa. Tamina, mina, waka, waka, Tamina, mina, sangalewa, this time for Africa.
I would like to invite Dr. Roger Dickerson, President of the Emergency Medicine Society of South Africa.
Listen to your God, this is our honor. Your time to shine, don't wait in line, y vamos por todo.
Merhaba Türkiye. Professor Dr. Basha Kandar, Professor Dr. Zeynep Çerkiş, Vidunyanyan her yerinden arkadaşlar ve meslektaşlar. Afrika'nın güney ucundan size sıcak selamlar getiriyorum. Bir kez daha bu harika konferansın bir parçası olmaktan onur ve mutluluk duyuyorum. Öğrenilecek eski arkadaşlarla buluşacak ve yeni arkadaşlar edinecek bir yaş. And now I'm going to switch to my home language. Goedemiddag dames en heren. So that is my home language, so now I'll switch to English. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's an absolute pleasure to be here in Turkey once again, to enjoy the hospitality of the Turkish people, to learn from distinguished international speakers that always join us here in Antalya, and to learn from the students who arrive to listen, because it's their questions that drive our learning. I come from Cape Town in South Africa, which is really at the southern tip of the African continent, so on the other end of the continent from here. And though we live in very different countries, the problems in emergency medicine are the same wherever you are. And so on behalf of the Emergency Medicine Society of South Africa, it is my absolute pleasure not only to be here to share this conference with you, but also to bring our regards from the southern tip and look forward to working together into the future. I've no doubt that this conference will be completely like the previous ones. They will be of high quality, excellent times for networking, for asking further questions, and learning from each other. Once again, my deepest gratitude to the organizing committee for the invitation to join you once again in Antalya, and I look forward to this every year. So thank you so much, and best wishes with this conference.
Thank you, Dr. Roger Dickerson, for your opening remarks.
Que me gusta lo mejor, a mujeres no me falta ni el dinero ni el amor. Jineteando en mi caballo por la sierra yo me voy, las estrellas y la luna ellas me dicen dónde voy. Ay, ay, ay, ay, ay, ay, mi amor, ay, mi morena de mi corazón. Me gusta tocar guitarra, me gusta cantar el son. Mariachi me acompaña cuando canto mi canción. Me gusta tomar
I would like to invite Professor Carlos Garcia Rosas, first president and founder of the Mexican Society of Emergency Medicine and Mexican Academy of Emergency Medicine.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for inviting me to be here. Bashar, it's a pleasure. Emra, all team of the Society of Turkish, thank you for inviting me to be here. First of all, I want to say that we live in the last 3 years difficult times. We never know that the pandemic will be attacked in that way like we suffer around the world. They show us what important is the emergency medicine around the world. Doesn't matter we are in the north, in the south, in the east, or in the west. The front line of the old system was the emergency room and was the emergency physician. And you are the heroes. And we lose a lot of friends, colleagues, and patients because we don't know how will be this pandemic attack on the humanity. The new times is coming, and we need to change our point of view. We need to be more friendly, more gentle, more help each other to understand how the people suffer in the emergency medicine. Thank you to invite me to be here in this excellent Congress and to share experience and knowledge with my colleagues for other countries and different places around the world. And thank you, and I hope this conference will be great like the other ones. Thank you, and I see you the next days.
Thank you, Carlos Garcia Roses, for your opening remarks.
You know what it is, man. Red one. Love you,
I wanna walk the walk on every street. I wanna fall out with the world at my feet. Hit every discotheque and ask it for me, yeah. I wanna party 8 days a week.
I promise you now. Everything gonna work out. Every tomorrow, no matter what go down. I promise you now. Gonna be sticking around. Every tomorrow, no matter what go down.
Now, I would like to invite Dr. Ayman Elmanyar, Director of Clinical Research and Development in Trauma and Vascular Department, Hamad General Hospital, Qatar.
Good evening. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. I would like to thank Dr. Bashar and the organizing committee for inviting me to attend such a great congress and to maintain a strong academic and scientific relationship with Hamad General Hospital in Qatar. And I hope that this Congress will be very successful, especially we are back in-person meeting. I came from Egypt and Qatar and USA. After I know Dr. Bashar since a long time, he is very active and he is working very well for this country. So I wish very successful Congress and wish the best for all and always in-person Congress. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ayman Elmanyar, for your opening remarks.
Lasciatemi cantare con la chitarra in mano, lasciatemi cantare, sono un italiano. Buongiorno Italia, gli spaghetti al dente e un partigiano come presidente. Con l'autoradio sempre nella mano destra, un canarino sopra la finestra. Buongiorno Italia con i tuoi artisti, con troppa America sui manifesti, con le canzoni, con amore, con il cuore, con più donne, sempre meno suore.
Salvatore Di Soma, President, Great Network Italy. Dr. Salvatore couldn't join us for an important reason. Now, I would like to invite Professor Paul Kivala, President of the ASAP.
thank you very much. It's a pleasure and honor, and I'm never always sure what the introduction for me is going to be, but it was very impressive. So I would like to thank the organizing committee and Dr. Kandar and Emery and everyone for having me back again this year. I'm echoing what a lot of the previous speakers said, and I wish I could have done it like my colleague from South Africa in Turkish. But unfortunately, I can say marhaba, and that's about it. I promise you, though, next year I'm going to up my Turkish if I'm invited back. But I have to say, you know, this is just such a wonderful conference, and I learned something from this from each of you, and I hope that I can give just a little bit back to each of you. And I think conferences like this make us all better, make our specialty better, and allow us to take better care of our patients and our communities. As was mentioned before, this has been a very tough time, and you know, to pull together a conference like this again at the end of the pandemic really requires some fantastic leadership. I think the organizing committee has done just such a wonderful job, but I would like to, I heard that do any of you guys follow, there's a TV show called Ted Lasso? It's about a football team in the UK that hires an American football coach to basically take over the program. And so I heard that Dr. Kandar was a big football fan. And in the United States, our football, we have American football. And we call football over here soccer. So in that, I'd like to have Dr. Kandar come up here for me for just a second. So what I've learned is that, you know, to have a very strong team, you really need a leader that's calling the shots. And so I just flew through Los Angeles, and Los Angeles is the home of the World Championship in American football. So what I know it's football, it's a little different football, but what I'd like to give you here is this is a quarterback jersey for the World Championship team. And you gotta need a hat. And of course, you need the football. Thank you. So I would just like to end in saying that I'm looking forward to working with all of you, and I have to say I personally learned something from each and one of you every time. So please, I look forward, please come up to me. I look forward to speaking to each and every one of you, and if there's anything that I can do, help, advise, or just listen sometimes is all it takes. Please don't hesitate. I look forward to seeing all of you over the next several days, and thank you again for your wonderful Turkish hospitality.
Thank you, Paul Kivala, for our open air mics.
Tómame la mano que tú eres cosa buena. Esta noche quiero bailar sobre la arena. No sé una ajena, no sé nada más. Ven pa' acá, y ahora tómame la mano que tú eres cosa buena. Esta noche quiero bailar sobre la arena. No sé una ajena, no sé nada más. Ven pa' acá, y ahora give me boy, I'm your lady. I can give you what you want, feel so crazy. Give me boy, I'm your baby.
Now, I would like to invite Josep Brugada, who is named by the Spanish cardiologist with Pedro Brugada and Josep Brugada, who reported is as Distant, the clinical syndrome is 1992.
Thank you very much. It's a real pleasure finally to be able to come to your meeting. You know that we have been trying that in the last 3 or 4 years, but the pandemics made it completely impossible. So finally, I'm extremely happy to be here with you and to share with you all the knowledge that you have and that I might transmit to you also, and all the speakers and presenters in this meeting. So I really hope that the meeting will be an incredible success. The venue is fantastic. My first time in this part of Turkey, and it's absolutely magnificent. And I'm really sure that the days that we'll be here together will be great days for all of us to learn and to advance, and finally to treat better our patients, which is all about. And thank you very much for this extremely kind invitation, and I'm really hoping to see the next days with you in this meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Josep Brigado, for your opening remarks. We continue our opening ceremony with important news. A World Congress will be held in Turkey in 2023, the centennial of our republic.
Good evening, everybody. Am I audible?
Evet arkadaşlar, hepiniz hoş geldiniz. Welcome everybody. Sanıyorum şimdi biz tabii ki İngilizce konuşmak konusunda açılış konuşmalarını genelde Türkçe yapıyorduk. En sonunda Roger Dickerson'a Türkçe konuşturduk. And finally everybody speak with Turkish. We don't speak English. Everybody speak Turkish. Okay. Emre siz şeyleri getirin. Her zaman olduğu gibi geç. Bir şeyimiz oldu arkadaşlar. Tabii ki bu kongreye ilk defa katılmış olan birçok kişi bütün kongrelerin açılışlarının böyle olduğunu varsayıyor. Tabii bizim için bu çok sıra dışı, fantastik, birçok yerde göremeyeceğiniz bir açılış şöleni, bir bilimsel şölen. This is very fantastic, unique opening ceremony for the Medicine Congress. From each continent, from United States, from Asia, from Africa, from Europe. And this year, every year we have from 5 continent speaker, but this year we have from 6 continent speaker. Now we have speaker from Australia too, and I want to thank to this speaker. Welcome, hoş geldiniz. Avustralya'dan aramıza geldiler arkadaşlar. Bir Avustralya kalmıştı katılmayan. Bütün kıtaları biz aslında organize ettik. Avustralya kendisi katıldı bizim aramıza. Çok teşekkür ediyoruz. O yüzden aslında çok zor yollardan yürüyoruz biliyorsunuz. Yürünemez denen yollar yürüdük. Aşılamaz denen engeller aşıyoruz. Zirvelere tırmanıyoruz. Ve bu konuda sizden aldığımız güçle acil tıbbı daha ileriye götürmek için sürekli çaba sarf etmeye devam ediyoruz. Açılış törenini çok uzatmamak adına bu yıl yaptığımız aktivasyonların birçoğunu anlatmayacağım. Çünkü biz pandemiden önce yılda yaklaşık 400 aktivasyona ulaşmıştık. Bir gün gelmiş 3 ayrı ülkede 6 aktivasyon yapan bir dernek değil, büyük bir devasa güç haline gelmiştik. Tabii siz eğer zirveye çıkarsanız, zirvede olanların karşılaştığı 2 şey vardır. 1, yalnızlık. 2, onu zirveden düşürmeye çalışan insanlar. Ve dolayısıyla biz karşılaştığımız sorunları acil tıpta zirvede olduğumuza yoruyoruz. Buradaki tabloda aslında zirvede olduğumuzun bir göstergesidir değerli arkadaşlar. Birçok teşekkür alıyoruz aslında. Değişik ülkelerden, birçok konuşmacıdan bunları göstereceğim bir kısmını. Ama burada Mehmet Gül hocamızın yaptığı teşekkür hiçbir zaman unutamayacağım bir teşekkür. Türk bayrağı altında yaptıklarıyla onurlu bir şekilde dimdik geleceğe emin adımlarla yürüyen adam yorumu yapmıştı. Şimdi Mehmet Gül hocamızla ilgili bir şey anlatacağım da. Mehmet Gül hoca bugün rektör ataması için YÖK'te olması gerekiyordu. YÖK'te rektörlük için görüşmeyi reddedip ATÜDER'de olmayı tercih etti. İşte bizdeki ATÜDER ruhu bu arkadaşlar. Bunun için bizi yere kolay kolay sırtımızı çeviremezler. Sadece Mehmet Gül hocamız değil, onları da anlatacağım. Mesela şimdi Salvatore bizi dinliyor, Sagar katılıyor. Florida, büyük bir kasırga. Kasırgadan dolayı ailemden izin istedim. Geleceğim diye son güne kadar kovaladı Sagar. Ve Salvatore bakın bağlandı, bugün bizimle beraber oldu. Dün gelmesi gerekiyordu. Kayınvalidesi vefat etmişti, başsağlığını ilettik. Yani bütün bu zorluklara karşı ATÜDER'de çalışmaların böyle bir ruhla yapıldığını bilmemiz çok önemli. İşte buraya dışarıdan gelen misafirlerimiz de bize bu şekilde katkı sunuyorlar. Bize değer veriyorlar arkadaşlar. Kongre sabahları biraz zor oluyor. Bunlar da umarım ki sesi geliyordur.
Kaldırıyorum efendim. Hani bakıyorum güneşe, evet diyorum, doğdu güneşim. Tık elimi yüzümü yıkıyorum. Güzel bir şarkı, güzel bir banyo. Üstümü başımı giyiniyorum. Sağlam bir kahvaltı. Modumu yakalıyorum tabii. Yani bu gidişat çok kötü gidişat efendim. Türkiye'nin ekonomisi nanay.
Neyse buradaki bu gidişat iyi değil diyorlar. Evet, gerçekten sıkıntılı bir gidişat var dünyada. Biliyorsunuz pandemiyi atlattık. Üzerine şimdi savaş, her dakika bir yeni sorun, ekonomik kriz derken bütün bunlarla birlikte mücadele etmek zorunda kaldığımızı ifade ederim. Tabii hayatta bazen bütün seçenekler doğru gibi görünebilir. Burada görüyorsunuz. Bilmem tercüme etme şansımız oluyor mu? 2-0, 2-4. Ama şıklar da böyle. Nereye baksan doğru görüyorsun. Ama bunlar için de doğruyu seçmek kolay olmuyor. Şimdi arkadaşlar tabii ki
6 yıl içinde
acilde sorunumuz ne? Sesini açalım.
598 kere hastaneye gitmişsin. Yani yılda 100 kere gidiyorsun.
Ben gitmem o kadar fazla. Daha önceden gittim, gitmedim değil.
Hayatım işte kaydı var ya.
Daha önceden gittim, gitmedim demiyorum.
Yani 3 günde bir hastaneye gidiyorsun. 368'e vurursak 3 günde bir gidiyorsun.
Ben daha önceden...
Acile 119 kere girmişsin. 119 kere acile girmişsin.
Götürdüler, ben bir şey demiyorum bak. Daha önceden gidiyordum.
Şimdi bir şey söyleyeceğim. Şimdi arkadaşlar gittiği uzmanlık bölümlerini yazmışlar. Tamam, o çok uzun. En son şeyi çıkartmışlar. Gitmediği bölümleri çıkarmışlar. Algoloji, beslenme ve diyet.
Ona da ihtiyaç yok.
Geleneksel ve tamamlayıcı tıpa gitmemiş. 6 yıl içinde 5...
Velhasıl acillerin durumu böyle arkadaşlar. Hastanelerimizin durumu da böyle. Tabii biliyor arkadaşlarımızın çok derdi oluyor. Acil değilim ama acil hissetmek istiyorum diye bir alan mı oluştursak diye. Tabii bu sadece aslında acilcilerin sorunu değil. Mesela genel cerrah, dahiliye. Burada da aile hekimleri. Gerçekten herkesin böyle hasta yoğunluğundan ciddi sorunlar yaşadığımızı ve Türkiye'de, diğer ülkeleri bilmiyorum, ülkemizde çok ciddi boyutta hasta yoğunluğu olduğunu, acilde çok fazla hasta olduğunu bildirmemiz uygun olur. Biz kongreleri çok güçlü yapan bir derneğiz. Biz sadece bir dernek değiliz. Aslında hayatın her yanında, bunu göstereceğim, çok çalışması olan bir ekibiz. Birlikte çalışıyoruz. Bir sürü kongre, fantastik, değişik kongreler. Tabii bunlar haberlerde de yer alıyor. Başka kongrelerden farklı olarak.
16. Ulusal Acil Tıp Kongresi başladı. Bu yıl online olarak gerçekleştirilen kongreye pek çok ülkeden alanında uzman akademisyenler katılıyor.
Bir kongremizin daha arifesindeyiz.
6 kıtadan 250'yi aşkın konuşmacı, 35 ülkeden 47 dernek temsilcisi, farklı coğrafya ve ülkelerden alanında uzman akademisyenler. Koronavirüsle mücadele sürecinin de değerlendirildiği 16. Ulusal Acil Tıp Kongresi başladı.
Acil tıp 21. yüzyılın branşı olacak. Tabii yaşadığımız felaketler, sel, deprem, yangın, travma, savaş, üzerine bir de salgınlar. Hep acil tıbbı ön plana çıkarttı.
Acil Tıp Uzmanları Derneği öncülüğünde yapılan kongre online olarak gerçekleştiriliyor. Kongreye Amerika Birleşik Devletleri, Rusya, Çin, Hindistan ve Türkiye Cumhuriyetlerden alın.
Evet, bunda da şeylerle ilgili genelde kongreden sonra bize bir sürü teşekkürler geliyor. Burada görüyoruz Paul Kivela'nın her zaman olduğu gibi Narenda'nın, ama bunlar içinde en son şuraya bakın arkadaşlar. En son, ya bizim iddiamız bu, Daniel Lopez Tapia'nın. Bunu biz söylemiyoruz tabii. Bunu söyletmek kolay değil. Tekrar geri alayım. Dünyanın en büyük, en geniş konferansı olmaya aday bir konferans olarak hep birlikte ilerliyoruz arkadaşlar. Bu bizim için bir gurur tablosu. Acil tıp için bir gurur tablosu. Ülkemiz tıbbı için bir gurur tablosu. Bunu da görüyorsun işte, her yerden ciddi bir teveccüh var. Ve bunlar böyle devam ediyor. Tabii biz dernek olarak çok iş yapıyoruz. Bakın bu yine Facebook'tan aldığımız bir şey. Birileri soruyor, biliyorsunuz böyle soran adamlar olur. Sevgili babalar, bu uzmanlık dernekleri ne işe yarar diye. Hangi branşın ne derdine çare bulmuş bilen var mı? Biz hiç müdahil değiliz toplanmaya bak. Burada bir arkadaş çıkıyor. Onur Sayakar ya, hiç acilci falan da değil bu. ATÜDER içlerinde en aktif çalışanları sanırım. İşte bizim bütün camialar içinde örnek bir yapı haline gelmemizin tabi bazen bedeli oluyor ve bunları da beraberce göğüslüyoruz, beraberce üstesinden geliyoruz arkadaşlar.
Alex de Souza. Stoh topun gelişine vuruyor ve gol! Miroslav Stoh olağanüstü gollerinden birini daha atıyor Kadıköy'de. Fenerbahçe 1, Gençler Birliği 0. Stoh.
Müthiş bir golle başladı karşılaşma. Stoh'un attı. Şimdi Paul spordan bahsedince biz de bahsetmesek olmaz. Bu gol, Stoh'un golü ne bu? Şampiyonlar Ligi en iyi gol. Puskás ödülü. Puskás ödülü alan bir gol. Bizim için Puskás ödülü almak zor değil arkadaşlar. Neden? Çünkü Türkiye'de öyle milli duygular vardır ki bir yerde Türkiye ile ilgili eğer siz Türkiye ile ilgili birini bulursanız onu desteklersiniz. Bu bizim milli duygularımızdır. Tabii her ülkede bunun benzeri vardır. Yabancı konuklarımız var ama Türkiye'de bunlar çok güçlü. Amerika'dayken bir ara şeye gittim, bir arkadaşla birlikte Virginia'daydım. Bir 80 kilometre uzakta bir şehre gittim bir Türk'le görüşmek için. O da şaşırdı, yani siz Türkler olunca birbirinizi görmeniz mi gerekiyor? Evet, biz Türkler birbirimizi görmemiz gerekiyor. Biz birbirimize düşkün bir milletiz. Bunu şunun için anlatacağım arkadaşlar. Çok kısa bir not bu. Şimdi biliyorsunuz YUSEM'le ilgili bazı şeyler anlattılar, durdular falan. YUSEM'le ilgili kısa bir öykümüz var. O da şu. YUSEM'de öncelikle böyle kongrelerden sonra bizi başkan adayı göstermek istediler. İstedik, o zaman başkan adayı olacaktık, olduk. Ve biz seçimi o zaman kaybettik ama detayına girmiyorum. O zamana kadar başkan 100 oyla seçiliyordu. Biz çok daha fazla aslında durum var. Birdenbire başkan 300 oyla seçildi. Onu geçtik arkadaşlar. Herkesin hiç değinmeye gerek yok. Ama sonra bir genç doktorlar seçimi oldu. Genç doktorlar seçimi olunca da biz onların hani 20 yılda yaptığı üye sayısına 1 yılda ulaşmıştık. O zaman Türk adaylar çıkmış. Bizim de tanıdığımız değil, derneğimize de üye değiller. Tabii Türkler milli duygularla bunları desteklemişler. Bir bakıyorsun genç seçim. Başkan yardımcısı Türklerden seçiliyor. Bizim konuyla müdahalemiz yok ama biz zaten bu konuda böyle bir güçüz yani. Biz nereye gidersek orayı güçlendiririz, oraya destek veririz. O yüzden bazı sorunlar önümüze koymuş gibi olabilirler ama biz o zaten hani acil tıbbın farklı bir kategorisindeyiz. Biliyorsunuz orada genelde pratisyen arkadaşlar burada da vardır yönetici konumunda. O yüzden biz o konuya fazla girmiyoruz ama detayını öğrenmek isteyen, merak etmek isteyen 4 gün buradayım. Bana sorabilir arkadaşlar. Biz çok kurs yapıyoruz. Bakın yoğun bakım kursu, ileri kardiyak yaşam desteği kursu, sempozyumlar yapıyoruz ve uluslararası birçok gördüğünüz hepsi başka ülkelerde, Ukrayna'dan Suudi Arabistan'a, Ürdün'den, Katar'dan vesaire her yerde yaptığımız Makedonya, Kazakistan, Hindistan, biz uluslararası bir organizasyonuz arkadaşlar. Burada EPAT'ın büyük gücünü gösteriyor. Sadece Türkiye'de değil, birçok yerde organizasyon yapıyoruz. Bu da ATLS kursu yapıyoruz. Biliyorsunuz Amerikan Cerrahi Derneği'nin onayıyla yaptık. Ya çok ciddi sayıda kurs yaptık. Bu haberlere yine konu oldu arkadaşlar. Bizim yaptığımız birçok şey gibi bu da haberlere konu olduğunu burada iletmeyi isterim. İtibaren tıbbın en önemli hastalıklarından biri ve genç yaş ölümlerinin en önemli sebebi travma. Travmalarda da hep kurtarılabilir hayatlar söz konusu. Gerek ATLS olsun, gerek Sonosukul olsun 50 ülkede kabul edilen çalışmalar arkadaşlar. Tabii bir de bizim bu dönemlerde medyada çok görünürlüğü oldu. Derneğimiz sürekli, ben çıkıyorum tabii medyada ama ATÜDER başkanı olarak çıktığımdan ATÜDER'i herkes sormaya başladı. Ya bu Türkiye'de ATÜDER nedir, konumu nedir? Başka uzmanlık derneği yok mu? Hep ATÜDER duyuyoruz. Bu konuda çok iyi çalışmalar yaptığımızı işte görüyoruz. Mesela Mehmet Ceyhan Hoca'yla, diğer şeyle Fatih Altaylı'yla vesaire sürekli bir şeyler yaptık. Tabii en sonunda böyle bir şey yakalamış arkadaşlar. Altını hep gösteriyoruz. Başkan olursa seslendi diye. Arkadaşlar da nasıl yakalamışlarsa. Evet, görüyorsunuz yurt dışı temaslarımız. Bakın Katar'dan Elman var. Elman, you know. Evet, bu Ürdün'den aldığımız plaketler, Suudi Arabistan'dan, yine Katar'dan görüntüler vesaire, bunları geçelim arkadaşlar. Bu da ilk pandemi bitişinde ilk yaptığımız sempozyum. Kurallar kalkmaz hemen Belgrad'a gitmiştik. Tabii Belgrad Derneği de bize böyle şükranlarını arz eden bir teşekkür yapmıştı. Romanya İçişleri Bakanı aynı zamanda acil tıp uzmanı ve Türkiye acil tıpta oyun kurucu oldu dedik. Kafkasya'da kurduk. Baltık ülkelerinde kurduk ve tabii ödüller aldık, özel davetler aldık. Hindistan'da, Özbekistan'da, burada da arkadaşlarımız var. Yine Carlos'un bizi tarif edişi, burada söylediği için tekrar gitmiyorum. Bir lider olarak önümüze gerçekten önemli şeyler veriyor ve bütün neredeyse ülkelerden geçen yıl arka arkaya Atüder adına neredeyse 3-4 ödül, toplamda 12 uluslararası ödül almış olduk. Bu da VASEM'den aldığımız bir ödül ve tabii ki biliyorsunuz kitap olarak çok değişik kitaplar yazdık. Özellikle bakın bu Meksika'da kitap, orada da editör olarak bulunduğumu görüyorsun. Bu da bizim işte devasa, özellikle yabancı konuklarımız da buradayken 4000 sayfa 400 bölümden oluşan devasa bir külliyatımız. Dünyada en kapsamlı textbook olarak göründüğünü söyleyebilirim. Her dernek bir dergi çıkartırken arkadaşlar biz 4 dergi çıkardığımızı her seferinde söylüyoruz. Onunla da yetinmiyoruz. Kısa filmler çektik biliyorsunuz. Burada da bakıyoruz, artist olacak arkadaşlara da bakıyoruz.
CPR yaptık.
Görüyorsunuz. Gizem Karaca ile birlikte
yaptık.
Emre Kızılırmak ve ben vardım bu filmde. Bunun geniş versiyonunu izlemenizi tavsiye ederiz. Tabii sağlıkta şiddet hiç çözülmüyor, bitmiyor.
Ben onlarla
Biz elimizden gelen bütün çabayı yapıyoruz. Filmler çeviriyoruz, kamu spotu. Aslında biz tedaviyi biliyoruz da.
Simsiz kahramanları onlar.
İşte onu uygulamak önemli. Onu uygulayacak.
Beni siz hayata bağladınız. Kendim ve sevdiklerim adına hepinize minnettarım. Ben şanslıydım. Ama sizin anneniz, babanız, eşiniz, çoluğunuz, çocuğunuz, akrabanız, arkadaşınız bu kadar şanslı olmayabilir. Ne olursunuz unutmayın. Size rağmen olmaz. Ama sizinle iyi olur.
Evet, Türkiye bu filmi konuşuyor 80 milyon diye. Haber de yaptırdık ne olur ne olmaz diye. Şimdi gelelim bu kongremize. Arkadaşlar şimdi ben kongreyi çok anlatmak istiyorum ama vakit, ya bizim kongrelerimiz dolu dolu. Her santimetre kadar neredeyse bir aktivasyon var. Çok sıra dışı işler yapıyoruz. Çünkü çok güçlü bir ekibiz. Evet, burada bir futbol turnuvamız olacak. Karaoke olacak. Sonra tabu oynama ilk defa yapıyoruz. Uçurtma, bunları da yapacağız. Acil tıpçıların aynı zamanda bir sosyal bir aktivasyon yapması için şeylerimiz var, çabalarımız var. Tabi biliyorsunuz 99. yılı 100. yıla bağlayan geceyi burada birlikte kutlayacağız. 100. yıla burada birlikte gireceğiz. Gala gecesinde. O yüzden kırmızı, beyaz giyineceğiz gala gecemizde. Tabii böyle bir performans istiyoruz. organizasyon olacak. Cumartesi sabah yürüyeceğiz ama niye yürüyeceğiz? Hep yürümekten bahsettik. Burada çok güzel bir sosyal sorumluluk projesi var. Ve bu sosyal sorumluluk projesinde bir aplikasyon var. Yanlışla düzelttim. Bu aplikasyonu indiriyoruz. Adımlarımız sayılıyor ve bu adımlar kadar köy çocuklarına bağışlar yapılıyor. İyi anlatabildim mi? Tamam, gayet güzel. Ve bunu siz söylemek ister misiniz? Söylememde sakınca yok değil mi? Seltis. Geçen böyle anlattım yanlış firmanın ismini verdim. Öyle bir şey olmasın. Seltis değil mi? Seltis'le yapıyoruz. Lütfen buna katılalım arkadaşlar. İndirelim. Bu işte birinciliği Zeynep Hoca kimseye bırakmaz, onu söyleyeyim. Zeynep Hoca 17 bin, 18 bin adım atıyor. Bilmiyorum başka atan var mı? Hepimiz biliyoruz, asla yalnız yürümeyeceksiniz. Biz bu kadar işi nasıl yapıyoruz? Çünkü biz asla yalnız yürümüyoruz. Benim yanımda benimle birlikte mücadele eden, dimdik benimle birlikte duran arkadaşlarla devasa bir organizasyon yapıyoruz. Sadece kongre, sempozyum yapmıyoruz. Türkiye'nin geleceğine, dünyanın geleceğine faydalı olacak işler oluşturmaya çalışıyoruz. Tabii burada benim yanımda dimdik duran arkadaşlarım, hepsinin ismini zikretmek isterim ama başta Zeynep hocamız alkışlarla, Mehmet Gül hocamız ve buradaki tüm yönetim kurulu arkadaşlarımla birlikte, çünkü hepsini sayma diyorlar, uzuyor diyorlar mecburen, ve kongre sekreteriyası, kongre organizasyon komitesi, hepsine minnetlerimizi ifade ediyoruz. Teşekkürlerimizi sunuyoruz arkadaşlar. Hep beraber güçlüyüz. Tabii arkadaşlar, bu arada yaprak dökülme veya işte zayıf olanlar dökülüyor. Bir şey desin, beraber yürüdük biz bu yollarda demiyoruz. Şimdi arkadaşlar, bu zor günler, bizim için çok zor günlerdi. Çok olağanüstü. Defalarca organizasyon komitesinde toplantı yaptık. Günlerce, haftalarca. Bu en zor kongremiz dedik. Bu en zor kongremizde ekonomik krizlere rağmen bizim yanımızda duran arkadaşlar oldu. Şimdi biz ödül töreniyle bitiriyorum arkadaşlar. Ödül töreninde önce firmaların ödüllerini hemen takdim edeceğiz. Daha sonra günün en önemli anı bir tarihi an. Dünyada birçok kişinin hayatını değiştiren bir sendroma ismini veren Burgada'ya ödüllerini takdim edeceğim. Şimdi arkadaşlar, önce gerçekten bütün firmalara ben teşekkür ediyorum. Böyle zor zamanda ki bir şeyler anlatmak isterim de her şey çete girdi, acil tıbba da çete girdi. Bu acil tıptaki çeteler tehdit ve şantajla bilimi tehdit ediyorlar. Ya bilim tehdit edilmez. Bakın, bilim her şeyin üstünde olmadıkça bilim olmaz. Bilimi en üstte tutmanız gerekiyor. Bilim siyasetten de diğer bağlantılardan da hepsinin üstündedir arkadaşlar. Bilimi üstte tutmak gerekiyor. O yüzden tehditlere, şantajlara boyun eğmeyen sizler burada en büyük alkışı hak ediyorsunuz. Önce sizi alkışlıyorum. Bu günler değişir. Böyle, onunla ilgili bir şey söyleyeceğim. Biz iyi gidiyoruz, merak etmeyin. Şimdi bu günlerde yanımızda duran 3 firmayı diğer firmalar adına temsilen çağırıyorum. Önce bronz, yani üçüncülük, Ricordati, Ufuk Bey. Buradaysa rica ediyorum. Hızlı adımlarla Ufuk Bey. Ben tekrar ortaya kadar yürümek istemediğim için buralarda vermeye çalıştım, yutmadılar. Evet, ikinci, yine bu büyük projede de yanımızda olan Celtis firması adına Nurdan Hanım'ı buraya davet ediyorum. Buyurun. Ve sen olarak altın sponsorluk ödülü. Gerçekten her zaman yanımızda büyük bir güçle durdular. Bütün ekibe teşekkür ediyorum. Menarini Grup, onun adına Aslı Hanım'ı buraya davet ediyorum. Evet arkadaşlar, şimdi günün en anlamlı anına geleceğiz ama ondan önce biz bu altın acil ödüllerini 7 yıldır veriyoruz ve çok değerli, şu ana kadar gerçekten çok değerli bilim insanlarına bu ödülleri verdik. Bakın, bu Gazi Yaşargil 2015'te ilk ödülü alan, şu anda da Milenyumun 100 yılın cerrahı, 100 yılın cerrahı, beyin cerrahisinde Türkiye'mizin gururu. Sonra Aziz Sancar'a verdik. Nobel'den sonra biz ona ödül verdik. Bakın neredeyiz yani, Nobel ödülü alıyor, sonra gelip bizden ödül alıyor. Ve ikinci defa altın madalyayı Aziz Sancar'a verdik. Üçüncü ödülü yine Amerika'ya gitti. Goldfrank, biliyorsunuz toksikolojinin babası kabul ediliyor. Dolayısıyla Goldfrank'ı getirdik. Ona da bu ödülü takdim etmiş olduk. Ve sonra Paul Kivera aramızda. Ona da bu ödülü 2018 yılında takdim ettik. 2019'da Bingür Sönmez Hoca, yine bir kalp damar cerrahı, biliyorsunuz Türkiye'nin en tanınmış kalp damar cerrahlarından biriydi. Onu takdim ettik ve 2021'de Vincent de biliyorsunuz kritik bakımın kurucusu, dünyada gerçekten bu konuda lider olmuş bir bilim adamı. Ve şimdi en son ödülümüzü gerçekten kendisiyle burada olmaktan büyük gurur, büyük onur duyduğumuz, bakın basit bir şey değil. Futbol sahasında bir arrest görüyorsunuz değil mi? Genç insanların kalp durması sonucu ölmesini görüyorsunuz. Ve bu sendromu tanımlayarak dünyada birçok gencin hayatta kalmasına vesile olan büyük bir buluşun, büyük bir bilim adamını buraya getirmekten çok büyük onur duyduk. Ve bu ödülü kendisine takdim etmek bizim için hayatımızda onur duyacağımız, gurur duyacağımız bir an olacak. Bunu da mümkünse Zeynep Hocam'la birlikte verelim. Zeynep Hocam buraya gelin ve Joseph Burgada'yı buraya davet ediyorum ayakta alkışlarla. aile fotoğrafı için gelebilen herkesi buraya davet ediyoruz. Evet, gelebilen herkesi buraya davet ediyoruz. For next photo. Wait. Evet arkadaşlar, bir hatıra fotoğrafı Burugarda'yla gelebilen herkesi alalım. Evet, gel Halil.
Thank you very much. It's a big pleasure for me to be here in Antalya, and finally I could make it after the pandemic. 2-3 years that we could not make it, and I'm really very happy to be part of this meeting and to be with you today here. So we have this opening session, and it's a pleasure for me to introduce Salvatore Di Somma from Italy, that will talk about telemedicine for the future health system organization. Salvatore will make his presentation from Italy, I guess. Salvatore?
Yes, thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Professor Brugada, and especially thank you to Professor Kandel for the very kind invitation. Unfortunately, I have to apologize because for last minute personal issue, I was not able to come there, but really it's always a pleasure to be part of this really important international meeting on emergency medicine. My talk will be on the telemedicine for the future health system organization, and just I would like to share with you my conflict of interest since I am a part of this startup organization, innovations and technology in emergency medicine. That is the only problem that I have as conflict. Now, in my 15 minutes talk, I will try to demonstrate that technology and telemedicine will be of great utility in the future fighting with the acute disease. And in fact, from this paper from New England in July 2020 was very clear that from the COVID situation, pandemia, was really important to have this technology in order to monitor patients at home, but also at the end of the day, after this initial terrible pandemic, we got an opportunity, right? And in this paper is very clear how we can really see the possibility to also apply in the future with this technology, telemedicine, also in other diseases, especially acute disease. This is what we did in our institution, La Sapienza University in Rome, try to take people out of the emergency room, right? Because during the pandemic, I remember very well that many patients, they immediately came to the emergency room, but not all of them were really very serious to be admitted. So what we decided to organize this telemedicine concept with the patients that was selected by doctor based on some criteria of score of severity. And then there was a nurse station that was able 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to monitoring the patients with this smartphone. And this data were sent to a platform that the nurses was looking, and based on this criteria of a news alarms, if the data were green or yellow or red, some decision was be made. And this was be very fruitful in order to reduce inappropriate hospitalization in the emergency room, and also on the contrary, to admit the patients before they become very severe and need for ICU. But let's see now, how can we really try to implement in our daily practice in the emergency room utilization of telemedicine? You remember very well that during the pandemic, many patients with other acute disease such as stroke or myocardial infarction or acute heart failure, they died at home because they were a little bit concerned to come in the hospital. But at the end of the day, we have to see now which are the consequences of the increase of many acute disease coming and expecting in the future in the emergency room. Therefore, cardiovascular acute disease, both because of neglect during the pandemic and also because of the consequence of the COVID, we will have in next decades a lot of acute cardiovascular disease as a tail of the COVID that will come to the emergency room. So my question today is, should we apply telemedicine in fighting with this tsunami of patients coming in the emergency room with acute cardiovascular disease? You see from this paper from Nature Medicine just published a couple of months ago that heart failure patients will be really increased number need for admission emergency room because even in patients that the COVID without severe lung disease, there is an expecting of an increased heart failure patients because, as you know, COVID-19 is not a lung disease, it's a vasculature disease. So I think at the end of the day, let's sit together, fighting with the most important reason to be admitted in the world, acute heart failure. How can we use telemedicine? I think this is just an example that definitely we can cooperate in the future in the network to see how can we really apply the experience of telemedicine in COVID, in acute disease in the emergency room. You know very well from this paper that we published as position paper of Association of Acute Cardiovascular Care, European Society of Cardiology, that first of all, we should distinguish between shortness of breath and when acute heart failure is suspected, we should definitely immediately approach in the emergency room by diuretics, oxygen, or nitrates, depending on what is the phenotype of the patient. I just want to remark that the job you do in the emergency room with acute cardiovascular disease always the most important one. I just want to take the opportunity to share with you this fantastic paper just published that in the emergency room with acute heart failure, we can have a best opportunity to immediately treat better the patients using not only furosemide, but adding acetazolamide, 500 milligram once daily IV is going to reduce the need for furosemide increase. Now, let's see how can we use telemedicine in try to reduce the burden of overcrowding in the emergency room with the patients with acute cardiovascular disease and especially with acute heart failure. In this position paper we published recently, it is very clear that what is important to immediately make a disposition, right? For acute heart failure patients, if the patient has cardiogenic shock or has acute pulmonary edema or is right ventricular failure, definitely you should admit to ICU. But you cannot admit all the patients. And now what is really important to see the possibility that you can send a home or nurses home patients from the emergency room. And this is coming the importance of telemedicine. In fact, this is the criteria that we pointed out in the European Society of Cardiology guidelines to see if there is this concept of a patient after staying in the emergency room, you don't need to admit if the patient has a heart rate below 100, systolic blood pressure greater than 100 millimeter mercury, but most important, if there is adequate diuresis, no signs of a congestion, you can send it to more patients. And here comes the application in daily practice for telemedicine. But first of all, I think that this paper from the Great Network we publish is very important to immediately in the emergency room adequately use ultrasound lung to evaluate the B-line and congestion. So all the patients that after treatment in the emergency room for acute heart failure should be decongested, you can really send it because this patient should be monitored in order to reduce the hospitalization. And this is the issue. Could we use telemedicine to send these patients at home from the emergency room and then check how is the status? I understand that this is really one case, but I was trying to make a scenario that is really something that we are expecting in the future. A number of patients with acute heart failure, how can we manage with telemedicine? And this is the project. You see again, nursing station, patients are selected based on criteria of score, and they receive at home a weighting system with bioimpedance, blood pressure, glucose testing, saturimetry for oxygen consumption, and then every day the patient is sending once a day at the nursing station the data, and the nurse is in contact with the physician in the emergency room. So the patients that are sent by the emergency room can be connected by the emergency room in order to see, I have to come back, I can stay at home. And this is what we did already in our preliminary 200 patients in Rome, where you can see having this monitoring, you can have a lot of information to decide, especially if there is no body water increase, if there is adequate diuresis, to take the patients at home and not into the hospital. I think this is a kind of, let's say, hospital at home that is also possible thanks to telemedicine. Once there is any issue in terms of the data, assuming that the patient has some symptoms, you can even organize from the, let's say, remote area, this telemedicine consultancy with the nurses taking the patients, and with the remote you see the physician looking at the patients, and the patients can be explorated by also ultrasound or even natriuretic peptides, because we know very well that after the discharge from the emergency room, natriuretic peptides represent the most important parameters to control the stability of a patient, such as glucose for diabetes. And this also technology improving, because if you really want also to monitor these patients, you know very well that blood pressure in these patients should be an issue. So we have this special watch that we can use in order to better monitoring the patient. So we also need to familiarize with the patient's need in order to make the technology familiar with him. And this is probably the issue, right? Doctors should be thinking telemedicine as a solution to reducing overcrowding, but the technology should be also an issue for the patients. And even in the future, why not? Like they prepared recently in the UK to send at home even nurses and doctors to take patients at home, especially for let's say final situation and so the final goal of telemedicine is putting people together, working in the interest of the patients and reducing the inappropriate burden in the hospital to move the health system from the hospital to the community when possible. And this will optimize the job of emergency physician that will only work with the severe patients and also for the hospital per se. Now, within the WASM, we really were able to point out in this paper after the COVID that you see many people from the WASM group that I'm honored to be part of, to show which are really the need for improving telemedicine program for emergency medicine. And at the end of the day, these are the most four important pillars that we have to realize in the future. Patient safety and confidentiality, matrix analytics and reform, and this is also kind of institutional need, recording audiovisual data, and health record is very important to have the possibility that these data are going with the patient, with also electronic data, and also at the end of the day, lastly, the cost and the possibility to make this kind of activity reimbursed. At the end of the day, this is the last issue that just come out today, New England Journal of Medicine. There are also a lot of ethics issues that we should solve. First of all, the possibility of privacy, right? We should make sure that these data are utilized properly by the patients, and also we should really make possible, as much as possible, the future of improving telemedicine in conjunction with the patient's need. At the end of the day, I was trying to demonstrate that thanks to telemedicine, we can definitely manage acute disease outside the hospital, making a good connections from the emergency room, from the hospital, with the community. And I was taking the example of acute heart failure because we are expecting a lot of patients with acute heart failure as a consequence of the COVID-19. But at the end of the day, I just want to conclude my talk, just say everybody, especially young people in the audience, that always is very important also to have a clinical approach. So telemedicine is not a kind of alternative to clinical setting. It's a complementary opportunity. And if you are using this technology in many acute disease, I'm thinking acute cardiovascular disease, but also thinking sepsis, with the utility of biomarkers, definitely we can do a better job. I hope that this was a good opportunity to take some thinking on the people there. How can we really implement the future using telemedicine for reduce emergency room overcrowding and to give patients better healthcare delivery? Thank you very much from Rome and from residents. Unfortunately, I was not able to come to that, but Bazar, you have to promise me that next year you will invite me again. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Salvatore, and please accept our condolences for you. This is in this time, and you can join us. It's very big honor for us. Thank you very much, Salvatore, and in next time we waiting you face to face, I hope, inshallah. Yes.
Thank you. Salvatore will have a discussion at the end all together with the three presentations. So now let me introduce Ariel Kibela, that will talk about the lessons learned from the pandemic.
Oh, can you hear me? Okay, perfect. Thank you, Dr. Kandar and Dr. Brigada. It's really an honor to be introduced by two of the most influential cardiologists and emergency physicians in the world, and it's a bit intimidating as well. Nevertheless, thank you for having me, and thank you for joining me today. I graduated in May from Pitzer College in Los Angeles, California, studying international politics and East Asian studies. I wrote my thesis comparing East Asian COVID response model to the United States. So that's what I'm going to be talking with y'all today. Oops. So while world leaders have called the coronavirus pandemic a once-in-a-century crisis, there is no reason to expect that to be true with climate change in an increasingly interconnected world. The only thing that is certain is that once this virus is vanished, another will take its place. Pandemics are inevitable. However, the systematic policy failures that accompany the spread of a virus are not. So if you look at this map, you can see that mortality rates due to COVID-19 have varied substantially across the world. In particular, there's a striking contrast between the Asia-Pacific region versus the United States. In particular, the East Asian tigers, which are Singapore, Hong Kong, Taiwan, and the Republic of Korea, have received universal praise for their ability to effectively respond to the pandemic. Given their close proximity to the outbreak and relatively low infection and death rates, are really a testament to the government's response to the virus. So let's talk about these governments and their difference to the United States. So the East Asian tigers are considered to be a developmental state, which means they're a welfare state. Because they were late to industrialize, they had to facilitate their own growth, which sometimes meant intervening in market failures and limiting individual rights to do so. The regulatory state is what the United States is considered to be, and that's not a welfare state. Regulating and rulemaking is more of the focus rather than providing. So basically, there are rules to prevent market failure, but there's not necessarily an intervention policy when market failure occurs. Also, they are not able to override politics in a time of crisis. So the East Asian tigers had a top-to-bottom approach. They started at institutions, and their institutions were made up of skilled technocrats and very educated elites. So these people made all the policies. Next, the institutions really partnered with had a public-private partnership, which means they connected with their companies and invested in companies to get things done. This created a trusting society. So when it comes to pandemic preparation, COVID-19 is not the first epidemic that has spread through East Asia. SARS spread rapidly across the region in 2002. While the global death toll of SARS was much lower compared to COVID-19, the SARS outbreak inflicted huge GDP losses to the tigers. So after the virus hit, the governments realized they needed to invest and create a protocol for other public health crises. So they all decided to create an institution to step up in case of a virus. So if warning of an illness arises, it acts as an operational command point for direct communication among central, regional, and local authorities. These disease prevention agencies are particularly robust because they can override politics in a time of crisis. They also used H1N1 and MERS to really practice these crisis management techniques. Masks also became a norm during this time, and they used masks a lot during COVID-19. So when word came out that COVID-19 had been spreading, institutions issued strict travel controls. and this was not recommended by the World Health Organization at the time. They then used transparent and clear messaging to the public through apps and websites. They instituted school closures and mandated mask wearing and lockdowns. Next, these government institutions banned private companies from exporting masks and invested in companies to ramp up private mask making. They then worked with companies to produce test kits and contact tracing application apps. While the Tigers' response to COVID-19 demonstrates the importance of a strong institution and private partnership, they are all insufficient without public support. So in Asia, there's a strong culture of Confucianism and collectivism, and this really emphasizes the importance of protecting elders, social responsibility, and it had a strong sense of duty. A number of scholars point to these cultural responses to really explain the success of East Asian tigers. But I argue that focusing solely on this simplifies the picture of public trust in government. Moreover, citing cultural values as evidence of the success in these countries really excuses the United States' failures. So I argue that this collectivist and law-abiding citizenship can really be outproven, as these countries have a very strong sense of history and activism and opposition towards political authority. I believe that really it came down to public trust that was gained through the government's ability to appear credible, consistent, and transparent when providing information to the public. Moreover, in a number of these places, testing became mandatory. Isolation and quarantine was enforced with fines for people who did not adhere to the standards. There were also fines for people who did not comply with mask wearing. So the United States prevails as the #1 global leader in COVID-19 deaths. The American botched response to the virus really reveals the nation's insufficient preparation, divided leadership, delayed response, regulatory failures, and a lot of political posturing as well. So taking a look at institutional hurdles, the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, the CDC, and the US Food and Drug Administration, the FDA, made it illegal for private labs and even local public agencies to jump into action with their own solutions for test making. Instead of enlisting the private sector early on in the pandemic, like the East Asian Tigers did, the US officials relied on test kits prepared by the CDC, and many of which proved faulty. So for at least 5 weeks, the United States had no idea where COVID-19 was. Another issue was that in the 10th Amendment, this made it impossible for the federal government to really have a national mandate that applied to every single state. So each state was kind of doing their own thing. Another issue was poor leadership. PREDICT, which is a research program for pandemics and epidemics, was disbanded and defunded during the presidential transition. And the Defense Production Act, which basically tells companies what to do in time of a crisis, was not used to its full potential. And also there was very unclear messaging to the public. So this obviously created a lot of public distrust. So if citizens do not trust their government, they're more likely to question or disobey government orders. Moreover, testing was not instituted was not mandatory, and it was on a voluntary basis. So whoever wanted to get tested could get tested, but they weren't telling people to go get tested. Moreover, there was no universal mask mandate, and contact tracing efforts were only instilled recently. So if you see here, this is some of the reason why the United States prevails at the top for COVID-19 deaths. So quickly jumping over to vaccines, the United States was one of the first countries to develop a vaccine. However, this led to a lot of vaccine nationalisms. The United States basically hoarded a bunch of vaccines, and there was also a lot of vaccine hesitancy. So a lot of American citizens weren't very trusting in their government. On the contrary, East Asian tigers had a bit more of a difficult time getting access to the vaccine, and also due to geopolitical conflicts, they had another issue just getting the vaccine. However, they were still able to overcome hesitancy, unlike the United States. So looking at this map, or this graph, you can see that Singapore, South Korea, Hong Kong, and Taiwan really are at the top of vaccines and compared to the United States. So some ways that they were able to overcome hesitancy is they really trusted their health organization. They persuaded elderly to get vaccinated quickly. They fought fake news, and they made vaccines widely accessible. On the contrary, the United States, many people were wary of the safety of the vaccine. The vaccine became very political, became an argument of Democratic versus Republican sort of conflict, and there was a ton of social media misinformation. There was also an issue with racial concerns in many different groups. So thank you for listening to me today, and let me know if you have any questions later.
Thank you very much, Ariel. I think we will take question and the rest of discussion. Yes. And I want to invite the last speaker, Paul Kivala. He always part of our Intercontinental Congress. Welcome again, Paul Kivala, please.
Thank you, Dr. Kander. It's always a pleasure and honor to be here in Turkey. This is definitely one of the best congresses that I attend every year, and I look forward to hopefully coming back and seeing you many times in the future as well. I'm going to be talking today about wearable technology in the emergency department and EMS, and this kind of goes a lot with the pandemic. It goes a lot with Dr. DeSoma's talk on telemedicine, because a lot of that has expanded very quickly over the last several years. My hospital does do something called mobile integrated health. And that's something where we use a lot of other providers to try to discharge patients home quickly, and oftentimes avoid admissions altogether. There's a program that our university is part of that has been at Johns Hopkins and Vanderbilt for many years, where it's called a hospital at home, where we'll discharge potentially 20% of the patients can be discharged to home rather than admitted. And we'll talk about the wearable technologies and things that are in there. I also have advised to several different technology firms, and a member of the American College of Emergency Physicians Innovations Committee, and also their task force looking at the future of emergency medicine. And I also work as a medical director of an ambulance company that's pretty innovative as well. What I want to talk to you about today is kind of the technology that's evolving very, very quickly. And one of the things that happens is we as emergency physicians don't really get any specific training on these things. And the changes are happening very quickly. And so I'm going to talk about some of the pros and cons of wearables, but I'm also going to talk about the different definitions, because what's a wearable? Do you know what a wearable is? Has anyone ever told you what a wearable was? Well, there's a lot of different things, and we'll talk about wearables. We'll talk about carryables, things that you can carry, and then we'll talk about portables. And all of this is something that is in addition to the various apps that are on your phone that could be a whole nother talk all by itself. Many of you are probably too young, and I'm not sure if Star Trek was a big thing here in Turkey. Was Star Trek a big thing? All right. So if any of you remember this, here was something that Bones McCoy carried around, and he was the doctor on there, but also Spock carried it around, and the Geo people. It was something called a tricorder. And it was this little handheld thing that you could basically diagnose a patient with. And so this was one of these really kind of futuristic things in the 1960s. Interestingly, in the US, there's a program called the X Project, where every several years they develop money to basically create a contest. And back in 2012 in the United States, it's a worldwide contest, they said, can someone develop the tricorder? And they went from 2012 to 2017. No one was fully able to develop all of the criteria that they asked for, but they've gone a long way. And over the next 10 or so minutes, I'll talk to you about some of the other ways that this is kind of advanced, and that maybe that tricorder is not so far off. So what I'm going to do is talk to you about several different things. And there's kind of 4 different definitions here I try to talk to you about. Wearables are really something that patients wear. Dr. DeSoma talked about this earlier in the first lecture, and this is stuff of how you send the patient home. How do you monitor them at home? How do you monitor them remotely? The second is something which I'm calling a carryable. And this is something that the doctor, you, can carry on yourself to help diagnose patients. And these are changing very quickly as well. And there's also something that are called portables. And these are things that used to be large, like labs, like ultrasound machines, that are becoming very, very small, and that you can carry in your pocket or in a backpack or carry on a cart and actually deliver care bedside, where oftentimes this care used to be required. You draw blood, send it off to a laboratory that might be in another building, and your results might not come back for an hour or two. So a lot of this is changing very quickly, and there's obviously applications that are on your phone for pulse ox, for pulse, for rhythms. All of that exists right now. One of the things that's happened in the United States that Dr. DeSoma's talked about has happened in Italy is that there's now developing a payments strategy for wearables. And this is called remote patient monitoring, where we monitor patients' weight, their pulse oximetry, their blood glucose. Their blood pressure monitors are now coming forward. Apnea monitors, heart monitors, and specialized monitors actually for dementia and Parkinson's disease at the same time. Furthermore, a lot of these now link in with breathing apparatuses that people have at their own home, and there's even remote fetal monitoring that is all being done on a remote basis, and in the United States, it's being compensated for. One of the biggest challenges we've had in the United States is actually getting the physicians to actually use this. So certainly there's a payment methodology, but the payment methodology in the US was so low that the doctors didn't think it was worth their time. So one of the things that's happened over the last year is they've actually increased the payment rate for these services by up to 50%. So time will tell whether there'll be more physicians using this technology here in the near future. Then, of course, there's obviously these smartwatches. How many of you guys have an Apple Watch or a Fitbit or something like that? Yeah, just wait. It's coming fast. But this has changed very, very quickly. One of the things that Apple Watches and even Fitbit now advertise is they can diagnose arrhythmias. And now they just introduced this past month in September the Apple Watch 8. I remember when the first Apple Watch came out, and I thought it was pretty cool. Well, the 8's a lot cooler. And the technology has obviously increased. When the Apple Watch 4 came out, it said, we can diagnose atrial fib. Well, it really wasn't that good, quite honestly. Some independent studies show that it was accurate about 1 in every 3 times, about 34%. The issue with the Apple Watch 7 and now the Apple Watch 8 is, according to Apple, that detection specificity is up to 99.3%. So the technology is changing very, very quickly. And the Fitbit accuracy rate is up to 95%. So these things are changing very, very quickly, and these are available to all patients. And how many of you have had patients come in and said, I think I have atrial fibrillation because my watch told me so? Have you seen that here yet in Turkey? Well, we see it in the US, and so I'm figuring out how to download the technology from their watch to actually figure out if they were reading it correctly. So a lot of that is happening now, and something you will see here in the near future. You know, the interesting thing about the smartwatches is this is the 8. It can have high and low heart rate notifications. It can obviously diagnose, or not diagnose, but record irregular rhythm notifications. There's an EKG app that you can get on these watches now with additional technology. We'll show that in a few minutes. There's low cardio fitness. The new Apple iWatch 8 does oxygen saturation levels and also temperature. And there's even a fall detection monitor that you can get to older patients. If they fall down, it will potentially help notify emergency services. One of the things that we do see in the United States quite a bit now is glucose assessments and LVADs, or LVADs, or left ventricular assist devices. And so we are now using these, and we're learning how to record these. How do we use these to monitor patients' blood sugars without sticking them for additional blood, and making sure that their cardiac assist devices are actually working appropriately. The interesting thing is when the Apple Watch 8 came out, there was a big rumor that the Apple Watch 8 was actually going to be able to test your blood sugar measurement without poking you. Turns out the Apple 8 came out and it wasn't ready for prime time. So is it going to be ready for the Apple Watch 9, which is supposed to be out in somewhere between 12 and 18 months? Time will tell, but clearly the technology is getting very, very close to be doing remote monitoring of blood sugar and other things without even sticking the patient. So the real question, I guess it comes down to for us as physicians in the room is this stethoscope obsolete? Is something going to replace it? And I don't know if you've seen these. Again, I bought one of these a few years ago, and this is called an Echo. It's a stethoscope that will, number one, it can transmit the sounds to your smartphone. It can also do an EKG tracing, and it can potentially even interpret what the sounds mean. It does it mostly for cardiology, but now it says it's working on algorithms for lung sounds as well. So there's the potential of being able to do this in low volume or in inadequate situations. This is a patient that I took care of when I was working on ski patrol. And this person came in with chest pain, and with my stethoscope, I was able to diagnose the patient as having an acute myocardial infarction. I'm not sure if you can see these too well here, but the lead on the left is the anterior leads, and if I placed it on the left side of the patient's chest wall, those are the lateral leads. So I saw ST elevation in the anterior leads and depression in the lateral leads, and I called for an ambulance, and it turned out the patient had a heart attack. So I was right in using my device. So these things are changing very, very quickly. The other thing that exists out there are portable ultrasound machines. These are becoming more and more handy, particularly in our younger physicians. We can use it to look at the heart. We can look at it to look at bones, joints, muscles. We can do it for a fast exam in the abdomen. We're using it to help start IVs. And we're now looking at it for more and more for lung assessment. So I can argue with you that very, very soon, if not already, the stethoscope is obsolete. There's so many things that these devices can do, and maybe we should be carrying these and certainly learning about these more and more. The other thing that happens is that we have devices that we can place on a patient. to cardiac monitor them if they go home, if we're concerned about an arrhythmia. And these are, number one, they can be placed on the skin like this. They can also be injected underneath the skin and last up to 3 years. So these are things that can be done very quickly, efficiently. Another thing that we talked about a little bit briefly, that this can be even ordered by patients now, supposedly, is that this will tack onto your iPhone or to your iWatch and do continued cardiac monitoring and EKG. So you could be looking at if somebody's at high risk and they want to go home, they could actually wear this and determine if they're having a myocardial event. One of the newest things I saw at the latest ACEP conference is something, there's several different things, BrainScope's one of them, BrainView, there's many others on the market now, and these are instant EEGs. And this is something's placed, leads are placed on the head, and in a few minutes you can determine if there's asymmetry or irregular brain activity. So how could this work? You could sit there and say in the field, if someone had a severe headache or head trauma, you could put this on them, and if there was asymmetric activity, you'd be worried about a bleed. If there was hyperactivity, you could be worried about a seizure. All of those things could potentially, or whether someone had a stroke, can even be detected on these devices. So at our hospital, sometimes patients wait 4 hours for a CAT scan. Potentially, this is a device that we're looking at right now to determine who needs the CAT scan first. When we have to figure out who needs it first or second or third, this is one of the devices that's available. The other thing that's been around for quite some time, but probably underutilized, are smart glasses. There's multiple devices. The main issue has always been connectivity, but this is improving very, very quickly. And we even have some of our paramedics using commercially available body cams. So you can kind of see what's available there. They can be head mounted, they can be chest mounted, and so you can actually get an idea of what's happening. The newest technology is smart bandages that are put over wounds, and these can detect if there's temperature changes, there's pH changes, which is one of the earlier evidence of infections, and they even are potentially looking at having certain antibiotics and everything being able to be infused by these. I only have a few seconds left here, but the last thing I'm going to talk to you about are the portables. These are happening very, very quickly. We used to send off lab. Now some of these portables, you can draw blood and put this in a little connectivity that you can have on your belt, and this can get you a hemoglobin or hematocrit in under a minute, and get you a pH in a minute. It can get you a carbon monoxide level in a minute. And soon they're talking about getting other measures like troponins and lactic acid levels very, very quickly. So I'm going to finish here and just tell you that as emergency physicians and emergency medicine, we must embrace innovation. Thank you, and I look forward to taking any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Paul. Thank you very much, all the speakers. We have something like 9 minutes for discussion and questions. So if there is any question from the audience, and while somebody, yes. Let me ask you, Paul, first question about technology. Of course, we have wonderful technological improvements, and we have the portable echocard. I'm talking basically about cardiology, okay, which is my field, and where a lot of technology has been developed in the last years. My feeling is that we have a lot of new devices that are helping a lot, like the portable echocardiogram that certainly will make a stethoscope obsolete. But at the same time, my feeling is that we also have a lot of devices looking for a pathology, and not on the contrary. Some engineer has a very good idea on something, and then we have to find how to make the application in the real world. I'm thinking on Apple Watch or all these sorts of wearable things that measure the ECG, where we see more and more patients that become absolutely dependent on the ECG and on the symptoms. And my feeling is that sometimes we are creating new patients. And in fact, probably in the last 3 years, one of the most frequent things I recommend to my patient is just to get rid of his watch, Apple Watch, or recording ECG, because they are constantly looking at it. So how do we use all this incredible technology in the real world to make life, let's say, more easy for physicians and probably more effective for the diagnosis, but not just because we want to do more?
Dr. Brugada, that is a great question. And I think this is one of the challenges we face, is that we don't have the training on these devices. And we don't know how accurate they are. And so one of the problems that I've seen so far, and along with your lines, is someone says, I think they came to the emergency department and says, my Apple Watch told me I was in atrial fibrillation. And we downloaded it, and it turns out they were not in atrial fibrillation. We watched them in the emergency department soon, but when we got to look at their tracing, their watch was on very loose, and it was bouncing around. And when it bounced around, it looked like it was irregular. So I think one of the things that we have to do is we have to educate our patients. We have to work with our manufacturers. Our manufacturers have to work with us, because some of these things are very good. There's great technology there, but again, it's how do you use this? How do you not create new problems or new diseases that don't exist? And I think that is one of the challenges that we're going to have to work together as a specialty. We're going to have to talk about this, of of doing more studies on these, but also to make it easy for us to interpret this, is how do you get this off of somebody's Apple Watch if they have it? I don't know if too many of us have ever looked at that. And I think that's something that needs to be part of our training as we go forward, is how do we use this in an effective way? Did that answer your question?
Sure. If I can, how do you perceive that we are going to arrange the legal issues that will come with that? Because many patients, when we give them a home monitoring system, whatever that monitors them, they are strongly believers that we are watching them 24 hours a day and that we will react immediately if something happens. And this is not true. We are not doing that. We're not going to do that. We don't have the capability to do that. And if, for whatever reason, we decide to do that, we will get big legal problems. How do you perceive them?
Yeah, I think the legalities of how do we send these patients home, at least I can speak in the United States, is being worked out. And what we do is we do shared decision making with the patients. We give them options of what they can do or can't do, the advantages and disadvantages. Because, as you're right, patients think that if we're going to send them home, they're going to be monitored to the second every minute. And even if something does go wrong, they're still 10 to 12 minutes away from paramedics and an ambulance. So it is a problem as we go forward, but the technology is coming, and I think for us to sit back and do nothing is not the right thing to do. I think what we will have to do is potentially legislate, or certainly develop very, very clear communication to patients so that they don't we are all on the same page with what the potential risks and benefits are.
Thank you. A question for Ariel. Your presentation was a very political one, of course, and I'm not very sure that the Republicans will be very happy with your presentation after some picture. Of course, this happened everywhere, except maybe in your comparison in the countries where they really trust the system and the recommendations, like the countries you were, the tigers that you were explaining, because this exactly happened the same in Spain, okay, where we have the opposition and the government left and right, and they were, fighting all the time, and if one says one thing, the other one says the contrary. And so why the technicians, the physicians, the people that know is not taking the lead in all that? What are we doing wrong? We, the physicians, and the society, the scientific society, what are we doing wrong not to be able to manage and to really lead this type of circumstances? How can we do that?
Well, I think the main issue comes down to creating like an institution at the top that can really provide transparent messaging to everyone, which doesn't allow for people to make their own path and do their own thing. So I think creating laws and fines for everyone to have a sort of unified response would be the best thing.
Thank you very much. Yes.
I have a question.
Yep. Yeah, please.
Ariel, I have a question. If you are the President of the United States, suppose that you will be the next president, how do you fix it? Because the system show of the rest of the world that the system isn't working well. You have the big numbers, the number one in the world about the effect of the COVID in the rest of the world. If you will be president, how do you change it?
I think if I was president of the United States, it's a big statement, I would get rid of parties. Like, I would get rid of the Democrat and Republican Party. No, just kidding. I mean, I think that's a really big question and very important. I think really what it comes down to is having people trust their government, which is a big issue right now. And trusting your government comes down to believing that the people at the top deserve to be there. So having sort of like an educated elite, a technocratic elite, really would be important. And having that sort of partnership with your government and believing that your government is doing the best for the people. So that means the government needs to be investing in private companies to really get things done adequately and effectively, especially in a time of a crisis. And I think when you have those two things, I think the trust will follow. But yeah, that's what I think.
Do we have Salvatore online?
Yes. Emre, Salvatore is online? Okay.
Can you hear us, Salvatore?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Oh, hello. Let me ask you something about the monitoring of the patients with heart failure at home. Because there are some information that has been published some years ago that basically the most important issue is not to record a lot of things, but just to have contact with them. So if you have a nurse that calls them every morning and reminds them that they have to take the pills and that they have to eat, let's say, healthy and exercise a little bit, and if you do that every morning, this is more powerful than any information you can get, except maybe for weight, okay? That's probably the only two things that have been demonstrated to be very, very effective. No control of weight, and if the weight increases, take more diuretics, and remember them to take the pills, because 50% of the patients do not take the pills appropriately every day. So how do you match that with the need of high technology, a lot of resources that are required, because if you want to go home to visit the patient, it is probably more complex than having the patient in the hospital, So, and it becomes, we want to make it easy, but sometimes we are getting it more difficult, no?
Yeah, thank you, Joseph. This is a very good question and allows me to, let's say, put the solution that we put into our telemedicine Italian program. I am a part of the government in trying to have a nurse station is crucial. And this is also a solution for your previous questions in terms of legacy issues. So if you have some nurses dedicated to control the system, is also making the possibility that you have less problem with the results, but as you pointed out, the most important solution is the satisfaction of the patients at home, to have somebody, and in our group it is the central nurse station. You know, in our recovery fund in Italy, 55% of the funding coming from European community will be invested in nurses system. So these nurses call the patients can absolutely improve the adherence to treatment. That is one of the most important reasons for patients to come back of worsening heart failure. But also, it is also important that people are very satisfied. We sent a questionnaire to our patients. After 2 months, they say, we are very happy because we feel somebody take care of us, you know, and this is really something that is the improvement of telemedicine. So you are absolutely right. Having a nurse station is going to be the solution in order to make people happy to be controlled. And I think this is really what we should definitely try to put into the system of telemedicine, to make a kind of a bridge between patients. And as just to address the last point is the most important one. I fully agree with you. It's always important to monitor heart rate, blood pressure, oxygen to saturation, but teaching the patients to take everyday weight is the most important part, because we know very well that before patients has acute episode, the raise in the weight due to congestion is always important. So just to conclude my part, you are absolutely right. The most important situation is to educate patients, to weigh themselves, and also I think that the possibility the patient feel somebody take care of him is also important, and this is the role of a nurse station.
Thank you very much, Salvatore.
Thank you very much. I have any question? Yes. Another question from participant? I didn't see. Ahmed, Dr. Ahmed, you have experience about application. What do you think for the future we can use in our practice? Technique for.
I use scoring system apps mainly in my phone, but maybe in the future I was really interested about the glucose monitor without the pinprick, but I don't see how it's coming to the iWatch before it's developed as a glucose monitor separately without a stick. Do you know if that technology exists currently?
I don't know the accuracy. I know they're doing something right now. I know that that was leaked from Apple, and they are working, I believe, with 2 other technology companies on this. How they do it, I have no idea. But that was, I know it's there. I'm assuming it's not very accurate, and that's why they didn't introduce it on the 8, but could it be the 9, the 10? I don't know, but I think, you know, we all talked about how are they going to do it with the iWatch for pulse oximetry, and they can do it. And now they're looking at blood pressure, and they're actually fairly accurate. You know, they're not super accurate, but they do exist. So I think, you know, the technology is coming very quickly, and my thought is if you can envision it, with the young people out there doing the advances right now, it's just a matter of time.
Thank you very much. I think we haven't more time. We will finish. Thank you very much. We're waiting all to after 20 minutes for fantastic opening ceremony. Thank you very much for joining us.
That they have in different fields. Let me introduce one of our speakers is Dr. Hikman Amarov. He is from Uzbekistan, and he wants to talk about the stent graft in emergency, challenges and achievements. Thank you, Doctor, for being here.
Herkese günaydın, merhabalar. Esteemed Chairman, dear colleagues, thank you very much for having me here. It's a great honor and pleasure for me. And I would like just to present our small experience in stent grafting in emergency cases. So the frequency of the occurrence of the aortic disease continued to increase in our country too, and with an incidence of 5 to 10 cases per each 100,000 populations. So recently the global severity of the disease 2010 project has shown that the global case fatality rate for aortic aneurysm and aorta dissection increased from almost 2.5 to almost 3 per each 100,000 inhabitants within 20 years with a male prevalence. Okay, now it's good? Yes. Okay. So, as long as the issues of the abdominal aorta are more or less solved in our hospital, which is one of the biggest emergency hospitals in my country, we would like to focus our efforts on the ascending and descending thoracic aorta, which so far is still issue to be solved and get to be closed. So we all remain the aortic wall histology and what the peculiarities it has and what dissection can cause for the fatal catastrophe. And there are two main classifications of aortic aneurysms, as you know. There are by Stanford and by DeBakey. And mostly the aneurysm of the valsalva sinus, aneurysm of ascending, as I said, aorta, aortic arch, the descending aorta aneurysms, abdominal aortic aneurysm, and aneurysm of combined localization or general. And of course, it's caused to rupture and the very, very, very sudden death. So let me demonstrate some cases from our hospital. The 3 patients, mostly male, which referred us with several stages of the thoracic aortal aneurysms and what we succeed to do with them. So the first patient is a male, 40 years old. All the patients appeared to the emergency this year. So the male, 40 years old, with a periodic pain in the chest, increased blood pressure and infirmity. So, of course, it's male again and a beta blocker consumer and suffered in history chest injury due to the accident. This is just to be noticed. On the CT of the chest organs revealed aneurysm of descending thoracic aorta. So here we can see the aorta aneurysm is a sac formed. So here is a moment of the stent graft installation. You see the wire is inside the left atrium, and 22 G's grafting is going down.
Hello?
So after the stent graft installation, we got this picture. You can see the mesh of the aneurysm now is isolated from the general vessel. And you can see the contours of the graft. And this is the final result. You see the stent graft, so we succeeded to use only one segment. It's about 30 centimeters long. And on the descending, so it's type B by Stanford. And here is CT angio after the implantation of the stent graft. So patient survived. The next patient is 47 years old, male again, with a pain behind the sternum, dyspnea for little physical, for very less physical exertion, increased blood pressure again, and general weaknesses. So I think the main clinical factors of this. So remarkable that the blood pressure was above the 240, and this was usual for them. So this is a chest CT again before the procedure. You see again the aneurysm of the descending thoracic aorta. Again, this is a type B by Debicki. By Stanford. And this is angio, direct angio of the thoracic aorta. Again, you see the aneurysm. It's also mesh-like. And the wire provided. So in all cases, we use the transfemoral approach. So this is angio for abdominal aorta. You see the aneurysm goes down for the infrarenal segment. Again, and this is after the stenting. And this is our third patient. It's quite young, 39 years old. The patient, again, with a pain behind the sternum, shortness of the breath, dyspnea after with a less physical exertion, increased blood pressure again. And so we diagnosed that there is a dissecting aneurysm of the thoracic aorta, type 2 by Debicki, type B by Stanford, and sexual hypertension, and abdominal aortic thrombosis. And the remarkable that he has the ischemia of the left limb and right arm. So here you can see the arch and the blocked the truncus. Now it's restored. Here is a CT angio after the implantation of the stent graft. Again, but here we couldn't succeed with only one segment. We used here, as long as the dissection was 50 centimeters long, so we use the two grafts here. So thank you, and it was very short presentation. Just would like to remind that the aortic dissection in emergency remain the main death cause in the quite young male population. Thank you.
You're welcome. We expect to make the question at the end of the presentation. Okay. Thank you, doctor, for the presentation and the cases that you are here. Well, we want to continue with our speaker is Dr. Ayman El-Meyab. He's cardiology, and he's the Director of Clinical Research and Development in Trauma and Vascular Department in Hamad General Hospital in Qatar, and also is Associate Professor Clinical Medicine in Weill Cornell Medicine College. He wants to talk about the topic in high shock index in the emergency room. What does it mean? Thank you, doctor, for being here.
Thank you. Good morning. I am going to speak about the concept of using shock index in the acute emergency situation. And this can be in trauma patient or non-trauma patient, and acute medical condition as well. So shock index is the symbol. It is just divide the heart rate divided by the systolic blood pressure. So it can be from the first look, you can decide what is the shock index. For example, if the heart rate is 100, systolic blood pressure 100, This means shock index is 1. It is a physiological index that can easily obtain during the initial assessment for risk stratification and starting the treatment in trauma and non-trauma. However, there is some confounder that may limit the use of shock index in some situation. And to cover or to overcome this shortcoming, shock index can be integrated with simple point of care blood test or point of care ultrasound. So shock index can be used alone. You can depend on shock index alone as assessment tool. Some people can use the reverse of the shock index. They make it systolic blood pressure divided by the heart rate. Some people can use it as called delta shock index. Delta shock index means I will check the shock index now and after 1 hour and see what happened. The change is in positive or negative. And this delta or change is reflecting the severity and the outcome of the patient. Some people are using diastolic shock index. They are not using systolic. They use heart rate divided by diastolic blood pressure. But this one is especially important if you are looking for the vasodilatation effect, especially in case like sepsis. So we are not going to talk about any one of this. We are talking about shock index alone, which is heart rate divided by systolic blood pressure. The second issue is to use a shock index as a part of a tool that happen in what this score called ABC score. They use shock index with other parameters, simple parameters. We also in Qatar proposed a new score which called FACILA score. We use the shock index in addition to serum lactate and ultrasound exam in the emergency, what's called the FAST exam. Bioshock index, we used this also as a new tool in Qatar, which used in brain injury, traumatic brain injury. We use the shock index linked to the result of cardiac troponin. We found that cardiac troponin and brain injury is reflecting the mortality of the patient. It increases the mortality 3 times. Other people can use the age-adjusted shock index because shock index can vary with age. It is not in young like adult, like old, so they multiply shock index by the age. And another people can use with the mean arterial pressure. But the last two need some calculation. So the use of shock index can be in the pre-hospital situation, in the emergency can do it, in the AMS I mean, or on arrival to emergency, or can be in the ICU. What is the normal value for shock index? It is between 0.5 to 0.6. Anything above 0.7 is high shock index, and anything below 0.5 is low shock index. We are focusing on the higher value. Although the low is important, but there is no study, too much study about the low shock index. Only focus on the high shock index. So what is the idea of this shock index? Why we focus on this? Because shock index, heart rate and systolic blood pressure. Heart rate is reflecting the hypovolemia. And when the patient loses blood, the heart starts to beat faster. So there is a heart rate which indicates something, especially bleeding. Also, when they bleed too much, the blood pressure becomes too low, so there is hypovolemia and hypotension. So the shock index will increase if the hypotension becomes more than the increase in the heart rate. So when we lose more than 30% of blood, according to the ACLS classification, the mortality will increase up to 23%. So it is important to look for the heart rate and systolic blood pressure in the trauma patient. So we use the shock index in chest trauma, and we classify patient who has less than 0.8 and more than 0.8. And we found that in chest trauma, the patient who has shock index more than 0.8, they need chest intervention quickly, they need blood transfusion, massive transfusion, and the mortality is increasing. It reached 7% in comparison to less 1% if the shock index is less than 0.8. Also used in pelvic trauma. So in pelvic trauma, which is mainly due to bleeding around the fractured bone, the shock index can predict the need for transfusion, blood transfusion. And it can predict early shock and correlated with the saturation and lactate. So we divide our patient here, but using cutoff of 0.9. So patient with pelvic fracture and shock index more than 0.9, they need massive transfusion in 8%, and the mortality increase up to 13%. And the predictive value of shock index, we can see the negative predictive value is 98%. So this means that if the shock index is less than 0.9, the patient will not need any transfusion. So we can rule out easily by using the shock index in pelvic fracture. Also, shock index is correlated very well with the amount of blood transfusion. And you can see from this figure how the need for transfusion is increasing with increase the cutoff of shock index. So 0.8, 0.9, 1, and so on. This means more need for blood transfusion. The second one is the integrated shock index. As I told you, there is what's called Facila score. Facila is coming from fast scan, shock index, and the serum lactate. So we have three parameters which can easily taken during the emergency triage. And in few seconds you can get the result. And according to this, Facila score more than 4, it has higher mortality, and also the need for X-lab. The patient need to go for surgery emergency, and he needs massive transfusion, as you see in the curve. The increase in the Facila, the increase in the need for massive transfusion or any blood transfusion. Also, when we compare Facila with the other scoring, like rapid or ABC score, we found that Facila have good area under the curve. So we already published this in the World Journal of Surgery. The bioshock index, I said in brain injury, we linked the shock index with the troponin, because we found shock index is not predictor in traumatic brain injury. But when we link it to the troponin, we found the mortality is very high. So shock index in non-trauma emergency will take you now away from the bloody field in the trauma to the non-bloody area in the emergency, with like myocardial infarction, acute coronary syndrome, heart failure, and so on. So we have tested the shock index in 24,000 patients in our region, in the Gulf region, patients who presented with acute coronary syndrome. The idea that shock index is a predictor of microvascular damage and the extent of myocardial injury. It also predicts short-term and long-term mortality in ST elevation myocardial infarction. And also it increased the hospital mortality in non-ST elevation myocardial infarction with poor 5-year prognosis. Higher shock index may reflect the sympathetic overactivity, which is associated with fatal ventricular tachyarrhythmia, which is also a reason why high shock index can be associated with high mortality, because this means sympathetic overdrive, which can cause tachyarrhythmia and myocardial infarction, which is very serious. Elevated shock index is suggestive of more severe cardiac dysfunction. We analyzed the data from 7 Arabian Gulf registry and 24,000 patients. And you can see here from the multivariate analysis, the right part of the table, as the arrow showed, that it predicts mortality. So high shock index is associated with 3-time mortality in acute coronary syndrome. And also shock index is associated with a 2-fold increase in the occurrence of heart failure after myocardial infarction. And also it can be associated with 4-time occurrence of cardiogenic shock in patients with acute coronary syndrome. And this is just a curve to show you that we have tested this in STEMI and non-STEMI and in acute coronary syndrome. And you can see that the shock index is going up, then the mortality is going up. We also tested the shock index in patients with acute heart failure, and this is also multi-center, multinational observational study. And this was done on around 5,000 patients admitted with acute heart failure. The cutoff of shock index here was 0.9, and we compared those who had less than 0.9 and more than 0.9. And also we found that the symptom of the heart failure or the manifestation of heart failure, each manifestation, the severe manifestation is going with the higher shock index. And you can see pleural effusion, basal crepitation, ascites. Each symptom or manifestation, there is a link between it and the shock index. And you can see here the mortality and the cutoff of shock index in heart failure patient is going up. Here the multivariate analysis for shock index in heart failure as a predictor of cardiogenic shock. We found that shock index has 9 times risk of developing cardiogenic shock. And for in-hospital mortality, shock index can cause 5-time increase in the mortality. For the 3 months mortality after heart failure attack, the shock index is linked to or can cause mortality by 3 times or 2.5 times in patient with heart failure. So shock index is a simple bedside tool that can use for triaging and risk stratification in acute heart failure, and you can predict the cardiogenic shock and the arrhythmia. In conclusion, the shock index is a simple, instant, bedside, easy tool for triage, risk assessment, early intervention, and prognosis in acute care, including trauma and non-trauma. However, confounders should be considered and overcome. Confounders here mean that some people in trauma, for example, or myocardial infarction, they have severe pain. Pain itself can cause heart rate goes up, so it will increase the shock index, which is not reflecting the losing of blood. So this is a confounder. Also, if you give the patient inotropes before arriving to the hospital, this will increase the blood pressure, so it will affect the reading of the shock index. So there is some confounder you have to put it in your consideration. If the patient have beta blocker, for example, before the accident, the heart rate will not go up, so the shock index will be affected. How to overcome this? As I mentioned, to link with other simple tool, which can be done immediately. The point of care lactate, it can be done in 1 minute. So this is a simple guide to save time, cost, and lives. And thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Heyman, for the excellent presentation. And we want to continue with our next speaker. Is by Zoom. Is ready, Dr. I think is there. Well, our next speaker is Dr. Wang Shong from China. He wants to talk about what we are doing in the prevention sepsis campaign in China in the emergency department. Dr. Wang is actually working in the Changgun Hospital in Tsinghua University in Beijing. Thank you, Dr. Wang, for being here by Zoom.
Thank you for the President for your introduction, and thank you for invitation, and I'm very glad to share our work with all of you. Okay, can you see the slide?
Yes.
Can you see slide?
Yes.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Yes.
Oh, I want to spend some time to introduce the program Preventing Sepsis Champion in China. You know, 1 million people suffer from sepsis around the world each year, and in the developed country, its average cost of treatment for the sepsis patient more than 20,000 British pounds. The lethality of the patient is also terrible, with a 90-day mortality as high as about 35%. As the disease worsens, it can raise to 50%. In China, approximately 23 million people have to be treated in ICU for sepsis each year. With the development of infected disease, the hospital length and in-hospital mortality is increased significantly. Before sepsis, patient can be treated in emergency department, and if they had sepsis, the patient should be transferred to ICU. According to the survey, 18% of patients with infection initially present to emergency department, but only 50% patients with sepsis fully received emergency care protocols recommended by the Center of the Medicare and Medicaid Services. Based on this, the concept of PICC was proposed at the Nanjing Jinling Emergency Medical Forum in May 2018, and the expert group was organized to write an expert consensus on sepsis prevention and interruption in emergency medicine in China at the annual meeting of the Chinese Medical Association of Emergency Medicine. In June 2020, the consensus was published, and in August 2020, the PICC Research Consortium was formally established to carry out more extensive research on sepsis prevention and interruption, and the column on the topic was set up in the Journal of Clinical Emergency Medicine.
Dr. Sean, can you pass the slides, because the slides is freezing? Can you pass the slides?
Yeah.
You are in the first one.
Oh, is first one?
Yeah.
But,
can you click for the next?
Yes, but why I turned, but on my screen, perhaps I share it again. Hold on.等一下，先把它关掉，能关掉吗 ？Share.
Share the screen and then.
Yeah. Okay. 这啥意思 ？I'm sorry.
Okay.
Can you see?
I see.
Okay.
Okay.
要不就别全屏了，全屏我估计它是不是就
Is it changed?
Now we are
I
in
see.
the diagnosis of sepsis. Is the
The
8?
diagnosis of sepsis?
Yeah, we are in the 8. Slide number 8.
Okay.
Yes. Is correct?
Based on
Sir, is correct?
okay, the 8 is correct.
Okay.
All members are located in Sichuan and Beijing and Tianjin in different provinces in China, all of China, and so in different province and city, the experts do some work for the prevention and intervention of sepsis. In order to find the risk factor of sepsis in infected patient, we collect 17 participated according to the PARO system. 20 experts were asked for review the data through 3 rounds of surveying. We got 48 variables. So we set up a system. We call that the early assessment of sepsis engagement, the EASE. The EASE model was created using multivariable logistic regression. EASE, which consider of alcohol consumption, lung infection, temperature, respiratory rate, and so on, had excellent predictive performance with area and curve value of 0.78. Lastly, a nomogram of EASE was developed to facilitate clinical use. And this is another research work that's with the advantage of ultrasound technology. We can use bedside ultrasound to evaluate the septic cardiomyopathy and emergency shock early. We use different color to represent different ranges of motion of the myocardium, so that we can find myocardial strain and myocardial work in sepsis heart. And next, now, there are many methods which can be used to interruption of the process from infectious to sepsis, such as the glucocorticoid, the Ustatine, and so on. In China, we try to focus our research on the traditional Chinese medicine. You know, traditional Chinese medicine has a lot of way to treat the patient, especially to regulate the body.
Sir, can you open the screen, because you cannot pass the slides. This is because you are not complete the screen. If you open the screen complete 100%, and then you can pass the new slides, because you are talking and the slides is stopped.
Perhaps something wrong with the internet, because my slide is turning. So how could I use the 你给它关上，我把这个不全屏。Can you see the mode of the slide in this way? Can you see the slide?
We can see the slide, but you need to pass the slides.
Okay. Can you see the slide more?
Yes.
Okay. Perhaps we cannot use the full screen. If the slide fixed, it cannot move on your screen.
Okay.
So can I use this model?
Continue, please. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I'm very sorry. So in China, we have some traditional medicine to treat the sepsis and infection disease. Network pharmacology is the method of screening and exploring drugs in the short time and with high efficacy. Especially, it is a drug that responds to multiple targets or multiple drugs to the correspondent to one target, thus producing better therapeutic effect on the diseases. The disease target drug network diagram constituted by network pharmacology is in line with the idea of unity of the heaven to man in traditional Chinese medicine. We use the pharmacologic database and analysis platform of TCM system to the composition of 热毒宁 is a kind of Chinese traditional medicine, RDN, and we use GO analysis of chemical pathway enrichment analysis of the gene symbol associated with sepsis. We use molecular blocking and molecular dynamic stimulation to measure the binding tightness of the stability of the quercetin and sepsis target molecules. And finally, we found that the quercetin, one of the compounds of 热毒宁, can protect endothelial cell with the PI3K AKT pathway acting on AKT1 in sepsis state. And as confirmed by Western blot and cellular immunofluorescence PAK2 and PI3K level increase and apoptosis associated protein level cascade 3 expression decreased in LPS-induced sepsis cell after the addition of 热毒宁 intervention compared with the sepsis group. And another research is routine can prevent septic cardiomyopathy by reducing mitochondrial damage in cardiomyocyte and inhibiting cardiomyocyte apoptosis. A result had republished in the journal Frontier in Physiology in 2022. And we have some basic research. Glycocalyx is the multifunctional layer in Valley-like cellular structure covering the surface of the endocellular cell, which can regulate leukocyte adhesion, migration, and inhibit intravascular thrombosis by affecting microvascular tone and regulating endothelial permeability. And it is a key factor in the regulation of intra and extravascular fluid balance. The glycocalyx catabolic fraction was elevated the patient with sepsis compared with those with no septic infection. Silicon-1 was moderately associated with the albumin damage, oxygen index, and duration of the invasive mechanical ventilation. And HS was associated with the oxygenation index and calculative positive fluid balance in the first 3 days of ICU admission. In mechanism of endothelial barrier injury, glycocoagulants change from infection to sepsis. Destruction of glycocoagulants by autophagy in sepsis. In sepsis, stage 3 mediate autopsy leading to the degradation of glycocoagulants in endothelial cell. We have another research about involved PIRK1 and the iron death in DC cells in sepsis. So this is the Long River in China. We call it the Yangtze River. It's a very famous river in China. In our mind, the infection is the start of the response of the body, but it's small. According to the water down to the river to the sea is become very large. With the release of the sepsis 3 guidelines, the diagnostic value of organ dysfunction in the course of the disease has been emphasized more clinically, which is summarized a life-threatening organ dysfunction caused by the dysfunctional response to the organ to infection. However, there are many pathophysiological aspects in the process from infection to sepsis, which make it possible to prevent and interrupt sepsis in emergency department. The pathophysiological mechanism involved the progressive from infection to sepsis are extremely complex, covering immunodysregulation, inflammation factor storm, vascular endotracheal damage, capillary leakage, microcirculation, coagulation, and many other aspects. The main studies in our group currently include regulation of immune response, barrier protection of endothelial cells. In order to ensure the implementation of the program, we also structured a platform. We share our project philosophy with our colleagues through events such as Talking Inflammation Storm and Sepsis Prevention and Intervention Summit. Also, we have established a special research fund in Tsinghua University to provide research support and collaboration opportunity for more colleagues. In order to publicize our work, we have opened an official account on WeChat and established a website to publish information in time manner. We also set up a column on sepsis prevention and interruption in the Journal of Clinical Emergency Medicine. So I want to spread the concept of the sepsis prevention and interruption into all of China and all of the world, because it's very important for the patient with infection to prevent their from the sepsis and prevent their from the death. And I hope cooperate with all of the experts in Europe. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Swan, for your presentation. We open the question. If you have for the public any question, please raise your hand. All of you who are in the emergency room, raise your hand who were in the emergency room. Just one? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Doctor, for your nice presentation. I have two questions, one for Dr. Alimov and another one for Dr. Ayman. As you know, we are as emergency physician, still chest pain at emergency is a challenging. and we should to exclude the life-threatening condition of chest pain. And as you know, Dr. Alimov, maybe aortic dissection, the gold standard, it is only by angiography. My question, after we excluded of acute coronary syndrome, it is from your experience as a stent graft, each patient with chest pain, he should to do CT angio, or it is dependent on the cases? This is my question for you. And for Dr. Ayman, I'm very happy about your lectures. My question for you, if the patient inserted intraventricular device defibrillator, the shock index, it will be accurate or there is special consideration? Thank you.
First of all, come and sit.
Thank you very much. So yes, chest pain is most frequent symptom in the ER, and of course, the first we have to exclude acute coronary syndrome, and there is no doubt. And within my presentation, I just was talking about the aortal dissection as it, not about the chest pain and what it can cause too. Of course, firstly, we have to exclude acute coronary syndrome, and only after that thinking about some things about aortal dissection or the rupture of it. And exactly for these cases, the CT angio is, by our standard, is a first step.
We as a society, there's too many, we call them merit badges. It says everyone's another badge. And so philosophically, we believe that all that training is already incorporated into our residency, so we do not necessarily require each one of these badges, so to speak. So I hope that answered your question, but yes, it's important that we're all doing the same thing. You know, we incorporate ATLS into our training programs. We obviously do ACLS, we do periodic updates for all of our doctors, not just our doctors in training, but our doctors beyond training. And so once they get certified in emergency medicine, you know, every 7 to 10 years, they have to recertify. This used to be a big problem for us in the US, but now what we do is we do a little bit each year. And we find that to be a better situation than having to retake a test every 7 to 10 years.
Thank you for all. No any more question. Thank you for all. Our session is finished. 5 minutes later, we'll start the last session of today. Okay? Thank you.
Ben de ilk defa bu proje vasıtasıyla yürümeyi ön plana çıkarttım. Ben çok teşekkür ediyorum. Çünkü projenin katkısı gerçekten çok önemli bir sosyal proje. O yüzden de yani böyle bir katkıda bizim de payımız olsun. Atuder'le birlikte böyle bir çalışmayı da yaptığınız için ben firmaya özellikle çok teşekkür ediyorum ve şükranlarımızı arz ediyoruz. Çok teşekkürler. Şimdi evet. Yürümek önemli, biliyorsunuz. Açılışta 2-3 defa yürümekten bahsettim. 20 yıldır beraber yürüdük biz bu yollarda var. Şimdi Liverpool, biliyorsunuz, asla yalnız yürümeyeceksiniz, onu göstermiştim. Yürümeyi nasıl yaptığınız önemli. Bu yüzden de özellikle bu bölümü de hani acilleri nasıl adım adım inceleyebiliriz, başka bakış açıları sunabilir miyiz? Onunla başlayacağız. Evet arkadaşlar, şimdi hepimiz acilde yıllarca birçok şeyle karşılaşıyoruz. Ama mesela saatlere göre acil başvuruları nasıl? Mevsimlere göre acil başvuruları nasıl? Yaşa göre acil başvuruları nasıl? Hangi mevsimde hangi hastalıkla daha çok karşılaşıyoruz? Peki buna göre bir dizayn yapılmalı mı? Acil servisler buna göre yapılandırılmalı mı? Bunlar çok önemli konular. Örneğin bizim hepimiz bildiğimiz bir konu vardır. Yaz aylarında bizim ortopedi yataklarına ihtiyacımız vardır. Ve ortopedi hastalarıyla uğraşırız. Ama kış aylarında da bizim bekleyen koa hastalarımız vardır. Koa hastalarını yatırmaya uğraşırsınız. Ben o zaman öyle flexible bir hastane olmalı. Yani bizim yazın ortopedi yataklarımız artmalı. Kışın göğüs hastalıkları yataklarımız artmalı gibi flexible acil modellerin oluşturmamız lazım demiştim. Şimdi onlarla ilgili de bazı konuları burada irdelemiş olalım. Bu yayını hazırlarken gerçekten biraz hani rastlantısal oldu diyelim. İlk çalışmamız da Aksaray Üniversitesi Tıp Fakültesinden, Sayın Dekanımızın fakültesinden çıktı. 5 yıllık süre içinde acil servise başvuran hastalar, miktar ve çocuklar incelenmiş. Çok önemli. %50 erkek, %49 bayan. Yani hemen hemen eşit. Burada ciddi bir şey görüyoruz. Ve yine de hiç aslında tahmin etmedim. Mesela ben burada bir anket yapsam en çok hangi yaş grubu başvurur desek o kadar belki de tahmin edemeyeceğimiz bir şey. 10 yaş altı en fazla. Halbuki çocuk acil farklı bir konuma alıyoruz. Burada beklediğimiz yaş yüzdesi aslında bakarsanız yani biz geriatrik acillerin çok daha fazla olduğunu düşünüyoruz. Ama neden böyle oluyor? Çünkü geriatrik acil muhtemelen çok daha fazla zamanımızı alıyor. Yatak doluluğunu oluşturuyor. Yoksa burada bir anket yapsa eminim ki en çok %60 yaşın üzeri olarak çıkacaktı diye düşünüyorum. Bunun dışında yine dikkat çekici bir şey var. Yani 10 yaş altında ondan sonra ikinci değer 20-29 yani. 20-29 acil başvurusu. Bunlar üzerinde düşünmemiz gerekir. Tabii bunu yeşil alana göre falan hesaplamak lazım. Hepimizin tahmin edeceği, doğru tahmin edeceği bir şey var. En çok başvuru 16-24 prime time. Peki bundan nasıl bir sonuç çıkartalım? Bakın burada da flexible yani esnek çalışma saatleri oluşturulması lazım. Yani 16-24 teki ekip daha dinamik, sayısı daha fazla, daha güçlü bir ekip olması lazım. Burada bir sürü ana bilim dalı başkanı ve idareci arkadaşlar var. Onlara söyleyeyim. Bu istatistikler önemli istatistikler. Hepimiz yaşıyoruz bunları. 16-24 arası. 16-24 arası en çok ihtiyacımız var. Nöbeti ona göre ayarlayalım. Ki ben bunu yapmıştım. Nöbet usulünü şöyle yapmıştım. 8-16, 16-08. Böylece 16 ile 24 arasında 2 kat nöbetçi olmuş oluyordu. İlk uygulayan benim yani bunu. Uzun yıllar önce tabii. Bunun dışında tabii hepimizin tahmin ettiği en çok yeşil başvurusu oluyor. ve en az gerçek acil çok az. Binde 3 ya. Binde 3 gerçek acil. Çok düşük. Ama maalesef yeşil alan başvuruları çok ciddi boyutta. Bunun üzerinde de çok analiz yapmamız lazım. Çünkü acil servislerin eğitiminden tutun yapılanmasına kadar bunlara dikkat etmemiz lazım. Bir de çok önemli yine bahsettik mevsimsel aylarla ilgili başvuru oranları. Genellikle hep Ocak ayının yüksek olduğunu biliyoruz. Pandemiden önce, pandemiden sonra bunları da gördük. Peki hastalık gruplarına bakarsak acilde en fazla gördüğümüz hastalık grubu solunum sistemiyle ilgili. Bunu her zaman zaten biz de görebiliyoruz. Bunun dışında yine öne çıkan kardiyovasküler sistem var ve buna göre de tedbirlerin alınması, solunumla ilgili acil servis yapılanmaların ön plana çıkartılması, ayrıca eğitimin tedavilerinde bu konuda mutlaka göz önüne alınması lazım. Biz biliyoruz ki Kasım, Aralık, Ocak KOH aylarımızdır. Bakın pandemiden önce şunu yaşadık. Bilmiyorum siz de karşılaştınız mı? Mesela solunum yetmezliği olan bir hastada non-invazif ve mekanik ventilasyon ihtiyacı o kadar oluyor ki KOH atakta. Maalesef bir hastadan alıp bir hastaya taktığımız oluyordu yani. Aralıklı vermek zorunda kaldığımız yoğunlukta KOH atakları oluyor. Bu yüzden ileriki slaytlarda değineceğim. KOAH'ta koruyucu tedavi çok önem kazanıyor. Atağı azaltıcı tedavi çok önem kazanıyor. Önümüz KOAH dönemi, önümüz grip dönemi. Bir de üzerine pandemiden çıkmış bir dünyadayız. Yine Eskişehir'den arkadaşlar vardı. Onların yaptığı bir çalışma var. Bakın burada. Balgam atılması, azaltılması, bütün bunlar bir şekilde ne yapıyor? Solunum sistemiyle ilgili fayda veriyor. Ama öncelikle çalışmayla ilgili şunları söyleyelim. 632 hasta incelenmiş ve bunlarda işte gördüğünüz gibi akut bronşitin çok önde olduğunu, KOAH'ın da tabii ki şeylere bakmak, burada yıl totali alınmış. Eğer mevsimsel olsa tabii farklı olur. Atak çok fazla başvuru oluyor. Özellikle bu aylarda dedik. Bunun dışında da akut bronşit en sık karşılaştığımız gruplardan biri. O yüzden atak tedavisinde bazı ilaçların yeri farklı oluyor. Pek kullanmıyor olabiliriz. Ben burada atak tedavisini söylemeyeceğim ama özellikle asetilsisteinin askorbik asitle birlikte KOAH alevlenme oranını azalttığını görüyoruz. O yüzden bronşit vakaları çok fazla, kronik bronşit vakaları çok fazla, KOAH vakaları çok fazla, acil yığılmaları çok fazla. O yüzden özellikle C vitaminli formunu biraz ön plana çıkartarak. Çünkü 2 formu da var değil mi? Oradan gel, şöyle gel. Ama bunlar ikisi de faydalı. Ama N-asetilsisteinin burada koruyucu etkisi mutlaka irdelenmesi lazım. Çünkü hepimiz muzdaribiz. KOAH hastalarını yatıramamaktan, ataklarıyla uğraşmaktan ve bizi böyle bir kış bekliyor şu anda. O yüzden yeterli solunum cihazı hiçbir yerde olmuyor. Yani ne kadar olsa o kadar hasta oluyor. Yine böyle bir çalışma yapılmış, meta analiz bu. Akciğerde oksidatif hasarı azaltarak akciğer fonksiyonu ve serum antioksidan seviyeni arttırdığı gösterilmiş. Tabii meta analiz olması daha bir değer katıyor. Üstelik 2022'de yayınlanmış bir çalışma bu. Araya karışmış bir şey mi bu ya? Dur bir dakika, nereye gittik biz? Emre, biz nereye gidiyoruz? Geriye şöyle gidiliyor. Dur karıştırmayalım. Geriye gitmeyi buldun mu? Yardım alacağız her zamanki gibi. Başa kadar gittik, tekrar gözden geçiriyoruz. Tamam. Ama şurada anlaşıldıysa bir sürü iş başına geliyor ama bu bir halk türküsü en sonunda bir nezle ya da grip götürüyor. O yüzden nezle veya gribi hafife almayalım. Tedavisini hafife almayalım. Gerçekten Covid de bize bunu gösterdi. Bakın onu bulursanız dinleyin. Gerçekten çok güzel bir halk türküsü. Her şey geliyor başına. Adamın akciğeriyle ciğer böbreğini de alıyorlar. Kanser diyorlar ama bir grip götürüyor. O yüzden kışa hazır gidiyoruz, gribe gidiyoruz. Gribi zaten Covid bize ne kadar bedelinin olduğunu öğretti. Ama şurada arkadaşlar ben hep şunu söyledim. Ya grip olunca gerçekten vücudun direnci çok önem kazanıyor. Bunu hatırlarsanız Covid'de aslında birçok defa yani medyada da gazetelerde de ilettim. Birçok şey söylediler tedavide. Klorokin verdiler, favipiravir. Ben hep itiraz ettim. Onun için başıma geliyor her şey. İtiraz ettim. Dedim ya bununla ilgili bir çalışma yok ki. Nitekim sonra kaldırıldı. Bütün yapılan tedaviler 2 yere dayandı. Bakın 2 yere dayandı. O 2 yerden birisi sizin aldığınız virüs miktarı. Ne kadar aldın muhatap olun. İkincisi sizin vücudunuzun direnci. Peki vücut direnci nasıl olacak? Dinleneceksiniz, besleneceksiniz. Semptomlarınız kontrol altında olacak. Semptom kontrol altına almazsan vücut direnci olmaz. Ama biz ne yaptık? Semptomatik tedaviyi göz ardı ettik. Oysa mutlaka semptomatik tedavinin çok iyi bir şekilde yapılması lazımdı. O yüzden arkadaşlar burada grip özellikle ciddi bir hastalık, ölüme de sebep olabilir. Burada çok dikkatli olmamız gerekiyor. Bağışıklık sistemi zayıflamış kişilerde, kalp, akciğer, böbrek fonksiyonları bozuk olanlarda, tabii böyle pandemilerde sapasağlam durumlarda da bununla karşılaştık. Yani ben daha önce İstanbul'a giderken Ok Meydanı'nda çalıştım bir dönem. Öyle haftada 2 gün. Sonra işte İstanbul'dayım. Hiçbir şey yok. Arabada bazı çizikler olmuş maliyetini anlatıyor. Çizikler olunca da boyadık arabayı yanına. Boyayınca ne yapacağım? Araba yok. Ne yapacağım? Metroya bineceğim. Metroya bindim. Ya metroda tabii onun özel kuralları var belli saatlerde. Kendinizi bütün kalabalığın içine atmanız gerekiyor. Ve çok uzun bir mesafe. Yani orada gribi hayal edemedim yani. Grip bir pnömoni hayal edilemez. Yani bu nasıl bir ortam? Yani tabii ondan sonra hastaneler dolar taşar. Yani onun için koruyucu tıp çok önemli diyoruz. Grip bizim yakamızı bırakmayacak arkadaşlar, öyle görünüyor. İşte bu kritik dönemde, kritik bir dönem, özellikle yeni böyle şeyden çıkmışken Covid-19'dan eğer H1N1 yakalıyorsak mutlaka aktif tedavi etmemiz gerekir arkadaşlar. O yüzden buna pratik bir algoritma oluşturmamız lazım. Yani eğer siz akut influenzadan şüpheleniyorsanız mutlaka oseltamiviri de eklememiz uygun olacak. Çünkü pandemi sonrası risk faktörleri daha çok artmış durumda. O yüzden hani daha belki kendi geçer vesaire olmaz. Bakın burada bir özelliği daha var. Ateş, öksürük ve miyaj gibi az önce söylediğim semptomları tedavi etmekte de bize yardımcı olacaktır. Ayrıca vücut direnci demek iyi uyumak demek. Uyku düzenini arttırmakta önemli, viral yayılmayı önlemekte önemli. Dolayısıyla bunu mutlaka yapalım. Özellikle acilde burada çalışan arkadaşlarımız var. İkinci basamaklarda biz çocuk acili, erişkin acili ayırmıyoruz. Acil tıp uzmanlarımızın, asistanlarımızın çoğu uzman oldukları zaman bir de gidiyorlar. Ne yapıyorlar? Çocuk pediatri acili de bakıyorlar ki burada pratisyen arkadaşlarımız da var. O yüzden de influenza tedavisi onlarda da bir şey kazanıyor, önem kazanıyor. Orada da şahsi tedavilerin daha uygun olduğu görülüyor. Sadece oseltamivirin özellikle pediatrik yaş grubunda daha rahat alınabildi ki çocuklara ilaç vermek en önemli şey görünüyor. Bunun dışında biliyorsunuz koah atak tedavilerinden bahsettik. Soğuk hava şartlarında bunlar artacaktır. Ayrıca kapalı ortamlar bizim zaten hepimizin yaşadığı şeyler. Bu yüzden de atak tedavisinde mutlaka neyi kullanıyoruz? İpratropium bromürle salbutamolu, tabii onu biliyorsunuz, hemen anlıyorsunuz ne dediğimi. Bunları diğerlerine göre daha etkin oldu. Hepimiz kullandığımız için biliyoruz. Sadece belki hani isimler aşina değil, onu da çalışmalarımızla isimleri de biraz daha aşina hale getireceğiz. Özellikle GNA 2022'ye göre burada da hem acil servisteki tedavi açısından önem kazandığını, hastaneye yatışın azaldığını, ki az önce onu söyledim, yatak bulmak çok zor hastalarına. Hastaneye yatışı azaltan tedaviler bize çok faydalı. Bunları hiçbir zaman unutmayalım arkadaşlar. 2022 GNA'ya göre de bu tedaviyi yapmamız lazım. Yine GOLD'da da aynı şekilde her iki ilacın monoterapisine göre birlikte kullanımlarının çok daha uygun olabileceğini görüyoruz. Bu yüzden bunu öneriyoruz. Değil mi Ayşe Hanım? Doğru söylüyorum. Tamam. Mevsimler geçişlerden bahsediyorduk. Evet, acilde kış ayrı, yaz ayrı, bahar ayları ayrı. Bunları biraz daha toparlayacağız. Süreyi de düzgün kullanacağız. Merak etmeyin. Bunlar arasında hastalıkla hiç dikkatinizi çekti mi? Mesela ben bu soruyu vizitlerde soruyorum. Onu söyleyeceğim slaytlarda, ama giz kanamasının mevsimi var mı sizce? Mevsimi olur mu? Bazı hastalıkların mevsimi yok. Ama bazılarının var. Kimse bilemedi. Önceden biz biliyorduk. Gastrointestinal sistemin kanamalarının da bir mevsimi var. Onu da birazdan anlatacağım. Şimdi arkadaşlar, bu solunum yolları enfeksiyonlarında antibiyotik kullanımı çok tartışmalı, biliyorsunuz. Ülkemizde hep gündeme geliyor. Ama özellikle üst solunum yolu enfeksiyonunda bakteriyel eğer düşünüyorsak mutlaka antibiyotik kullanmayı unutmamamız lazım. Antibiyotik kullanımını azaltacağız diye de hastaların hayatını riske atamayız. Yani şimdi gereksiz hastaya antibiyotik vermek ne kadar zararlıysa gerekli hastaya vermemek daha zararlı. Gerekli hastaya vermemek ondan da daha zararlı. Onu iyi ölçümlememiz mutlaka gerekiyor. Çünkü biliyorsunuz ki siz de çok iyi yaşıyorsunuz. Bizim sepsis vakalarımızın çoğu pnömosepsistir. Ve üst solunum yollarıyla başlamıştır. O yüzden bu konuda çok dikkat etmemiz lazım. Yine çalışmalar bunu gösteriyor ki etkin sefodoksim en çok tanıdığımız 3. kuşaklardan biri ve oldukça etkili olduğunu deneyimlerinizde de çalışmalarla da görüyorsunuz. 3. kuşak antibiyotiklerin şöyle bir özelliği var. Hani gram negatif etkin ön plandadır. Gram pozitif etkinliği biraz zayıftır. Ama burada öyle bir şey görmüyoruz. Burada gram pozitif etkinliğinde güçlü olduğunu söylediğimiz ilaç grubundan biri. Özellikle az solunum yolu enfeksiyonlarında seçkin bir ilaç. Bunu da buradan tekrar söylemiş olalım. Yine kronik kalp hastalığı ve solunum sistemi hastalıkları ve bu hastalıklara bağlı ölümlerin soğuklarda daha fazla olduğunu görüyoruz. Bunun dışında da kazalar, düşmeler ve yaralanmalarda kış aylarında da bir artış görebiliyoruz. Peki acilde hemen her reçetede ne görebiliyoruz? Non-steroid antiinflamatuarlar. Bu yüzden de özellikle düşmelerde, çarpmalarda mutlaka reçetelerimizde oluyor. Az önce bahsettiğim semptomatik tedavide de mutlaka bu ağrı kesicilerin bir şekilde reçete edildiğini biliyoruz. Bunun için de tabii neler önemli? Hızlı etki etsin, yan etkisi az olsun. İki şey istiyoruz. Bir, hızlı etki etsin. İki, yan etkisi az olsun. Bunu incelemek lazım. Burada da işte görüyorsunuz gerçekten 1909 hasta bu konuda parasitamolle kombinasyonun daha iyi olduğu gösterildi. O yüzden de dexketoprofen trometamolla birlikte kombinasyonun etkili olduğu ve bizim de deneyiminiz var zaten, ben soruyorum. Bu konularda iyiyiz. Bunun dışında alerjik problemler bizi ilkbaharda bekliyor. Alerjik rinit, alerjik solunum yolu problemleri ve astım dahil, onlar da şeylerde görüyoruz arkadaşlar. İlkbahar aylarında özellikle atopik yapıda çok insanımız var ve bunların da ciddi bir şekilde tedaviye ihtiyacı oluyor. Yine burada söyleyebileceğimiz semptomatik konularda özellikle alerjik rinitte hapşırma, kaşıntı, burun tıkanıklığı ve rinore gibi birden fazla semptom var ve bunları kontrol altına almakta pseudoefedrin de içeren preparatların kullanılmasında fayda var ama biz bunları gripte de üst solunum yolu enfeksiyonlarında da semptomları kontrol altına almak için önerdiğimizi söyleyelim. Yine az önce bahsettiğim arkadaşlar ilkbaharda ne olur? Stres faktörleri vesaire, mide kanamaları. Mide kanamalarında da mutlaka PPI'larla kontrol altına almamız gerekiyor. Ve burada da dikkat ederseniz acilde bir infüzyon tedavisi yapıyoruz. Bunu hep söylüyorum. Burada tekrar söyleyeyim. PPI'da infüzyon tedavisi ayrı bir önem arz ediyor. Çünkü acildeyken ne yapıyoruz? Mide pH'ini 6'da tutmaya çalışıyoruz. Neden 6'da tutmaya çalışıyoruz? Çünkü pıhtılaşma faktörlerinin en iyi çalıştığı şey o. Onu da ancak infüzyonla sağlarsınız. Onun dışında da mutlaka bir PPI ile tedavisini devam ettirmek gerekiyor. Burada da hızlı etki, uzun etkiyle rapipronazolun ön plana çıktığını söyleyelim. Peki yaz aylarında neler bizi bekliyor? İşte gastroenteritler hemen orada kendini gösteriyor. İdrar yolu enfeksiyonları biraz daha yaz aylarında önümüze daha fazla çıkıyor arkadaşlar. Bunlarda da neler yapabiliriz? Gastroenterit tedavilerinde özellikle çocuklarda bu daha ciddi bir sorun. Kaybettiği sıvının mutlaka verilmesi lazım. Ama işte semptomatik tedaviler orada da önem kazanabilir. İdrar yolu enfeksiyonları ise pielonefrite zemin açacak ve bunlar üseye gibi değil. Yani hani viral olduğunu düşünmüyoruz. Burada mutlaka antibiyotik vermemiz lazım. Orada da yine sefadoksimin etkin bir antibiyotik olduğunu burada iletebiliriz. Şimdi arkadaşlar sonuç olarak bu da benim anlatmak istediğim aslında yaşlara göre acil servisler değerlendirilmeli. Hasta başvurularına göre acil servisler yapılandırılmalı. Saatlere göre acil servisler yapılandırılmalı. Ve hastalıklara göre de bizim eğitimlerimiz planlanmalıdır. Mesela az önce verdiğim örnek, biz kış aylarında koahla uğraşıyoruz. Yaz aylarında ortopedi vakalarıyla uğraşıyoruz. Yaz aylarında femur kırığı 15 gün ameliyat etmeyi bekliyor. Kış aylarında koah hastalarımız yer bulamıyor. Bunun için planlamaları mutlaka buna göre yapmamız, eğitimlerimizi de buna göre tazelememiz gerekir. Mesela kış aylarına girince eğitim konuları farklı olmalı. Yaz aylarına girince farklı olmalı. En önemlisi idarecilerin bu konuda mutlaka bilgilendirilmesi gerekiyor. Acil servis dizaynının bu konuda güzel yapılması bize fayda verecektir. Bir konuyu yine özellikle vurgulamak istiyorum arkadaşlar. Verdiğimiz tedavilerin önemini bilelim ve hastaların semptomatik tedavilerinin çok önemli olduğunu unutmayalım. Covid pandemisi döneminde bu konu biraz fazla gündeme geldi. Şöyle düşünün, hasta geliyor Covid tanısı için yapıyor, test yapıyor. Covid negatif çıkıyor, eve gönderiliyor. Ama Covid negatif hasta niye sana geldi? Semptomu var. Semptom için tedavi yok. Çünkü Covid polikliniği ayrı. Orada ilaç yazılmıyor. Oraya git. 4 defa kuyruğa giriyor adam. Bu yüzden de semptomatik tedavilerde biz geri kaldık. Bunun bir alışkanlık haline gelmemesi lazım. Mutlaka semptomatik tedavilere önem verelim. Gerekli hastalarda antibiyotik tedavilerine önem verelim. Ve bu konudaki yaklaşımlarımızı da mevsimsel olabileceğini, yaşlara göre farklı olabileceğini bilmemiz gerekiyor. Bu sosyal sorumluluk projesi kapsamında da uydu sempozyumunda bana konuşma fırsatı verdiği için ve bu önemli konuyu gündemimize taşıdığı için Celtis İlaç'a ben çok teşekkür ediyorum. Soru ve katkılarınız varsa buradayım Sayın Başkan.
Çok teşekkür ederiz Sayın Başkanım. Başkandan başkana diyor ya. Güzel sunumunuz için. Ben salondan katkı, destek ya da farklı bir şey olursa onları alabiliriz. tam da bu kış öncesi bir dönemde kış hazırlığı diyor ya, kış hazırlığı açısından alert olmamız gereken hastalık gruplarıyla ilgili ve özellikle ülkemizin farklı bölgelerinde. Sinop'tan gelen var mı aramızda? Bir tane gelmeye yakalamışız. Bir acil uzmanı arkadaşımız söylemişti de Türkiye'de en yaşlı nüfusun olduğu şehir diye Sinop. Ne kadar doğru biliyorum da. Yani daha çok geriatrik hastaların ağırlıklı geldiği bir yer. Tabii böyle ülkemizde çok farklı yerlerde çok farklı hasta profili olmakla birlikte acil servisler tüm hastalıklar için her mevsimde zaman zaman farklı hastalıkların gelebildiği, başvuru yaptığı yerler. Dolayısıyla farklı deneyimler de olabilir. Salondan katkı anlamında, bu anlamda.
Sayın Başkanım, siz tahmin ediyor muydunuz mesela en çok başvurunun 20-28 yaş arasında olduğunu, ki sizin yayınınızda böyle çıkmış?
Evet.
Yayını yaparken 20-28 yaş arası en fazla başvuru.
İşte ben de onu diyecektim. Yani bölge bölge, şehir şehir. Şimdi ben Sinop örneğini verdim ama ülkemizde çok farklı. Mesela hakikaten önümüzdeki kongrelerde de acaba böyle bir şeyimiz olur mu? Bölgesel, atıyorum X bölgesinde şu hastalıklar veya daha fazla, daha yoğun karşılaştım. Türkiye çok farklı bir şey var. Heterojen bir yapısı var. Bilmiyorum, o çalışmada çok şeyim yok ama muhtemelen o şekilde. Evet. Evet, Hasan.
Hasan Sultanoğlu Düzce Üniversitesi'nden. Hocam küçük illerde üniversitelerin çok büyük bir etkisi oluyor. Bizde de keza öyle. Üniversite açık olduğu dönemlerde genç başvuru sayısı çok fazla artıyor. 20 ve 29 yaş arası. Muhtemelen aksayıda çıkma nedenlerinden bir tanesi de o olabilir. Üniversite gençlerinin malum en ufak nedenden dolayı yani, acillere başvurması o oranı değiştirme şeyleri yüksek hocam.
Sanıyorum çok önemli bir nokta, çünkü biz bu konuda deneyimimiz oldu. Bizim aslında tabii ki çok merkezli yapacağımız çalışmalar bu konuda bize ışık tutar. Bunlar içinde de muhtemelen geriatrik aciller ön plana çıkacaktır. Ama şunu da unutmamak lazım. Gerçekten sayı olarak yeşil alan çok fazla sayıları etkilediği için muhtemelen yeşil alana başvurularda da değişik yaş grupları olabilir. Yani hani geriatri çok fazla yeşil alana gitmiyor. Dikkat ederseniz burada aslında çok önemli bir istatistik de vardı. Bu bizim için de önemli tabii yine de. 3 gerçek acil. Mesela Amerika Birleşik Devletleri'nde arkadaşlar bu semptomlara baktığımızda şuuru kapalı bir şekilde komayla başvuranların oranı %20'ymiş acil servise. %20. Bizde kaç? Bizde 3 falan yani. Yani acil servisler yapılanması böyle. Ama şimdi bu sorun şöyle bir şeyi getirmiyor. Yani bazı arkadaşlar özellikle eğitim konusunda diyorlar ki hocam biz yeşil alan hastaları bize bir şey katmıyor. Hayır, yeşil alan çok önemli bir alan. Neden biliyor musunuz? Çünkü dispepsiyle giden ve MI çıkan hasta yeşil alanda. Baş ağrısıyla gidip anevrizma çıkan hasta da yeşil alanda. Bunları ayırt etmek bir uzmanlık işi. Bunu göz ardı etmememiz lazım. Evet, daha basit hasta grubu olabilir ama aynı zamanda yeşil alana başvururlar. Bunun tabii ki hastane öncesine taşınması, acile bir süzgeç oluşturulması, bir bariyer oluşturulması çok önemli. Ama maalesef bunu sağlayamadık. Bu koşullarda da nasıl olur bilemem. Mutlaka sistemin yeniden aciller üzerine yapılanması lazım. Ya benim merak ettiğim bir konu da yani hani az önce bahsettiğim ortopedi göğüs yataklarının sayılarının veya değiştirilmesi gibi bir uygulama, ya mevsimlere göre yatak sayılarında değişiklikler planlayan klinikler oluyor mu, yoksa sadece idari inisiyatifle mi boş olan yatağa yatır şeklinde mi gidiyor? Hocam sizin yönetici olduğunuz birimlerde böyle uygulamalar düşünülebilir mi?
Düşünülebilir. Şu anda birçok tahmin ediyorum yani salondan pek şey gelmedi ama farklı uygulamalar olmakla birlikte çoğunlukla acildeki bu yeni işte yönerge ve şeyden dolayı hastalar hastanenin uygun bir şekilde değil mi? Uygun yerlerine yatırılabiliyor bildiğim kadarıyla.
O zaman hocam ya bu şeyler buradan birçok sonuç çıkartabileceğimizi söyleyebilirim. Yani bu istatistiklerin bize yol göstereceğini, bu istatistiklere göre yapılanma olacağını Mehmet hocam da sabah gösterdi. Bir tebliğ çıktı biliyorsunuz. O tebliğde 20 yıllık mücadeleden sonra kritik bakım ünitelerinin acilde yapılanması onayı çıktı. Sessiz sedasız bir devrim olacak acil servislerde. Bu çok önemli bir konuydu. Onu da buradan ileteyim. Hocam çekiliş zamanı geldi mi? Herhalde
Çekiliş, sürprizler demiştik.
en önemli zamanı çekiliş zamanı yani. Çekiliş zamanı. Tabii yürümeler de ödüllü değil mi? En son 1, 2, 3'e ödül var mı? Var. Tamam, herkesi bekliyoruz cumartesi sabahı. Ben hızlı yürürüm. Hızlı yürümenin bir faydası yok değil mi? Adım sayısı önemli. Yapma ya. O zaman adımları küçük atmak önemli. Adımları küçük atmak mı iyi? Pekala. Evet, çekilişi Mehmet hocamız yapıyorsunuz değil mi Sayın Başkan?
Sunumun başında söylemiştik sürprizlerle dolu bir toplantı diye. Şimdi bu şanslı katılımcıyı bulmak için bayağı bir karıştırdım biraz şöyle. Biraz kendimi arıyorum da. Evet arkadaşlar. Tek bir çekiliş yapacağız değil mi hocam?
Bir tane yedek çek istersen. Önce yedeği çek, olmaz. Bir tane çek, olmazsa yedeği.
Şöyle en sıkı sarılmış bir tanesini çıkardım. Heyecanla bekliyoruz. Boşmuş. Pardon. Evet. Çalışayım.
Doktor yazsın herhalde.
Doktor Muhammed Çakas.
Muhammed Çakas burada mı? Tamam. Muhammed ne istiyorsun? İsteyeyim. Çekiliş sende. Ne istiyorsun? Sana özel, hadi bakalım. İlk çekiliş olduğu için. Ama canım yani şeyli bir şey iste yani şimdi. Kurallara göre bir şey iste. Evet.
Kongre isteyebiliyor muyuz?
Evet.
Ya mümkünse kongre isteyebiliyor muyuz?
Ağanın eli tutulmaz. İstiyor. Evet. İstiyorsunuz. Seneye VASEM Kongresi'ne kaydınızı yapıyoruz.
Teşekkür ederiz.
Tamam. Not alalım bak, unutturmayın bize o zaman. Menderes Bey'e ismini yazdır. Tamam. VASEM Kongresi'ne kayıtlısın. İlk üyemiz, ilk kongre katılımcısı sensin.
Teşekkür ederim.
İyi, başka bir şey istemedi yani. İyi. Ne istese vereceğiz. Evet. Peki çok teşekkürler. Var mı hocam? Hemen şeye başlamamız lazım. Arkadaşlar burada diğer sunum devam edecek. Katılımlarınız bize mutluluk veriyor. Biliyoruz tabii burada takım elbiseyle ders dinlemek kolay değil. Dışarıda değişik bir ortam var. Ama yine de burada bulunmanızdan çok mutlu oluyoruz. Burada bulunun, devam ediyoruz. Diğer tarafta görevli olanlar da çıkabilirler. Çok teşekkürler.
Evet.
I would ask him to introduce himself in a moment. We are looking forward to the session. Just some rules of engagement. Each of our speakers has prepared a presentation which will run for 10 minutes each, and then we'll be able to have a 20-minute discussion thereafter amongst all of the panelists, looking at this very important topic of concerns for the future of emergency medicine in the various areas. So with that, I'm going to hand over to my colleague to introduce himself.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Anwar Lawadi. I'm from Kuwait. My background is emergency medicine, international EMS, global health and public health, and disaster medicine. I would like to thank the organizing committee for this, wonderful opportunity, and to meet colleagues from, internationally to share all these experiences. But also would like to thank also Roger for the introduction, and without further ado, we'll start the session.
Right, so our first speaker is coming from India. Srinath Kumar is an emergency physician. He has been a pioneer of emergency medicine within the Indian region, and he is passionate about the work that he does. And I'm also told he is a fantabulous ballroom dancer. So time to dust off those twinkle toes and get him out to the stage.
Thank you, Roger. It's always a pleasure to be with you, and you being a moderator, it will be more active for both the audience as well as the speaker. So, hi everyone. It's a pleasure to be on this platform, especially a special mention to our professor and president, Dr. Bashar Kanda, who is always a kind friend and what else to say, he's a great emergency physician who bonds everybody in the world. And he has brought all the 6 continents together to this forum. and he has made emergency medicine a true emergency physician, which he likes it. And not to waste much of time, so I'm being asked to talk about the future of EM in Asia and the concerns and how to mitigate it. So with this, I am Dr. T.S. Srinath Kumar. I am the group head of emergency services of a group of hospitals called as Yashoda Hospitals in Hyderabad, India, and also the treasurer for Asian Society and the International Federation of Emergency Medicine, and the chair for emergency medicine for the National Board of Examinations. So why is it important in Asia? We all know, because the population itself says both India and China put together cannot match anywhere in the world. It's almost like 2.6 billion, if I'm not wrong. So that is the reason why we are here to take care of it. And remaining population, as you put together, it doesn't come anywhere near close to it. And the next one is the Africa, which my close friend will be speaking in the next few minutes. And we know in Asia there are multiple countries, and each country itself is a continent, and EM itself as a specialty was not recognized 30 years back or 40 years back, even before we have not been anything, before we were born also. And this is the whole platform you can see where all India, the EM is being recognized, and 27 as per 2019 data, that's what it says. And to develop any specialty, it is important that it phases through 3 phases. That's what every time we keep saying. That is a primary stage, where the various specialties apart from the emergency medicine come together, they make a platform, they create the syllabus, they give it across. And then the secondary stage is the economic structure, because every subject itself has its own importance by itself. And then lastly, when such societies form up, every country has its own society. They form, they create the curriculum, they create all the things which is required, and they submit it to the legislative structure, that is the national health policy. And then once the Medical Council of India, what we say in India, which or any other country, the health ministers sit with the societies and take a call and say that this is a specialty which has been recognized. So this is how each and every department gets into place, and EM is the one which is the most important. And as such, if you see in Asia, apart from our illnesses, which Dr. Basar was telling about, the influenza, COVID, everything, it is not the only one. We have the vulnerable continent as the disasters also. So these are the 10 top countries which has the disasters also. So hence the disaster medicine is also important apart from your regular medicine. And this data I have taken up from the Asian Society, where they have put up a good background of every country which has been developed as an EM as a specialty. So you can see Singapore was the one which got the earliest recognition in emergency medicine, and third was Turkey. And you can see India is way low. It was only in 2009. And if you see the year of post-graduation and the National Society of EM established, it usually takes a 10-year, that is 1 decade. So every specialty goes through this phase, and only then it becomes a recognized specialty in the country itself. So that is how EM has developed. And so we can imagine why I'm telling all these things is the future of EM is now with youngsters of you all. You all should take it forward, because a hardship has been put into the specialty to be developed itself. So you can see the emergency doctors for the number of population. And again, country-wise, if you see, the Thailand has the number of population, and you can see the number of ED doctors, which has the highest. And then you can see the Turkey, which is the 5th highest, having the emergency physician. Again, it's a great credit to the society, the EPAT, which is doing a very good work in the system. And then if you see the breakdown of hospitals with the emergency departments and the capability, again, you can see that Japan, followed by South Korea, Thailand, Taiwan, and again Turkey is in the number 6th position. And India, we could not get the data because not many emergency physicians are there. We could see only one in maybe in 10 million or per crore. That's how it is being going on as per the current data. And this slide will show you the whole of Asia, which has a emergency care systems for universal health coverage. And this is how it has been developed, and with this one slide we can see that how a tertiary care illness or an acutely ill patient or an injured patient which comes to the ED department and what happens in the ED department itself, and that is how the timeline, and that is where it is. And when I went into each and every country, it shows its own importance and its own problems which has been facing. And then the dispatch capabilities. Every country has a national ambulance system like 911 in US. So in our country, it started with 108 and it covers almost 32 states in the country, as well as we have extended our support to our neighboring countries like Sri Lanka and also in Nepal, where the whole EMS system has been maintained by the 108 ambulance service, which has been developed as a flagship of the government of India. So now coming to the real problems, what are we facing? We are facing a huge issues, and this overcrowding is not only in India, everywhere, every part of the country, every part of the world, every ED which is facing. Usually I see some of the displays also saying that the next patient to be seen in the emergency department will take 12 hours, 14 hours, 16 hours. Even in NHS, that is the main reason. When I was contacting my colleagues, many of my students are there, they were also telling that the next patient to be seen in the ED with a priority 4 illness will take about 48 hours or so. And the other major issue is the disease variability. India is such a diverse country. From north, it is in Jammu Kashmir. In the south, it is Kanyakumari. So in the north, it is the disease variability is extremely different. Because the temperature zones are extremely different in the north when it is in the south. So we see -12, -16 degrees. So there is cold emergencies, and down south the temperatures will go up to 45, 50 degrees. So you see in heat emergencies. So that is the variability. And then the accidents, then the disaster prone, whether it is accidents, whether it is natural disasters or man-made disasters. Everything is again different in culture. So in Myanmar, we all are aware that there is a military coup. So even the emergency departments are overflooded with the injuries itself, so that the Myanmar country has been looking after. And recently in Sri Lanka, we all know that there was an emergency which was being declared, and so many of the EDs were shut down, and the ED physicians had to flee the country, and also some of them who are there during the COVID also could not be able to manage the situation. And of course now, post-emergency, they have come up with a good plan. They're taking the support of the WHO, they're taking the support of all the SAARC countries and developing back their nation into normalcy. In Philippines, we see now and then it is the disasters which is happening, hurricanes, the earthquakes, everything. So they are more into the disaster-prone area, and they are being taking into that considerations. And Nepal, we saw there was a major earthquake in 2017, and post-earthquake there was a COVID, and again there was a huge floods. So they are coming out of this apart from the regular illnesses. Because I am speaking about as an emergency physician, and we are all looking into what care we can take care of. That is how it has been looked after. And Russia, I need not say, there is a war zone which has been going on, and that is how it is happening. And with Pakistan, there are a lot of mass casualties apart from the regular illnesses. So they are recouping with the mass casualties which they are looking into. Middle East, it is the majorly, when I went into the most of the countries of the Middle East, the first and foremost is the heat-related injuries. Second is substance is next common thing. The third one was the orthopedic injuries, trauma, high intensity traumas. These were the main things which we could see there, and that is how it has been looked into. And then EM in Japan and Taiwan, the population is growing. So they are more into the geriatric age group, and they are looking into how they can cope up. Like in Canada, again, the geriatric emergency services are getting ready, and when the population grows, the more intensivity falls on the EM physicians, because we are not only able to take care of the regular patients which are coming into the EM, but we have to take care of the people who are grown up, because they are the one who expect all the care for them. And when it is there, to triage them, to look into them, and again to mitigate them is very, very important, because a subdural hemorrhage in the case of an elderly patient is not the same as an adult patient, because for them it's a regular thing. And when you take a CT scan and see that it is a chronic infarct which they have there rather than the acute infarct. Whereas in an adult which is the 25 to 45 years age group, the relevance will be entirely different. Like this, when you look into the airway for the geriatric age group, it is entirely different. So like this, they are developing their own skills which is required for the geriatric EM. And Singapore and Malaysia you can see that it was well-developed systems right away in the 1983 itself. As per the Western standards, they are growing up. And then there also the same thing, the geriatric age group is one which is getting into the picture. And lastly, we are in Turkey and we all know what are the issues going on. I saw yesterday, I saw today, what are the things is major is overcrowding. Everybody wants to visit an emergency department because it is free in care, and then when they come to the emergency department, they want everything to be done on their table itself. So this major issues are being seen. When you put everything in common, there are four things which I would like to tell. One is overcrowding. Second is the infectious diseases which we are just coming out of COVID. 3 waves, 4 waves, 5th wave is gone through, but we have forgotten our regular medicine. The regular medicine is your non-infectious diseases, that is your hypertension, diabetes. These are the two things and which is going in for the myocardial infarction and the stroke illnesses. So this four, which is the non-communicable diseases, which is still a major burden for emergency departments. And post-COVID, we have seen a spurt in the cases of these four illnesses again. So that we have to overcome. And how can we overcome? There are 5 things which I always keep telling: A, B, C, D, E, airway, breathing, circulation, disability, and exposure. In the same way, it is nothing but we have to look into and mitigate our own plans. How can we do it? It's a very simple one. I just looked into A for aggression. Being in emergency department, we should be aggressive for the illness, look into the plan and detail it and do it. So B is for branding yourself, because most of the emergency departments feel that we are not being brandized, we are not being taken into consideration, we are not being looked into. So branding ourselves, like what Professor Bashar used to keep on telling in his communication skills, it's very important to communicate ourselves. That is what is C. So you communicate, you'll be in the top. If you don't communicate yourselves, you will always be let down. The third thing, that's communication. Fourth is your detailed planning. Plan is important. Conferences like this is important for every country, where you can sit down, plan it out for your country, mitigate it, and show it to the public that this is how an emergency department works and what are the things we are looking into the future. Lastly, environmental injuries, especially the climate change which is happening and which we are seeing across the world, is bringing in a lot of diseases which are unknown to us or not heard of it. So with this, thank you very much, Dr. Bashar, and the whole team of EPAT, which is always keeping in team. So, welcome to India for our next program, which is the Emergency Medicine Congress, which is happening in this month end, November, month end 25, 26, 27. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Srinath. We're not going to take questions at this stage because we've got a segment scheduled for discussion at the end of the session. So if any audience members do have any questions, if I could ask them to hold on to them for the discussion period. But thank you.
Thank you.
I've realized that I don't walk across the stage with half as much flair as Prof. Canlı does. just going to quit this. I'm not going to use the presenter for this one. I've got my own one as well, so it's not a problem here, but thank you. Yeah, that's picked it up now. Right, thank you very much. As I said, my name is Roger Dickerson. I am quite frequent at this conference, and it's wonderful to be back here once again. I am from the beautiful city of Cape Town. That is a picture of my hospital sitting in front of Table Mountain. But we are sitting in this beautiful part of the world at the moment. What I'm going to be looking at during this little while is looking at some of the concerns with regards to the future of emergency medicine on the African continent. And I'll be using some of the examples from South Africa and where they can be extended into the continent. Now, I just have to state from a declarations perspective is that I am an emergency physician. And because I'm an emergency physician, I do come with requisite warnings. I can do problem solving, I can do multitasking, but often I'm filled with bad language, and especially if I have not had coffee. So this appeared in a newspaper recently. And admittedly, when I saw this, my first thought was this at my hospital? When I found out that no, it wasn't at my hospital, I then started to look and I thought, only 3, knowing how much overcrowding is crippling emergency departments across the world. And then I looked at the waiting time of 12 hours and thought, in some instances, these patients are lucky it wasn't longer. But what really came to the truth was that it wasn't referring to emergency departments at all. And it was simply now that not only are there queues at emergency department doors, but there are literally queues to get to the summit of Everest. And I think that's the difficulty. We are all faced with large patient volumes. And you say, it's okay, we can handle this. It's okay, let me take a step back. Take a step back. So you do. And you take another step back. And another step back. And you realize these are the patients who are needing our care. And how do we, as emergency medicine, cope with this? And I think this is one of the big difficulties, is that if we don't cope with it, it's going to lead to death. And that is something that scares me. It's something that keeps me awake at night. It's not about the numbers of sick patients in my department. It's about the numbers of patients waiting to get into it, because they are really an unknown quantity. We don't know yet what's wrong with them, what their severity of illness is, and what we can do about it. So, if we look at most of our hospitals, I'm sure your emergency department looks like this. Squeaky clean, more beds than patients. Anyone? Certainly not like this on the African continent. In the African continent, this is what our hospitals look like, where we've got stretchers in hallways, and it's become so formalized that the stretcher positions are even numbered so we can find them easier. But let's take a step back. This is an internal medicine resident in her natural habitat. Okay? And I've got a photograph of an emergency medicine resident in their natural habitat. I've just realized that that looks very much like Professor Zainab. Do you wear your hair out to the side, Prof? And the thing is that within the continent, we are very similar. So it doesn't matter where you are in the world, whether you're sitting here in Antalya or Istanbul, or going down to the other end of the continent, that continent that has been traversed has very similar problems to what is being faced all over the world. Emergency medicine is the new kid on the block when you compare it to other disciplines. And as the new kid on the block, we tend to make mistakes. We go from being the baby, not taken seriously. We then become the toddler. And just like any toddler, we always want to say, sorry, I don't think the sound is coming through. What we find out is that the toddlers throw tantrums. We want it all, we want it now. So we throw a tantrum. And then when we get it, it's a bit of a problem. Because once we've got it, we're the nasty teenagers. And the nasty teenagers who can't learn from anybody. And so we've then got to say, we need to make a decision. We need to be able to see what are we going to do going forward to ensure that we don't make the mistakes that others have made in their development. The difficulty for emergency medicine is that our decision-making trees are never like this. Our decision-making trees look more like this. And trying to make an appropriate decision in the midst of chaos is never easy. We hope that we will make the appropriate decisions, and when we do, we get really excited. But we need to learn from the others, how others have done it. So what now? As we've seen the development of emergency medicine from its beginnings, and we learned from other disciplines, we grew up alongside other disciplines to a point that we were able to stand up on our own 2 feet and become recognized clinicians within facilities. But in our own minds, we are more than that. We are literally often, with our toys, the superheroes of the health system. We are expected to manage all cases at all times. And admittedly, I do consider myself a superhero, but I don't look as good in spandex as others. But that can be our own kryptonite. And our own kryptonite is what is going to destroy our specialty. And that is what makes me concerned on our continent. Because we need to look at the life after, and understanding that if we don't do something now, there might not be life after. Because many of our residents are starting to think, if I'm able to get through the speciality program and finish, then what? Is there life after my residency? And let's look at the realities that our residents are faced. Firstly, from a time perspective. Unlike most disciplines, emergency medicine has to function at a high level right round the clock against our circadian rhythms. But in addition to this, it has a tremendous impact on a normal family life, on social lives, when emergency physicians are spending 2/3 of their working careers outside of normal working hours. I've mentioned the patient loads already, but that places additional strain on any individual. And the uncertainty of when that flood will hit adds additional stress. Then there is inevitable conflict, and that conflict may be between divisions, so between disciplines within a facility. It may be between colleagues, and often, unfortunately, these days, it's often conflict between patients and the clinical teams. And we are seeing increased numbers of severe assaults occurring of clinical staff nursing staff, medical staff, by patients and family members of patients. We have the turf wars, now that we are an established discipline, having to fight for what we believe in our disciplines. The access block. At this stage, I've just received the updated stats from my unit this morning. We are outnumbered by a 2-to-1 factor, so there are more than 2 patients per emergency department bed waiting for beds in the ward, let alone the amount of patients that we are trying to meet. And in all of this, our residents are needing to try and balance life and work. And this is generally what a resident looks like at the end of their residency. They start out young and eager, but they are often quite jaded by the time that they end it. And that is something that concerns me, is what exactly are we going to do to ensure that this does not happen again? And this is being reported all over the world with regards to the stresses that emergency physicians are feeling. And that makes me worry. It keeps me up at night. The burnout in emergency medicine in our country is extreme. And most of our clinical specialists are looking to exit the specialty after only 10 to 15 years practicing as a specialist, because they just can't balance it all. And it's also not knowing what's around the corner. In addition to your regular loads, there are things like wars. And there will be another war, and there will be another pandemic, and emergency medicine will need to cope. Because as was mentioned yesterday, emergency medicine is the front line. Finally, within our continent, job security has become a greater and greater risk. With financial meltdowns occurring all over, there are often not specialist posts for our residents to go into once they have graduated. And because of this, we see that many of these specialists that we've spent a lot of resources training are leaving the countries and leaving the continent simply in order to put food on the table. It makes me worry. This photograph is quite a unique one. This was the night shift welcoming the day shift and trying to impart their words of wisdom of what they'd learned overnight. So I've painted quite a bleak picture about emergency medicine on the African continent, that we are literally hanging on by our fingernails to keep services together. But it's not all doom and gloom. We are able to put band-aids on, and we can survive because of the spirit of emergency medicines. And what we need to ensure is that that spirit isn't extinguished. And this is when I start saying, I've spoken about the bad, let's talk about the good. So in South Africa, emergency medicine has just turned 20. It is almost an adult. But within the African continent, it is still a toddler in some areas, a teenager in others. But what has assisted is the formation of the African Federation for Emergency Medicine. It has helped societies get emergency medicine registered as and recognized as a base specialty. It is formed up by numerous national societies, and Srinath noted the importance of national societies in getting emergency medicine registered with authorities. But you can see across the African continent, those are the number of sites that there are now emergency physicians in place. And it's growing on a daily basis. What we're also seeing across the African continent is the sharing of resources. And these are not only from a financial perspective, but also from an intellectual one, where we are able to ensure that people have got a good training base, and residents are moved all over the continent in order to ensure that occurs. And then once they have been trained, they are assisted in the setup of more formalized systems in their base countries. And so there is hope. But whilst we are driving the development of emergency medicine in the African continent, we need to ensure that we are able to survive. We need to stand up for ourselves. And certainly we are not doing the greatest job in my neck of the woods. And so my last slide is just to say we need to keep calm and carry on, but perhaps not that calm. Emergency medicine thrives on the excitement, on the difficulty. We shouldn't shy away from it, but we also need to ensure that it doesn't damage us in the long run. We are not alone. We're not alone in South Africa. We are not alone on the African continent. Emergency medicine is a global force. And it's together that we are able to move forward, and it's together that we can survive any crisis across the world. And it's meetings like these that emphasize that. I apologize that the sound isn't coming through, but it is one of my favorite quotations from Winston Churchill, who said, "This is not the end. It's not even the beginning of the end. It is perhaps the end of the beginning." Thank you.
Next is Dr. Paul Cabela from the United States.
Next page. Okay, perfect.
Next page. Laser.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. You know, I'm giving a report on the Americas, and I'm going to be more heavily influenced on what's happening in the United States. One of the things that's happened through the Americas, as I understand, the volume in Canada after the pandemic is actually up. The volume, the volume in Mexico is up, and overcrowding is a problem in every country. But as Dr. Dickerson has said and pointed out, you know, the African emergency medicine organizations are about 20 years old. In the US, we turned 50 a couple of years ago. And so we're reaching some unique problems that I think all emergency medicine organizations, whatever their age, need to address. And these are some of the issues that we face in the US, which will be very different than some of the issues that face elsewhere. So I'm going to concentrate not on the same issues of overcrowding, but really what's happening in the US, and this is of concern to the emergency physicians there. The biggest issue that we have in the US right now is a workforce issue. For many, many years, we wanted to train more emergency physicians. We projected that there was going to be surplus, or there's going to not be enough emergency physicians in the United States. But unfortunately now, we probably have trained too many emergency physicians. And so we are looking at potentially in 8 years, in 2030, to actually have a surplus of emergency physicians. But the issue that's happening here is that no one, of course, saw the pandemic. But in the United States, emergency department volumes had gone up virtually every single year. And now when the pandemic hit, volumes obviously went down dramatically, up to 40% decreases during the pandemic. The issue that we have in the US is those volumes are still not necessarily back to 100%. And many people believe that we've plateaued in our volume of emergency department visits. I'm not so sure that's the case, but urgent cares have popped up, and telemedicine in the United States is becoming very prevalent. And insurance companies in the US, which is not an issue to much of the rest of the world, have scared patients from going to the emergency department, saying they're going to get a big bill, that was going to bankrupt them, so they're actually afraid to receive care. As I mentioned, there's these alternative delivery places. Telemedicine is taking off in the United States. It's amazing how many people will talk to their doctor on their phone now, rather than coming to the emergency department. You know, ED volumes are close, but again, our patients are much sicker than they ever were. The other thing that's happened in the US is that we are always in the US, there's somebody trying to make things less expensive. And so oftentimes in some emergency departments, doctors are being replaced by what are called physician assistants. Whereas instead of receiving 4 years of college, 4 years of med school, and 3 to 4 years of residency or 12 years of training, these people receive 2 years of training, or 3 years of training, or 4 years of training. And so they're lesser skilled people replacing emergency physicians because they cost less money. And that is a big concern to many of our emergency physician graduates. Emergency medicine, again, as we came up through youth, we became one of the most popular specialties in the United States. We were well respected, and a lot of people wanted to go into emergency medicine. And hence, a lot of programs started popping up. And so the number of residents that we were graduating 10 years ago to today, it's almost doubled in the last 10 years. So now, perhaps we are training too many emergency physicians, which is a serious potential problem in the United States. The big question here is what's the need going to be? Are our estimates correct? What we've seen during the pandemic is a lot of emergency physicians basically quitting, saying, I'm not going to do this anymore. So perhaps we are going to have attrition, as Dr. Dickerson warned us about, that people are getting burned out and they don't want to go back to do their job. But this, again, is something that we're watching very closely. One of the biggest issues that's affect the United States has nothing to do with emergency physicians itself. It has to do with our nurses. Our nurses quit in huge numbers during the pandemic. And so now the reason that we have so much overcrowding is we don't have anywhere to send them after the emergency department. There are no beds in the hospital, or if there are beds, there's no nurses to staff those beds. So patients that are admitted are backing up our emergency departments. We have the capacity now in our emergency departments to see the patients if we could just get the patients out of the emergency department. Oftentimes, 2/3 of our beds and our hallways are occupied with patients needing to be admitted to the hospital, but there's nowhere for them to go. Another issue that's happening in the United States is the way that the US payment system works for hospitals. It's now bankrupting the majority of the hospitals in the United States. So we're going to be looking for some type of healthcare reform here to make sure that our hospitals stay open. Right now, almost half the hospitals in the United States are losing money. And this is a dramatic change from 4 years ago. So they started right prior to the pandemic, but during the pandemic it made it worse. But there was bailout money and monies to fund that. But now, as COVID is over, the realities of the payment process are coming into place, and a lot of hospitals are at risk of closing. And certainly one of the issues is our graduates want to work in urban and suburban areas. They don't want to work in rural areas. And many of the rural areas, even if they wanted to work there, don't have the payment methodology to support an emergency physician. It's hard for probably many of you to realize, but many of our emergency medicine graduates, when they graduate residency, owe about 500,000 euros in tuition money. 500,000 euros or 500,000 US dollars is a lot of money to owe. And so oftentimes they can't get a job to support that. Sometimes it takes them 20 to 30 years to pay that money back, which is a problem. As Dr. Dickerson said, emergency physician well-being now is at an all-time low. The pandemic made burnout not just a problem, but a crisis. Many of our graduates are so stressed they have a hard time coming to work or functioning the way they used to function. This is something that we really need to work on, and I'll talk about some of the solutions that we are working on as we go forward that many of you may be able to take to your countries and employ so that you don't reach the crisis that we are reaching in the United States. The one thing that I think is important is to make firm estimates of how many emergency physicians and how many emergency providers your country needs. And where are they needed? Are they needed in urban areas? Are they needed in rural? And do you need to concentrate? Because the practice in an urban setting is very different than the practice in a rural setting. And are they trained the right way? Do they understand the technology that's needed? One of the biggest issues that we are working on here in the United States is to credential emergency departments, that not all emergency departments are equal, that there needs to be certain standards in the emergency department for it to be a high level, like a grade A, whereas something might be a grade B or a grade C or lower, or a 5-star, 4-star, 3-star methodology. But we are looking right now to certify to make sure that a 5-star emergency department is something where the doctors and the nurses feel safe, that they have the equipment they need, they have the nursing and support staff, that they have they enjoy their work there. Those are things that I think are important that I encourage many of you to look at is how to certify your emergency departments. And as Dr. Dickerson said, is where are these patients or where are these physicians going to go? If they get tired of working in the emergency department, what is their next plan? What is their plan B? Can they work in an urgent care? Can they work doing telemedicine? Can they go into hospital administration? Can they do something where they still enjoy and practicing medicine, but maybe not in the emergency department? In the US, we're looking at other options for how and where emergency physicians can practice. We are also looking for alternatives to nurses. Can we provide additional support staff in the emergency department besides nurses? Are there some type of assistant that the physicians can get that will make their job a little bit easier and help them do the jobs that doesn't require a physician? Can there be scribes or people that fill out your chart for you? Can they get your information for you, set things up for you so it doesn't require the emergency physician to do those jobs? And again, to continue to figure out what are the items that are currently stressing the emergency physicians and how do we correct them? One of the things that I have said throughout my time as being in leadership in emergency medicine is emergency medicine is not a place, it's a specialty. I believe in the future that there will be less emergency departments in the United States, or at least certainly less hospitals. The question is how can you access that emergency physician and the emergency physician mindset? Can we do it via telemedicine? Can we do it mobile? Can we do it in urgent cares or very small standalone emergency departments that don't have a whole hospital behind them? You know, can we manage more of our patients at home if our problem is admitting them to the hospital? Can we send more of them home and monitor them in some way? I do believe that emergency medicine still does have a bright future, as Dr. Dickerson said. I think the pandemic and the armed conflicts, not just in some parts of the world, but in every emergency department, that we've all seen increased violence, that emergency medicine is the essential specialty of 2022 and beyond. And hopefully this will translate well, that we are the masters of the undifferentiated patient. And when I say undifferentiated patient, that's the patient that comes in with chest pain, or shortness of breath, or a headache that we don't know. It could be any diagnosis. We are the masters of anyone, anytime, soon any place, and the masters of doing more with less resources, less time, and less information. As I said, few have seen the challenges of the pandemic and the armed conflicts that we have, but we were there central in managing the front lines of the viral pandemic and still with traumas when nobody else really wants to do that job or is able to. And we manage not just injuries and illnesses, but we also hold patients' hands and comfort families in their greatest need. In my opinion, emergency medicine is still the greatest specialty, and I look to all of you to help solve some of these problems that have been created over the time, probably some by my generation. But I believe the future of emergency medicine is bright in the US, in Turkey, and throughout the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Dr. Eric Review from France. I think Eric is doing his lecture through Zoom, so.
Hello, everyone. It's a great pleasure to see you. I'm very terribly sorry not being with you because I have a lot of friends in Turkey, Roger, Paul Kivela, and it's a shame I won't be with you. One of the things is you discuss about a lot of things about the problem that we are facing, so we'll try to exchange. Can you see my slides now?
Yes, we can, Eric, thanks.
Okay, thank you. So let's take an overview of the situation about in Europe, not only in France, but in Europe. One other thing is, so I'm regretting not being with you because we have some friends, and emergency medicine is also that it's more than friendship, it's sharing experience and sharing a lot of things we have in common. So the situation in Europe, as we do have a rising number of ED visits for the past 20 years, and the situation is still changing, and we'll see how it could be changed. So we'll make a small tour of Europe, and through a questionnaire that can be made about the situation in Europe. You want to know how is the emergency department asked to the nurse, asked to the patient. In this study, we asked the European nurse how they can rate their own hospital and their own departments. And in these departments and in Europe, nurses said that the quality of care is really low in Ireland, it's really terrible in Greece, and it's different in Switzerland. They have the feeling that they treat quite well patients, and as you see, the burnout situation is quite high, not in the Netherlands but more in Greece. The job dissatisfaction is really high in Greece, so they want to leave, and mainly nurses want to leave. And as Paul Kivela said, it's exactly the same situation after the COVID. So we have less than 1/3 of US nurses want to quit their job. It's exactly the same in France, and mainly in a lot of countries in Europe. If we compare in this study the situation in Europe and in US, it's exactly the same situation where the job dissatisfaction is really quite high now and is very similar Europe to US. So we don't have a lot of difference about that. And when you focus on Europe, it's really a poor quality of care that globally that comes through from the nurses, and the situation of burnout and job dissatisfaction is quite high. When you compare to, as Paul Kivela said, it's exactly the same, and we are facing this situation now everywhere. When you look for in detail for some European countries, as you see, the worst situation for now is still in Greece, and we have a lot of colleagues from Greece just telling us that it's really terrible. They have a lack of nurses, lack of beds, job dissatisfaction, and a lot of doctors they want to leave. As you see, it's quite similar in different countries in Europe. We don't have all the countries, of course, but it is really terrible that we are facing. Situation is better in the north of Europe, in Finland, for instance, and why not in Switzerland? But that's globally just the exception that we are seeing. If you ask the patient trusts our hospital, patient trusts our emergency department, but they are still coming to the emergency department. And patient just when they we ask them to rate the hospital, it's exactly the same analyze that the nurses. They are very low, they trust, and they don't trust in Spain. They are quite, they trust the hospital in Finland, and they will recommend the hospital, they won't recommend the hospital in some country. They recommend in Switzerland, they don't want to recommend their hospital in Greece. So as you see, patients and nurses are saying exactly the same, with they are quite focused quality care, and the patient satisfaction is really quite low everywhere. So there are a few differences between, to summarize, between the countries. But we see that even when you pay much more nurses, it's not enough to change the situation. Ireland and Finland report the high level of quality, but the national level are really different from a country, for place to place. As when you see from USA, they have a fewer nurses per capita when you compare to European country, but the more nurses are not the same per patient in hospital. So we have to have some difference between Europe and US, but it's really quite similar. And one of the things I remember, I gave a lecture 2 years ago in Turkey. We are in the day after the COVID. And as Paul Kivela said, it's exactly the same situation. It's really terrible because we are missing more than 20% of nurses in our hospital now. 20% of nurses, it's exactly the same number of beds we are lacking. So we are closing our departments everywhere in the hospital because of the lack of nurses. We need nurses. And it was due the day after, I could say day after, we are 2 years after the COVID, and it is the terrible situation. We had a congress a few weeks ago in Berlin with the USEM that was exactly the same situation in all over Europe. When you look at the old data about the situation, number of physicians, not the problem of number of physicians. I'm quite glad to see that they have a huge number of physicians in US. It's not the point in Europe, because a lot of emergency departments don't have enough emergency physicians. So we are trying to find other specialty could work inside the emergency department. It could be family doctors, it could be internal medicine, it could be geriatrics. It's one of the main concerns that we should have in our emergency departments. And the second problem we are facing in Europe is the aging population. And the aging population, as you see, is quite different from place to place in Europe, but it will be a tsunami that we will face in the next
10 years. So the aging population will come more and more. And the situation is really quite worrying in Germany, for instance, because they have a high level of geriatric in the emergency department, but exactly the same in Spain, in France, in Italy, that we have a lot of those patients. There are patients, there are geriatrics, but the problem, we don't care enough about them, particularly in the overcrowding situation, as you have seen in everywhere. The overcrowding, here is the map of Europe. Where are the overcrowding problem? Everywhere. And as you may have seen, it was worse after the COVID period. So we have a lack of beds. And why our patients are coming? Here are the data from Europe. They're coming in emergency department because they don't have family doctors, they don't have a GP available, they have for financial reasons, they have many reasons for coming emergency department, but those patients are not responsible of the main problem of overcrowding. The other problem of overcrowding is the lack of beds, and it's the output patients, and as Roger said, it's access block also. So we have many reasons to have quite worried about the situation in Europe. And we have violence. We do have more and more violent patients in our emergency patient department because it's not a safe place in the emergency department. We have a lot of reason for that: alcohol, drug, and do not forget that the nurses and nursing staff are the higher risk of be harmed on the emergency department. We have a reason for that. Take, for instance, agitated patient coming in emergency in the waiting room. This patient is coming, he's getting agitated, and the other guys are quite under pressure, that the pressure cooker effect, and are waiting for hours, they waiting for long. And why the patient is coming in front of me? Why? And it's the better and better system because they're waiting for hours. Nurses say you don't have a problem, urgent problem. What happened then? It's the explosion. That's the patient die in emergency departments. It's in the media. And the burnout, I could not come again about the situation. It's all over the world, and particularly now. And after the day after with the COVID, it's worse now. So the burnout, we have a lot of doctors and nurses that are living now. They don't have the feeling that they can stay. So what we can do now about some data, they said that maybe we need to organize the hospital with a better good work environment for nurses first, and we have to focus on nurse because we could have a better quality care. You can tell me that we need nurses also for that. If you take the example of Sweden, they are a teamwork organization program to organize and to make a safety program and a workplace environment for nurses, and the attitude, and they have quality care better organized with this in Sweden. So we could take the example of the Swedish hospital they have done. So the situation in Europe is not really quite high. We need to organize things together, and thanks to Bashar to organize an international conference, because we need to have our brains together, how we can face in a different way, because it's very important to work. We want to solve the problem very quickly for the overcrowding, of course, and the thing is we have to focus what are the main threats we are facing, how we can be attractive for our emergency departments, and because we need to reorganize our emergency department and organize and take our resources. So I would like to thank you, Teşekkür ederim, and sorry, Joe Roger, for the pictures, because it was necessary for me to make that joke. Thank you.
Eric, thank you. That brings the formal presentations to an end, but we've now got an opportunity to involve each of the speakers with regards to a bit of discussion. If I could just ask Paul and Srinath if you are still in the room. If I could ask you to share the microphone on the far side of the stage, it might be easier. And then we've got Eric on the line still. So, first of all, Paul, I want to say, thank you for training so many emergency physicians. Can you export?
The question is, can we export some of our emergency physicians? Interesting you ask that. A lot of our younger physicians want to work elsewhere. And I think conferences like this are something that, I've talked to Dr. Abdel Balou previously that he wanted to come and work more in the U.S. I think we need to look at how we can open our borders for physicians. I think it'll help not just to unload some of our U.S. workforce, but I think in exchange of ideas, I come and I learn something from Dr. View and Dr. Dickerson, you and my Turkish colleagues, and every single time I come to one of these conferences. So I think we really need to look at that, and I have to tell you, if you're looking for American emergency physicians that are well trained, I think it's a matter of putting that out there and making sure there's a mechanism for that to happen. A lot of our physicians are young and incredibly intelligent, and many of them speak other languages as well. So I think there's that potential.
I was actually also referring to there are existing programs. I know the global emergency medicine programs like out of UCSF have been doing great work and assisting with setting up emergency training programs. So whilst it's a bit of a flippant comment on my behalf, I think there's already some of that in place, which has been well used. But I think your comments regarding almost an international force of emergency physicians that can respond where there is need is probably a good thing. What we don't have, and it seems to be going all around the world, listening to what Eric had to say, and yourself from the US, and certainly from the South Africa and the African continent, is what are we doing about emergency nurses? Because that seems to be a global critical situation. If I can bring Eric in there, what ideas would you have to try and keep nurses happy on the one hand, skilled on the other, but still be able to manage the patient workload that we are all being faced with?
That's a great question, Roger, because when we ask the nurses, and after COVID period, they want to change the job. They don't want to be a nurse anymore. So that's the main concern, that we can focus on it. And we asked and we talked many times to the nurses, and they say it's over. We had a discussion with colleagues from US. They said exactly the same point. I don't know why, because they have the feeling that maybe they're scared about that, but they don't want to work anymore in the same situation. So to be attractive, of course, we could talk about the salary, but it's mainly working condition, training, and training our nurses, and maybe having a new perspective for nurses. For instance, we are working on a program in France to have the equivalent of the nurse practitioner we didn't have for 20 years. And so we are starting a new program for nurse practitioner training, for a 2 years training program for nurse. So maybe it could be a new job to be attractive for nurses.
Thanks, Eric.
Roger, one of the things that we are looking at in the U.S. is that nurses in the U.S. take about 3 to 4 years of training. And so we're looking at whether we train nurses at a lower level than a registered nurse, an RN, as a medical assistant, which takes potentially 6 to 8 months of training, or an LVN, which takes 2 years of training, and unload some of the jobs that the nurses don't want to do, that's, quote, burning them out, unquote, and really trying to figure out if we can make all of these jobs a little bit more attractive And same thing with physicians, is take away some of the jobs that we don't want to do, that doesn't require our skill level, that we're forced to do. And I think that's what we're hearing from our younger physicians that are a little bit more insightful, that I don't want to do this anymore, or I don't want to do this job anymore. And I think we have to listen to them, and I think they have to speak up and make those suggestions.
Thank you. I just want to make a short comment on, the availability of, staffing and the future of emergency medicine. Basically, when people go through programs and they graduate and they train and they work in different sites, as we move along, throughout the years, some people they find that they have probably different interests, like in finance, in legal, in admin, or even in the specialty of emergency medicine. They look at emergency medicine probably at a stage and they want to do something like, something more outdoor, like wilderness, or even something like special operation medicine, like HIMSS and Medevac and all that. So I think this is a tool that probably institutions around the world want to tap into. First of all, to avoid burnout for emergency physician. Second, to explore other skills that an emergency physician or an individual or a nurse or an EMT or a paramedic has at a stage that he was too busy during his residency or the first few years of establishing himself, is actually to have probably an international umbrella to train people like that and put them in a more probably accredited programs. Not only this will feed back into emergency medicine and disaster and a global event, but it certainly would probably have a better response in terms of disaster like flooding or pandemic, or even unify the scope for payment, for example. And that's just a thought.
If I can pick up on two things, I think there's been some really great points made. So in our nursing system, we already operate on a 3-tier structure where the RNs are the chief nurses. We have nursing auxiliaries and staff nurses, which range from a year to 2 years to 4 years of training, and then there's specialty nurses on top of that. The difficulty that often comes is that from a financial perspective, the hospitals see that why would they need to have any registered nurses, because the physicians can take over that role and then you're paying a lower salary. So we found that we've not gained much from that. And with regards to, I think it's an amazing thing to be able to allow staff to develop in areas of their interest. The difficulty often, and I'm sure we've all sat when you're running departments going, yes, I want to support an individual, but in supporting that individual, I could threaten the rest of the team. And that is often the difficult tightrope that we are needing to walk. I am also quite staggered that there are more graduating emergency physicians in the US than there are on the African continent. And that's you graduating those numbers each year. But it brings me to my second question for you, Paul. You've stated that emergency medicine in the US is 50 years old. It's one of, or not the oldest country, or not the oldest country, shall we say the grandfather of emergency medicine as specialties globally. So it's something that we've not faced before, is looking at how can emergency physicians work until retirement at a pace that is often required in busy emergency departments. And the natural progression has always been into leadership or academics or something like that. But do you think that emergency physicians can be a pit doc till the age of retirement or death, whichever comes first? And I do note Lewis has got a question, so if I could ask Paul to answer that, and then I'll take Lewis.
I think, Roger, this is a great question, is can you be a pit doc till your 60s. I have to tell you, I've worked alongside a lot of the physicians that I worked with were 60 plus. And I have to tell you, it's a more difficult job as you get older. I'm looking into the audience, and when I was 20, 30, 40, 45, doing a night shift was easy. It's more difficult now that I'm in my mid-50s. And I still do them from time to time, but they're much more difficult than I recall them being when I was younger. So I think the issue here is there probably needs to be some type of seniority for the older emergency physicians, that they work less nights. And so I think that is probably the best solution. Maybe they work a few more weekends and a few less nights. I think that seems to be the right mix. That also takes off a little bit of the younger physicians that have time with their kids during the weekends. So I think that's the mix right there. It's, not a perfect system, but I think that's how I would address it.
Thanks. You've got a microphone. Great. Thank you.
Hi, I am Carlos from Mexico. They are the grandfather, but we are the second one. We have 37 years, and we had 37 years of emergency medicine in the world, so we are the second one. One of the things happening in the emergency medicine is that we need to tropicalize the emergency medicine in different countries. Every country has its own problem. So if you try to compare with the United States or with France, they have problems for the states because the medicine practice in the states is defensive for the states. If they don't do it correctly, they sue, and they have big problem for this. So I think the emergency medicine, I see the evolution for the 37 years. So at the beginning, like Paul said, we have less tools and we resolve the problems. Now we have a lot of tools and we make more mistakes. Why? Because if we have, one of the things happen is when, I remember 15 years ago when Imbaya, Gunnar Ollner, probably you know Gunnar Ollner, was the president of the OSEM. At that time, he came to Puerto Vallarta in Mexico and he said, well, now in Switzerland, we are closing the emergency room. And say, you are closing the emergency room? So we are overcrowding all the time. How you can do that? So, because they start to organize long time ago. But when you compare this with the countries like Mexico, other countries in Latin America, also in the United States, all the time they are overcrowding. You see in the States, patients start hour and hour waiting for something. In Mexico, if you go to the emergency room, you need to wait 1 week or 2 weeks to get CT. So I think every country has its own problem. My suggestion is, first of all, we need to see. Europe, they don't have all countries recognize the emergency medicine, first of all. Second, for example, Spain, 4 weeks ago, they go to the Congress and they don't accept it. But they have fighting for 25 years or something like that. Eric, you know better than me how many years they're fighting, but they don't recognize. So we need to training that the people is working in the emergency room. I know many people is general practitioner, internalist, but if you want to work in the emergency room, you need to resolve the problem for the emergency room. So probably you don't want to be specialized, but you need to take the correct courses to improve your knowledge to resolve the problems, first of all. Second, who held the doctors in the emergency room? The nurse. Sometimes the level that they have the nurse between the doctors is too high, too different. So we need to prepare people to help the doctor to resolve the problem. Because sometimes, who make the triage? For example, in Mexico, you arrive, one people is secretary, he have probably elementary school, and she decide this patient is sick or this patient is not sick. And waiting. In similar countries happen the same. So we need to do something that the access to the emergency room need to be quick, good, gentle, and effective. But you don't need to spend too much money to do that. You need to prepare the right people in the right place, in the right hospital to resolve the problem. The pandemic showed us how important is the emergency room. At the beginning, we saved a lot of lives. At the beginning, we are heroes. 2 weeks later, 4 weeks later, the heroes was the ICU doctors. Excuse me, we take the care for the patients, but they don't remember exactly what's going on. So if we work together, we'll be stronger and better, and we can resolve many problems around the world because we are similar ideas, similar knowledge, and work together and be successful in the couple of days. We need to make re-engineer to create ways in the wayside to fix it, the holes that create the pandemic in the emergency room and also in the system.
Carlos, thank you. I think there's some, if I can pick out some very important points that you've made, is that I call it the hero to zero phenomena, and it's something that we face in emergency medicine all the time. And you've encapsulated it well with how it applied in the COVID response, is a hero 1 minute and a zero the next. The second, I think, is the way that emergency departments are being used by the population is often a reflection on the expertise that are perceived to be there. And it's something that's being picked up by Eric in his presentation and by Paul and Srinath, was that we are seeing an increase in the number of emergency department presentations in favor of other areas within health systems. And that may be from a financial perspective, it may be an availability perspective, but I think a lot of the time it is seen as an expertise. If they go there, they will get the problem diagnosed and sorted because that's what emergency physicians do. There's also a perception that they will wait less time, which I don't think they've, certainly if they've sat in my waiting room of my emergency department, that's certainly not true. But thank you for your comments. I think some very valuable input made there. Sorry, could we have the mic back on there? I can't hear you. Ah, there we go.
One point more. When you're talking about the retire, you need to think about it. What is the period of the time for the sport guys? For example, Messi, Cristiano Ronaldo, Jordan, they have one period of the time. 37 is all. Like Paul say, when do you try to work in the emergency room? I think the best time to work is at the beginning, 20s, 30s, 40s. And then you need to take other positions, like training, like teaching, but you don't need to go out all the time because you are the values that you have, you need to teach for the new guys. The new guys need to understand better than us to advance quicker and in the best way. Because one of the things happen now is that many of doctors, like you said, the burnout around Europe and around the world they affected our population. So we need to create, don't go away the old doctors, support for the teaching, support for the program, but stay there because you are very helpful for the system.
All right. Any more questions?
May I add a comment?
Yeah.
Yes.
Go ahead, Eric. Yeah.
A quick comment about to summarize what you said, and I agree with one main point that Roger said. We are always on the front line, and emergency medicine. The creation of emergency medicine was in 1974 in UK, and then in Ireland and USA, and that evolution of emergency medicine are still the same concept. We are on the front line. When we create the pre-hospital EMS in France, it was just because we had a lot of road traffic injuries and we have patients dying before they come in the emergency department. It's not the problem anymore. We reduce to 10,000 to 2,000 patients who die for road traffic injuries. But the main thing we had, with the exception of India and China, they still have a lot of concern, and Turkey, about the road traffic injuries. In Europe, it's mainly medical problems that are coming through emergency departments. But the thing we are facing for now is we still are pioneer of emergency medicine, and we live day after day a new concept. Take the example of the COVID. No one in the room, and no one like myself, have faced the pandemic like that. We were the first to face that, and we deal with that, and we try to organize. So emergency medicine is also to adapt our system to the disease that like we have, and we will have to face it. And I agree with Carlos Garcia, as he said, that we do have a lot of things in common, but we have to adapt our system on our own system of our own country, because we have a different concern about the system. I will be really lucky to take the example of the emergency physician in USA. I would love to have a huge number of emergency physicians in my department, but we don't have, so we try to find some issue for that. But that's very interesting talk we have together, because I think we still are pioneer of this creation of the specialty. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Enjoy lunch.
Thank you, guys. Take care.
Thanks, Eric.
Bye-bye, Eric.
Bye, friends.
And I want to give the mic to my close friend Hikmet from Ata Yurdu, Uzbekistan. We are in very good collaboration between Turkey Emergency Medicine and Uzbekistan. Yes, Hikmet, please.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed, we are collaborating for more than 5 years, and it's a great honor and pleasure for us. It's quite challenging to start after lunch session as usual, and this is an endless battle of curiosity with physiology, but nevertheless, let's start. So, as Bashar Hojam has said, it's our really great pleasure and privilege to invite here Professor Giuseppe Brugada for his topic, sudden cardiac death. Por favor, toma la palabra.
Thank you very much, Dr. Andarov, Dr. Canterbury.
This one next page.
Okay.
Next page and laser.
This laser?
Push, yes. Hold push button. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. So I will talk in the next minutes about sudden cardiac death, and I will try, first of all, to remind you the definition of sudden cardiac death, which is a form of death which is natural, which is due to cardiac causes, unexpected in time and form of presentation, that is always preceded by sudden loss of conscience, that happens in the next hour after initiation of symptoms, and this happens in someone with or without a known cardiac condition. As you know, the final rhythm that produces sudden death is, in the majority of cases, ventricular fibrillation. But there are other rhythms that might lead to the same situation, which is the asystole, complete AV block, or electromechanical dissociation. But basically, in our interest, the most important one is ventricular fibrillation. Practically any form of cardiac disease can, at the end, produce sudden cardiac death. But basically, we are dealing with ischemic causes, with myocardiopathies like hypertrophic, dilated, or arrhythmogenic, but also some electrical conditions like the long QT, the short QT, Brugada syndrome, but also other conditions like the postoperative congenitals, cardiac amyloidosis, etc. All of them at some moment can produce sudden cardiac death. So if we talk about ischemic, we're talking about #1 cause of sudden death in our environment. In Europe, #1 cause of sudden cardiac death is acute myocardial infarction. So during the acute phase of the myocardial infarction, the cells get with ischemia, and they complain about this ischemia by having pain, but also by producing ventricular arrhythmias that can produce ventricular fibrillation and sudden death. So if we want to fight against sudden cardiac death in our environment, we have to fight against acute myocardial infarction and prevent acute myocardial infarction. When we are dealing with patients that have already gone through an acute myocardial infarction and have survived the myocardial infarction, in the chronic phase of the myocardial infarction, there is also a risk of having sudden cardiac death because of the occurrence of electrical circuits in the area of the myocardial infarction. The bigger the myocardial infarction, the most chances that during follow-up ventricular arrhythmia or sudden death might occur. Although in the last years we have learned that it's not only a matter of the size of the myocardial infarction, but you see here that a small myocardial infarction, very homogeneous, is a non-arrhythmogenic scar, but also a huge myocardial infarction, but very homogeneous, it's also non-arrhythmogenic. On the contrary, you can have a small myocardial infarction which are very inhomogeneous, or large myocardial infarctions, very inhomogeneous, which are really arrhythmogenic. So the point is that probably in the future we'll be analyzing the risk of sudden death in a patient post-myocardial infarction, not only because of the size of the infarct, but on the quality of this infarct and the survival of cells producing an inhomogeneous scar, which is more prone to arrhythmias than an homogeneous one. When we're dealing with dilated cardiomyopathy, we're dealing with probably what has been called the pandemic of the 21st century, because the increase in the number of patients suffering from cardiac insufficiency, dilated cardiomyopathy, because of the increasing age of the population, increasing risk factors like hypertension, diabetes, obesity, etc. Remember that 50% of the deaths in patients with dilated myocardiopathy are sudden death because of ventricular arrhythmias. So we have to treat the cardiac insufficiency, but also we have to prevent the arrhythmias in this population. When we're dealing with hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, here we are dealing with a genetically determined disease that produces a hypertrophy of different parts of the muscle, and this hypertrophy produces arrhythmias, many of them ventricular, many of them polymorphic, and many of them lethal, that might kill the patient by sudden cardiac death. And remember that hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is the principal cause of sudden death in patients younger than 40 years of age, especially sport practitioners. We also have arrhythmogenic right ventricular cardiomyopathy, which again is a genetically determined disease that produces changes in the muscle, basically in the right ventricle, but also sometimes in the left ventricle. And these changes produce the occurrence of islands of tissue in this muscle being the basis for the occurrence of ventricular arrhythmias and sudden cardiac death, again in young population and again in sport people. However, there are a number of patients, around 20%, who had sudden cardiac death but do not present with a structural heart disease. They have a normal heart, and these are the patients like this one having ventricular fibrillation but a completely normal heart. In the last 30 years, we have learned about a new category of diseases that was unknown to all of us 30 years ago. That's what we call the channelopathies. And the channelopathies are the long QT syndrome, the short QT syndrome, the Brugada syndrome, catecholaminergic polymorphic VT, or malignant early repolarization. All of them are diseases that were unknown to all of us 30 or 35 years ago. And we understood that by looking very carefully at the electrocardiogram, we could identify some signs in the electrocardiogram that were explaining us that something was wrong in this heart, electrically speaking. Why we call that channelopathies? Because these are diseases which are familial, so they are genetically determined, but affect the channels that regulate the flux of ions across the membrane. And these channels, if they have a mutation, they will not work properly, and they will produce some signs in the electrocardiogram, but also might produce some electrical gradients in different parts of the heart, these electrical gradients leading to the occurrence of ventricular arrhythmias and sudden death. This is a patient with a long QT. Please look at the very prolonged QT interval, 640 milliseconds, corrected by the frequency at 584, extremely prolonged QT interval. When we have this type of ECG, and this ECG belongs to this lady here, you see that 7 members in her family have died suddenly because of the prolonged QT interval, and she was the only survivor in this family. So it's a very, very malignant form in this family of the long QT. This is a patient with Brugada syndrome. Look at the ECG, which shows this ST segment elevation in right precordial lead, simulating a myocardial infarction, which he has not. And when you find this type of ECGs, there is the risk in some patients that ventricular fibrillation occurs and the patient might die suddenly. Again, we're dealing with a familial disease. This is a family with Brugada syndrome. This guy here died suddenly. There are other 8 members affected in this family, and this allowed us to identify a mutation in the sodium channel that was responsible for the disease. This is the first patient we ever saw with the Brugada syndrome. That was in '86. In '92, we published the first paper. We defined the characteristic electrocardiogram. We understood the mechanism leading to these anomalies in animal models. We understood that the patient should be protected with an ICD. We could define in 1998 the first mutations in the families with Brugada syndrome. In late 2010, we could, for the first time, do some ablations in patients with Brugada syndrome in the epicardium, and certainly the future will tell us how to change the genetic defect in these families to normalize everything. Look, that it took 30 years to go from the initial description to the actual reality in the patient with Brugada syndrome, and we have learned a lot, we have advanced a lot in how to diagnose, how to risk stratify the patients, and how to treat the patients. We have also mutations in the potassium channels, like this one, producing this very prolonged QT interval. Look at this T wave, very abnormal, giant, negative T wave in left precordial leads. This is a very dangerous situation. This is a very high instability from the electrical point of view, and this patient might go into ventricular fibrillation at any time because of this very highly unstable electrocardiogram and repolarization defect that might produce certainly some arrhythmias and producing sudden death. So when we're dealing with the long QT, we have the long QT3, which is the one affecting the sodium channel, but then we have the 1 and 2 that affect the potassium channel. So the result at the end is the same by different mechanism. The result is that the repolarization is prolonged, so the QT interval is very much prolonged, and at the end, ventricular arrhythmias, sudden death can occur because of this gradient between different parts of the heart. Also, we described in the year 2000 the short QT interval, the short QT syndrome. We saw these patients, these first initial patients in the year 2000, especially this one here, that was a lady, 25-year-old, that had a syncope. And we received the ECG of this patient, and we thought that it was a mistake because the QT interval in this patient is no more than 200 milliseconds, extremely short QT interval. So at that time, we asked for a repeated ECG because we thought that the machine was not working properly, and we received the same ECG, so we understood that this was probably the first case of short QT syndrome ever described. Unfortunately, this lady, this was a Friday evening, and we asked the lady to come to our hospital, but the lady was living 100 kilometers away, so she decided that she will come to our consultation on Monday because she had a very young boy of 5 or 6 months of age, and unfortunately on Sunday morning, this lady died suddenly. So then we learned that this was a familial form. Here you have some families with a short QT syndrome. Look at these very short QT intervals, very tall T waves, and very short QTs in families with sudden cardiac death. So probably this is the most malignant of all the channelopathies because of the very short QT interval. There is a huge window of vulnerability in these patients, and any arrhythmia, any extrasystole might produce ventricular fibrillation and sudden death. That's why probably there are very few patients described with the short QT syndrome all over the world, probably because they are dead. This is a polymorphic, bidirectional ventricular tachycardia, and this is specific from a condition called the catecholaminergic polymorphic VT. Again, a familial disease, genetically determined disease produced by a mutation in the ryanodine channel. The ryanodine channel is the channel that regulates the flux of calcium inside the cell. And during mental or physical stress, the flux of calcium increases. If the patient has a mutation in the ryanodine, this flux cannot occur, and there is an accumulation of the intracardiac calcium, and this produces an intoxication of the cell, and finally produce this type of arrhythmias that you see here appear during a stress test or mental stress test. This is the ryanodine channel and how the calcium accumulates inside the cell and produces this type of arrhythmias. Finally, the last situation described is what is called the malignant early repolarization, which occurs in patients having this abnormality at the end of the QRS complex, like an early repolarization that in some cases might be responsible for the occurrence of ventricular fibrillation. In some patients, there is an overlap between this early malignant, early repolarization and Brugada syndrome, and still it has to be studied in the future. At the end, all of these diseases produce ventricular fibrillation because of this electrical gradient between different parts of the heart. So we can say that genetic studies have identified a new category of diseases responsible for syncope and sudden cardiac death in patients without demonstrable structural heart disease. That's what we call channelopathies. The good news is that if you look carefully at the ECG, you will find the signs to identify the patients at risk. So be careful and read carefully the ECGs and learn how to identify the patients that might be at risk. So, of course, in the patients that are recognized as patients at risk, we have to protect them. And we protect them basically by using implantable defibrillators. As you know, implantable defibrillators are extremely reliable devices that identify the ventricular arrhythmia and treat them very effectively in the majority of cases. But we know, and you know as emergency physicians, specialists, that time is what counts. So not everybody can be identified and can have an ICD implanted. The majority of patients that are at risk for sudden cardiac death do not have an ICD implanted because they have not been recognized. And we know that every minute that lasts, we have 10% less chances of surviving. So we need early defibrillation, and early defibrillation requires, of course, very good emergency systems, but also we need public access defibrillation that might allow for the general public to use these devices and to treat the patient waiting for the emergency system to arrive. There is a study in Japan that compares the number of public defibrillators installed in the countries and the number of patients that are shocked when they have a cardiac arrest. And of course, the more devices you have in the street, the more probability that you will be shocked by a bystander if you have a cardiac arrest. And this is my last slide. This is the number of deaths in car accidents in Spain all over the last years. And you see that they did a very good job, because you see that from the 60s we had an increase maximum in 1989, and since then the decrease is dramatical. So they did a lot of very good jobs, a lot of investment, a lot of money, a lot of fees, a lot of fines if you were too fast in the street, you were not having your protection, whatever. So a lot of money invested to go from almost 6,000 to 1,000. Do you know how many patients died suddenly in Spain? 10 times this number. And the number or the amount of money that is invested is 10 times less. So, of course, this is very important, because the politicians should also understand that sudden cardiac death is a major public problem, and investment in preventing sudden cardiac death should be at the level that it deserves for the number of patients suffering from it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this great presentation. I think we can take the question, the last. Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you very much. We will take the question later. Okay. Yes, yes. Now I want to invite the second speaker, Dr. Hikmet Anvarov, about aorta dissection.
Thank you very much. Herkese merhaba. So it's a really great honor to me to be here with you again. And as I've taught you this morning, the main focus in our hospital in Uzbekistan is on the ascending and descending thoracic aorta. Yep. Closer. Okay. Is it good now? Thank you. So some protocol things, I have nothing to declare, only I would like just to stress the contribution of my angio and cardiovascular department in designing these slides. So the dissections of aortic aneurysm is, as you know, all the condition characterized by a rupture of the inner wall of the artery intima with the formation of the false passage for the blood. And about 50% of patients with untreated aortic dissection will die within 2 days, maybe, is a risk of death within the first hour. For acute action is about 1%. So time matters. In large medical study, including almost 1,000 patients with aortic dissection, almost a third of them died within 2 days, and 2/3 within 2 months, and almost 90% within 3 months, and almost all of them within 6 months. So it's really a huge problem. The frequency of occurrence due to several studies is it's about 3 per each 100,000 population, and average almost 1,000 cases per year in my country with a population of 33 million people. So all of us, we well known about the types of classification of aneurysms. There is 5 grades by Svensson, and also the most common things is Stanford's and DeBakey classifications. So the aim of the study, what we held in this year in our hospital, it was to evaluate the direct results of the first experience in surgical treatment of ascending aortal dissection aneurysm type A by Stanford. So these are materials, the retrospective analysis. We had 6 patients which we underwent for the surgical interventions, because the closed transcutaneous interventions has been described on the morning sessions. I would like just to stop more on the surgical ones. So 2 of these 6 patients had concomitant ischemic heart disease. In one case, we obtained grade 3 of aortic valve insufficiency, and in one patient also the intimal tear was located on the proximal part of the aortic arch. So all surgeries were performed using the method of the in the stopped heart or the own pump with the artificial blood circulation. And here are the results. So average duration of the circular arrest was about 45 minutes, and the temperature we decreased it for less than 22 degrees. And of course, the retrograde hypothermic cerebral perfusion we provide in all patients. Here are some demonstrated things. We used the prosthetic for aortal arch and for descending aorta. Here are some stages from the surgical part. In 4 cases, the patient underwent supracoronary replacement of the ascending aorta. In one case, the aortic root replacement as a Bentel de Bono surgery. In one case, supracoronary replacement of the ascending aorta was supplemented with arch replacement. And Vascutech vascular prosthesis was used in all surgeries. Biological glue also we applied. We didn't apply it. And coronary artery bypass graft was performed as a concomitant interventions in 2 cases. As I said, this was that Bentel de Bono surgery. So, in postoperative period, we saw the 2 patients with signs of stroke, unfortunately, and the mortality also obtained in 2 patients. In one case, we obtained encephalopathy, but required early tracheostomy for prolonged ventilation. The average blood loss was about 900 milliliters. So in tape A, out of this section, about half of the patient within the first 48 hours, the perioperative mortality in half of the patients with ascending aorta and more than 50% in aorta arch. In type B, the presence of the complications mortality is the same almost, and the perioperative mortality is in between the one third and half of the patients. And other types of the surgery in ascending aorta, it's average about 5%, no more than 5% in our hospital. In a big dissection involving the thoraco-abdominal elements, it's about 11%. And in abdominal aorta, we consider more moderately more easier. It's about 5% mortality nevertheless. So, obtained experience of surgical treatment of descending aorta aneurysm showed that timely detection and surgical treatment, of course, can achieve satisfactory result with, let's call it, satisfactory, of course, in comparison. Mortality is about 1/3 of all patients. Otherwise, all of them will die. And further improvement of our result associated with the increase of the experience, of course. Thank you. Teşekkür ederim.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hikmet. We will take the question later, and I want to announce the last speaker. Everybody in Turkey know him, Roger Dickerson from South Africa. Please.
Short presentation.
Yes, it's very good. Wow, wonderful. I understand it. I understand. I understand that. Short presentation, very good. Very good.
Emre said that 2 days before that.
Yes.
I have to do it.
Because there are lots of topic and yes, they like, they interest, but very, very tired.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm a great fan of movies from the 70s and 80s, and one of my favorites was Dirty Dancing. I don't know if anyone remembers that, or looking around the audience, I'm not sure if anyone was alive when that was actually on the silver screen. But one of the comments made was, nobody puts baby in the corner, and I hate getting poked into the corner. So I tend to move. I apologize if I make you seasick, but we'll see how we go. So this is my hometown of Cape Town, and I work at New Somerset Hospital, which was actually the first hospital built in South Africa, purpose-built, and was actually the first teaching hospital of the university in South Africa. It is positioned in the waterfront, and so it's a really difficult place to work. But when it was first brought about, it didn't quite look the same, and this was when they were still constructing it back in 1806. But let's talk about this afternoon. Now, it's an interesting topic, and I must admit, I have to declare that I was a substitute. It was a topic that one of our esteemed colleagues had chosen, and he was unable to make it. And I must admit it was a very interesting topic. And so I'm literally hoping that whilst I know Prof. Kande is a great fan of soccer, I'm really hoping that I don't score an own goal when I go through this topic. And what we're going to be looking at this afternoon is the what if. We're going to be looking at the what if our gold standard of managing patients is not available. And I hate what if scenarios, but it's something that we do need to plan for. Because unfortunately, we don't all work in scenarios that are often portrayed in Hollywood. I have never been in the situation where I have been able to park my high-heeled shoes under a bed, or where martinis are brought to me in an on-call room. But the one thing that Hollywood has shown is that in a golden standard environment, anything can be done. Now, I'd like to ask a question. If I look around the room and I ask the question, who here has access to PCI in their facilities? Can I ask you to raise your hands? Hold them up high. Okay, so it's probably about 5% of people in the room. Can I ask you to keep, for those who put your hands up, keep them up for me? Nice and high, wave them. I'm old, I don't see so well anymore. Good. All right, keep them up. This is your calisthenics for the afternoon. Okay, keep your hands up. Now, for those of you who've got access to PCI on a 24-hour basis, or is it only during certain times? So we're looking, if I look around this room, thank you for your participation. If I look around this room, very few of us have actually got access to the gold standard in managing some of these cases. And so I'm going to talk through an approach. Now, for those of us who don't have PCI, thrombolysis does tend to be that savior of the universe. If we select it for the appropriate cases and we select it for the appropriate individuals, it can certainly save lives. Now, if we think about the indications for thrombolysis, there are many applications. Some of them apply to acute cardiological emergencies, but there are many others that apply. So looking at the management of acute stroke, for instance, or for pulmonary embolism, or looking at peripheral vascular matters. But if we're looking at it specifically with regards to cardiological emergencies, they tend to become far more narrowed. So if we think about the concept of the acute coronary syndromes being a scale or a realm, a continuum, where it starts with something as simple as angina pectoris on the one side, it then progresses from angina, it will progress onto unstable angina. We'll then end up looking at something like a non-ST elevation myocardial infarction. And there we can make true interventions with regards to thrombolysis. We're looking at your true STEMIs. Now, if we look at this continuum, this spectrum of the acute coronary syndromes, the application of thrombolysis is actually in a rather small subgroup. And the reason for that is that not only do you have to have a STEMI diagnosed, you need to confirm that it is not one of the channelopathies that Prof. Brugada spoke through, that we often can mistake it for. We also need to look at things like, do we have access to PCI? And if we don't have immediate access, what time frame would we have access to? And there's been various timelines that have been postulated. But the suggestion is that if you don't have access to PCI within 2 hours, we should be proceeding with thrombolysis. Now, in the facility that I work, we do have a cath lab, but it doesn't operate on a 24-hour basis. And so, depending on the time of day, will change our approach to these cases. So time is an aspect. There are indications and contraindications that need to be applied from a patient perspective, and they need to meet the diagnostic criteria. And so it really is a very small subgroup. That very small subgroup of the acute coronary syndromes that can, in fact, be thrombolyzed. But now the problem that we often run into in these scenarios is that we use it as our base therapy. But if we are not able to access it for our patients, we start getting ourselves into a bit of a quandary. Because as you're aware in medicine, it's never as simple as a yes or a no. Because if we look at the things like the contraindications, and if there are absolute contraindications, that makes a lot of sense. And you'll see contraindications listed on thrombolytic checklists in many organizations and published in many journals, etc. Those are fairly finite. Those we can accept. The ones that pose quite a difficult thing for us are the relative contraindications. Because here we are needing to apply our minds and balance risk. Balance the risk of an event occurring from the therapy that we are instituting versus the risk of a patient having a worse outcome from their primary pathology. And what it really does is that it ends up being a yes, a no, or a maybe. And it's the maybe group that gets us into a quandary. Because our decision-making isn't binary. Our decision-making in offering in emergency medicine is based on a lot of input with regards to how much information we've got at the time. And this can lead us to a vicious circle. We've got a patient who needs to be thrombolyzed, but meets a criterion that would be a contraindication. If we don't have access to PCI, what do we do? And if we look at all of the treatment protocols that have been published, it starts primary PCI is really the way to go. If you can't do that, then thrombolyze. But now if you can't thrombolyze, those patients should be going for PCI, but that's not available. And we end up getting ourselves into quite a vicious circle. I'm going to try and simplify this a little bit. And it's because I tend to operate best at 3 a.m., and when I'm operating at 3 a.m., I need to have things simple. So, you've diagnosed a true ST elevation myocardial infarct. You ask yourself, do I have PCI available? And the 20 or 30 people in the room that have got PCI at their facility and have got easy access to it round the clock, that's the route that they will go. They will say to themselves, that's great, let's say yes, we've got PCI and we're going to proceed with PCI, and we know that that does have the greatest, better outcomes. So that's a green, that's good. The difficulty comes is that if our PCI is not available, and that is where we are needing to consider the thrombolysis. But before we can do that, we need to look at those contraindications. And again, it's not a yes or a no. If there are no contraindications, the decisions are easy. We can proceed with thrombolysis, and we need to do that as soon as possible to restore perfusion and save muscle. If the answer is yes, there are absolute contraindications, then we can't proceed with thrombolysis. And we'd have to consider them alternative maximal medical therapies to try and improve a patient's outcome, but we're not going to be able to save that muscle. But it's the middle group that often leads us to quite a bit of difficulty. And those are the maybes. And in that group of the maybes, we're needing to balance the risk. And I think this is where we find ourselves often in a position of difficulty. The green is the easy. The red is the easy. The difficult one is where we, as clinicians, are having to balance risk. Balancing the risk of an adverse outcome from our therapy versus the risk of an adverse outcome from the original pathology. And we can go round and round and round in ourselves trying to find a solution. But we know that in emergency medicine, there is something worse than a bad decision, and that is no decision. And that's often where we run ourselves into difficulties, that we're needing to make a decision with limited information at the time. And now there are a host of medical interventions which I'm not going to be going into here. We can look at the antithrombotic therapies, the good old aspirin, to try and stop that clot getting any bigger or propagating elsewhere. We can look at other medical therapies in an attempt to try and limit the damage, or if there has been damage, to try and improve the outcome. But it all comes down to that balancing of risk. Now, in the international session earlier this morning, Eric Review spoke about the pressure keg of the emergency department, and he very kindly put my head in a pressure cooker. And so, with tribute to Eric Review, who presented earlier today, I think we need to take an approach that I'm going to give his nomenclature. We need to evaluate the risk, the indications, and the contraindications. So we need to do an ERIC. And if you think about it, we're reviewing those factors, and we can do an ERIC review, or rather, an ERIC review. We need to evaluate the patient, evaluate the risk, and then make a decision. And it needs to be timeous. The longer we wait, the greater the pathology. The maybe group is the most difficult one that we have to manage. It is non-binary. We take risk ourselves, but at the end of the day, the patient takes the ultimate risk. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Baie dankie.
Dis 'n groot plesier, baie dankie.
Yes, thank you very much. I think we have time for the question or comment. Any question or comment for all speakers? Okay, we can start from Emre. We have question.
Hello, my name is Emre Atish from Karabük University. I have a question for Professor Brugada. Before your presentation, Professor Brugada, we had a patient who suffered long QT and VTAC. After we analyzed the ECG, we found that ECG axis was changing constantly. Is it a common sign of long QT syndromes, or is a bizarre thing?
Sorry, did you get the question? I'm sorry, did you get the question?
Sorry, could you just repeat that question? We were just struggling to hear.
Yes. Before your presentation, we had a patient with long QT and VTAC. After we took the ECG, we found that ECG axis was changing constantly. So is it a common sign for the VTAC with long QT syndrome, or is it a bizarre thing?
I'm sorry, I'm having a result of the sound again. I'm getting close to it.
It's a personal consult.
Yes. I'm sorry. Before your presentation, we see a patient who had long QT and we take a test. And after we took the ECG, we found that the ECG axis constantly changing. Is it a sign of the long QT channelopathies or is there thing for...
What was the sign? What the?
Axis, ECG axis changing constantly.
Oh, the axis. Yes. Okay. Sorry, I'm sorry for that. No, the T wave, yes, but not the axis of the ECG. I mean, the axis of the ECG, if you mean the QRS complex axis, this is not a long QT sign. This is a conduction system disease sign. But if you have a changing in the axis of the T wave, then of course this is something that you should take into account because it's clearly related to the repolarization. It is a very poor sign, normally indicates a very high risk. No.
Okay, thank you. And Iqbal, okay.
And thank you for all the professors for their great presentations. I want to add something about Professor Reger's questions about the PCI. I think we couldn't get the question or we misunderstood. In our country, more than 90% of the patients from ST elevation MI, they are underwent to PCI. And I have a question for Professor Brugada. The patients are coming to emergency or emergency department for the syncope or loss of consciousness or chest pain, and we diagnosed Brugada syndrome. But even they are stable. Are all the Brugada syndrome patients must underwent to the ICD replacement before discharge, or can it be delayed?
Brugada.
Okay, so the first thing we have to make sure that he has a Brugada. That's the first thing. Okay, why I say that? Because there are many patients that do have what we call a type 2 or type 3 ECG and not a type 1, and this should not be classified as Brugada. This is just an ECG which is suspicious, but it's not diagnostic, okay? So the first thing is that you need a type 1 ECG to make the diagnosis of Brugada. If the patient has a cardiogenic syndrome, I mean, if the patient has had a cardiac arrest and has been recovered, of course, you have to do whatever you have to do, and probably the patient should be on a defibrillator before it leaves the hospital. If the patient has a cardiogenic syncope, so syncope which is clearly cardiogenic with no prodromes, and you have a type 1 ECG, probably this is a patient that should receive an ICD. But be careful, because this is the minority of patients. The majority of patients who have a syncope or who have a chest pain or who have palpitations, and then they are diagnosed because they have a type 2 or type 3. Be careful. This is not yet a Brugada syndrome. This is not yet something that you have to treat as a Brugada. You have to do the test. Sometimes you have to do pharmacological tests to see whether you get the type 1 or not. And in our hands, you will always do an electrophysiological study to make sure that the patient is inducible before implanting the patient. You know that this is controversial in different departments, but we always do electrophysiological study.
If I could just, it pleases me greatly that you've got access in so many of your facilities to PCI. It's certainly not like that in other parts of the world, where we find that healthcare is very stratified, and cardiology, for instance, in the system that I work in, is considered a super specialty, and it's housed at the tertiary level hospitals. So it is a very small minority that will have primary PCI. And it's not only with regards to getting the patient to, and so if I look in working in the metropolis of Cape Town, we should be able to get a patient to a PCI suite within the necessary timeframes. The difficulty is that we've got large rural areas with long distances, and getting a patient to those facilities becomes problematic. I previously worked at Krithani Baragwanath Hospital, which is in a township called Soweto, a very large tertiary academic hospital, but with a cardiology department that I used to have to pull out of the emergency department because they would come hunting for patients to take to PCI. And what it meant is that none of my residents ever learned how to thrombolize because the cardiologists were so active, it's not a complaint, it's great for the patients, but when I moved to, and our residents go to other places, they've never had the exposure to the difficulties that thrombolysis can have. And it's easy when it's a true yes or a true no, that's easy. It's making that maybe call, balancing the risk of the relative contraindication versus the risk of the patient actually dying from the myocardial infarct. And also the difficulties of which thrombolytic to choose. Do you go a fibrinolytic or a thrombolytic, or what is going to be best for the patient? It also comes down to finances. In my facility, we have limited access to the true alteplase or any of the TPIs, but we've got free access to streptokinase. And so it becomes that difficult scenario of not only deciding whether the patient should get thrombolized or not, but then which agent to do it with. And I think it thrills me that you've got such free access. May I ask just to sign, who here has thrombolized myocardial infarct? Maybe that was a better question to have asked.
Okay, thank you, Roger.
Okay.
Any another question or comment? Yes, Dr. Ayman, please.
Thanks, Dr. Borugada, for this excellent presentation. Do you know sudden cardiac death is a disaster, actually, and it's common in poor country like South Asian. Do you have any recommendation to have a screening plan, for example, in the school, for the student to screen for ECG to pick up who has the channelopathy, and is this any patient who has channelopathy, the ECG finding is present since birth or it changes with the age? From this, we can know what age we can screen if it is possible. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a very good question. That's one of my fights with administration and politicians, is that everybody should have at least one ECG performed during lifetime. I'm a teacher, professor in the university, and I always ask my people in the room, I will say how many they are, 22, 23 years old, my students, and I always ask them, how many of you have ever had an ECG? And it's always less than 50%. And these are medical students. So imagine in the normal population that is even less. So I've been fighting, and I keep fighting for the possibility that everybody has one ECG performed in life that will detect, of course, Parkinson-White, long QT, short QT, Brugada. I might suspect hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, rhythm disturbances, whatever, you know. It's cheap, it's easy, it's innocuous, it's without complication. I do myself in the area where I live, which is an area of about 50,000 inhabitants in the north of Barcelona. I do every year an ECG to every single boy and girl in the school at age 14. Okay. Why 14? I don't know it very well. I decided some years ago, but I don't know very well why I decided 14 and not 16 and not 12. Probably 14 because there are diseases like hypertrophic cardiomyopathy that the abnormal ECG is only visible at a certain age when the heart is already big enough. It's true that you might miss some patients with some conditions before that, but normally if this is a patient with a genetic disease normally you have some suspicion in the family, and then of course you do the ECG. But as a general screening, I think 14 is a good age. If you only have one bowel, you only have one in your life, I would say 14. If I have 10, then I would say at 2, at 10, at 20. But if you only have one bowel, I would say 14 is a good age. But I don't know why, but that's my feeling.
May I ask, in those screenings, how frequently do you pick up issues with these children?
Okay, so we do about 500 ECGs per year, okay? The first thing that is very curious is that 12% of the parents do not allow us to do an ECG on their child, which is something incredible for me. I still don't understand, you know. So look, this is free. I will do it. There is no problem. So of course we ask for a small record on medication or symptoms, family history, etc. And then authorization of the fathers to do the ECG. And 12% every year, 12% say no. So which I do not understand, but that's okay. Then on the 88% that we do, which is about 500 per year, we found 3% of ECGs which are suspicious of something, which are, let's say, not normal. And then, of course, we exclude here incomplete right bundle branch block and things like that. We don't care about that. So, abnormal. And then in this 3%, basically what we do is an echocardiogram, sometimes a Holter, sometimes a stress test, but basically an echocardiogram. And finally, we find 0.7% of ECGs that have something which is really abnormal, which does not mean that requires treatment, okay? But that they are normal and the patient should be followed up every year, whatever. So it's about between 3 and 4 ECGs per year, or patients per year, that has something that should be followed. Of course, we found Wolff-Parkinson-White, which is asymptomatic. We found some long QT. We found some suspicion of cardiac hypertrophy, or patients that do have a lot of extrasystoles, ventricular extrasystoles, and then you have to follow them. We had one with a suspicion of how you call that, an abnormal coronary artery that we could suspect on the ECG, and it had to be operated, so we found things.
If you take those numbers and extrapolate them to a country's population, those become huge.
Sure.
And those are numbers of lives that could be saved.
Yeah, but if you do that, it is like, why should you not do that once in lifetime, you know? And we're doing it at 14, but maybe when you get your driving license, whatever. At some moment that the majority of people do, not the military service, which was before, because now there is no obligatory military service, so you cannot have it. And of course, you will find things, and you will find things that you might, you know, see every year, new patients coming, or patients that should be suspected of something, and of course you will have to do echoes and stress tests and whatever. That's true, but that's prevention.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Brigada.
Thank you.
And we finished the time, and we have to give very 10 minutes, only 10 minutes. After 10 minutes we will come again for Satellite Symposium. Arkadaşlar 10 dakika sonra uydu sempozyumu sadece bu salonda var. Çekiliş yapacağız. İsimlerinizi yazdırın. İstediğinizi veriyoruz çekilişte, ona göre. Tamam. Thank you very much. Ortam. Çok teşekkür ediyorum. Burada bize verdiğiniz destek, kongrenin bir parçası olmak, burada bulunmak, hepsi her şekilde bize güç veriyor. İşte bu güç veren şeylerden birisi de uydu sempozyumlarımız. Bugün kardiyolojiyle başladık, kardiyolojiyle devam edeceğiz. Biliyorsunuz akut koroner sendromlar acil tıbbın en önemli kısımlarından birini oluşturuyor ve bizim uzun dönemde baktığımız acil vakalarında büyük oran kardiyolojik aciller olabiliyor. Yani %20'nin üzerinde, %25'in üzerinde gerçek acil vakalar için söylüyorum. Kardiyolojik aciller oluyor ve bunlara müdahale ederken çok daha dikkatli olmamız lazım. Çünkü gerçekten iyi tedavi, iyi sonuç. Yanlış, eksik tedavi, kötü sonuç çok belirgin olan bir hasta grubu. İşte bu önemli sendromda çok önemli bir tedavi, eski bir dostu inceleyeceğiz. Şimdi eskiden bilirler, filmler, bilmiyorum, bir Mehmet Hoca var benim bilen, bir de Zeynep Hoca, Zeynep Hoca küçük bize göre de, o eski filmler olurdu ya Yeşilçam'da, göğsü ağrırdı, bir tane cebinden bir teneke çıkardı, sarı teneke. Üstünde ne yazar onun bilir misiniz? İşte bilene ödül vereyim. Efendim? Firma olmaz ama firma söylemesin, o bilir. Trinitrin, sarı bir kutu. Nitrattı yani, trinitrat. Onu alırdı, iyileşirdi. Şimdi o dönem bitti. Ondan sonra spreyler geldi ya. Spreyler çok avantajlıydı bizim için. Filmlerde yer almadılar ama iyiydiler. Sonra spreyler ortadan gidince biz tablete kaldık. Şimdi yeniden hani popüler olma, daha doğrusu yeniden önümüze gelme şansı yakaladık. Onlarla ilgili de güzel bir sunum olacak. Profesör Doktor Zeynep Gökçen Çakır alkışlarınızla kürsüye davet ediyorum.
Daha fazla adım olsun diye biraz uzağa oturdum. Sahneye çıkmam zaman aldı. O arada adımlarımı da saymaya devam ediyorum. Ben kazanacağım inşallah diyorum. İndirdiniz mi uygulamayı? Evet, Başar Hocam zaten neredeyse benim anlatacaklarımı anlatıp bitirdi. Ben de size yine de kısa etkili nitratlarla, Başar Hocam'ın dediği gibi o eski dostla ilgili bir şeyler söylemek istiyorum. Yani çağları deviren, çağları yıkan, yeni çağ açan, orta çağın karanlığını sona erdiren kara barutun icadından sonraki en önemli kimyasal icat, ilk kullanışlı patlayıcı olarak icat edilmiş bir madde, gliseril trinitrat veya trinitrogliserin dediğimiz madde. İtalyan kimyager Sobrero bunu icat ediyor. İlk patlayıcıyı geliştiriyor ve kendisine progliserina diyor bu madde için. Ama daha sonra barış ödülüyle tanıdığımız İsveçli kimyager Nobel bu patlayıcıya çok büyük bir ilgi duyuyor ve en büyük gelişmeleri Nobel'in şirketi kaydediyor ve bu patlayıcıdan bir dinamit icat ediyor. Bu patlayıcıdan dinamit icat ediyor çünkü hem savaşların hem teknolojide hem sağlıkta en önemli gelişmelerin yaşandığı bir yüzyıl. Çok önemli gelişmelerin olduğu bir yüzyıl. Ve sağlıkta da aynı şekilde, aynı teknolojide olduğu gibi daha fazla ne yapabilirim, yeni ne üretebilirim çabaları var. Bir İngiliz doktor bu trinitrogliserini inceliyor ve bundan ne için kullanabilirim sorusunu kendisine soruyor. Ama ondan önce Alfred Nobel, Sobrero'nun bu icadından dinamiti icat ediyor demiştik ve İsveç'te ilk dinamit fabrikasını kuruyor. Maalesef kardeşini dinamit kazasında kaybediyor, kendi erkek kardeşini dinamit kazasında kaybediyor ve ondan sonra ilk nitrogliserin fabrikasını Almanya'da açıyor ve sonra da Amerika'ya sandıklarla tren yolu yapımları için Amerika'ya sevk ediyor. İşte Red Kit hikayelerine nitrogliserinin konu olması bu nitrogliserinin Amerika yolculuğuyla başlıyor. Epey bir zaman geçtikten sonra daha birkaç sene önce Beyrut'ta yaşadığımız o kanlı patlamanın sebebinin de yine nitrogliserin olduğunu söyleyip insanoğlunun bu patlayıcı icadının, bu büyük keşfinin nasıl sağlığımıza faydalı bir şeye döndüğüne geçmek istiyorum. İlk kez William Merrill tarafından 1878 yılında anjina krizlerini tedavi etmek için kullanıldı ve aynı yılda Merrill bunu yayınladı, duyurdu. 1896'da ölümünden hemen önce de Nobel bir arkadaşına yazdığı mektupta, ki mektubu görüyorsunuz, orijinal halinin fotoğrafını da buldum. Dahilen kullanmam için bana nitrogliserin reçete edilmiş olması kaderin bir cilvesi anlamına gelen bir arkadaşına mektup yazıyor. Çünkü bu olaydan, özellikle de kardeşinin ölmesinden zaten çok etkilenmiştir Nobel. Nobel Barış Ödülü'nün de bu yüzden konulduğu söylenir. İnsanoğlunun bu patlayıcı icadı 130 yıl süren, Başar Hocam'ın söylediği gibi çok eski bir dost kazanmamıza sebep oldu. Tıp dünyasının çok eski bir dost kazanmasına sebep oldu ve güçlü bir vazodilatatör olarak şimdiye kadar tıp camiasındaki yerini aldı. Nitrik oksit üzerinden salgıladığı bu vazodilatasyon yapan maddeyi nitrik oksit üzerinden salgıladığını yıllardır biliyoruz ama 2002 yılına kadar hala bu konuda gelişmeler o kadar cazip ve incelemeler o kadar fazlaydı ki 2002 yılında da aldehit dehidrogenazın buna sebep olan mitokondriyal enzim olduğu keşfedildi. Kabaca organik ve non-organik nitratlar olmak üzere ayırıyoruz. Bugün üzerine en çok duracağımız gliseril trinitrat, nitrogliserin organik bir nitrattır arkadaşlar. Dediğim gibi nitrik oksit üzerinden yapar vazodilatatör etkisini ve guanilat siklaz bu dönüşümde rol oynar. Düz kas çeperinde, endotel hücrelerinin yüzeyinde meydana gelen bu enzimin indüklediği reaksiyonla nitrik oksit salınır ve vazodilatatör etki gelişir. Nitrogliserin nitrik oksit üretimini tetikleyerek veya onun eylemlerini taklit ederek birçok özelliğe sebep olur. Damarları genişletici birçok özelliğe sebep olur veya bizim istediğimiz vazodilatatör etkiyi sağlayacak birçok farklı eylem yapar. Bunlardan bir tanesi zaten bildiğimiz nitrik oksit üzerinden yaptığı doğrudan vazodilatasyon. Vazokonstrüksiyonu inhibe ederek dolaylı bir vazodilatasyon da yapar. Ayrıca vasküler endotolyuma trombosit salınımını engelleyerek antitrombotik etki de yapar. Antienflamatuar etkiyi lökositlerin vasküler endotolyuma yapışmasını engelleyerek yapar ve aynı zamanda antiproliferatif etkisi de vardır. Anjinadaki, daha doğrusu akut koroner sendromlardaki yolculuğumuzda Başar Hocam zaten ufak bir giriş yaparak başladı. Bu konudaki en son kılavuzdan aldığım bir cümle ile ben de sunumun en can alıcı bölümüne başlamak istiyorum. Nitratlar yalnızca arterleri ve arteriyolleri genişletmekle kalmayıp aynı zamanda seçici venöz dilatasyonunu da indükledikleri için hem art yükü hem de ön yükü azaltan benzersiz vazodilatatörlerdir diyor. En son 2020'de yayınlanan Avrupa Kalp Cemiyeti'nin kılavuzunda, akut koroner sendrom kılavuzunda. Bu özelliklerini de ve çok kullanışlı bir preparat, farklı farmakolojik şekillere girme özelliğine sahip tablet formu, sublingual tablet formu, ayrıca transdermal formu, sprey formu, birçok farmakolojik yapıya da ticari şekle dönüşme özelliğine de sahip çok kullanışlı bir preparat. Bugünkü konumuz aslında kısa etkili nitratların acil serviste kullanımlarıyla alakalı. Tabii ki en önemli yeri de akut koroner sendromlar burada teşkil ediyor. Ana kullanım alanlarımız. Çok yeni bir çalışma Türkiye çapında yapılmış geniş çaplı TÜRKMÜ çalışmasında bizim toplumumuzda en yaygın akut koroner sendrom bulgularının tipik göğüs ağrısı ve dispine olduğu vurgulanır. İşte nitrogliserinlerin çalıştığı ana yer de burasıdır. Tipik göğüs ağrısı ve dispineyi düzeltmek için çalışırlar. Gördüğünüz gibi şöyle kabaca size bir antianjinal ilaçları sınıflamış oldum. Nitrogliserinden hala 130 yıl geçmesine rağmen burada çok önemli bir madde olarak yerlerini alıyorlar. Farmakolojik ajan olarak yerlerini alıyorlar. Ve hala 2022 yılına geldiğimiz zaman hala daha nitrogliserinle ilgili review'lar, çalışmalar yapılacak kadar da önemli bir yeri var. Kardiyolojik özellikle olaylarda ve birçok tıpla ilgili birçok alanda çok önemli bir yeri olan ilacımız. Acil serviste kullanımıyla ilgili aslında tabii ki akut koroner sendromlar ve şimdi sıralayacağımız birçok nitrogliserinin etkili olduğu tıbbi durum acil serviste gerçekleştiği için, ilk başvuru yeri acil servis olduğu için aslında nitrogliserinin de en çok kullanılacağı yerler acil servislerdir. Yine işte az evvel sunduğum çalışmadan aldığım bir bölüm diyor ki özellikle semptomların başlangıcından sonraki ilk 10 gün içinde mortalite başta olmak üzere erken kullanımın ne kadar erken başlarsa nitrogliserin kullanımı o kadar fazla etki eder. O kadar çok etki eder. Burada erken kullanımın altını çizmek istiyorum. Ne kadar erken başlanabilirse bu erkenlik saniyelerle, dakikalarla ölçülen bir erkenlik düzeyi. Onu saniyeleri, dakikaları geçtiğiniz zaman da günler içerisinde başlanabilmesi, mesela stabil anjinada bir an evvel reçete ediliyor olabilmesi çok çok önemli. Eskiden kullanıldığı, artık kullanılmadığı bir yer var güncel kılavuzların vurgu yaptığı. O da tanı amaçlı kullanımı. Eskiden göğüs ağrısının tipik vasfını değerlendirmek için nitrogliserin verilip eğer nitrogliserine cevap veriyorsa bu ağrının koroner sendrom olduğu yönünde, koroner arterlerden kaynaklandığı yönünde bir genel kanı oluşurken daha sonra özofagus üzerinde de özellikle özofagus spazmlarının da aynı şekilde nitratlara iyi cevap verdiği görüldüğü zaman bu ayırt edici özelliğinin olmadığı ve tanı koyma amaçlı kullanılmaması son kılavuzlarda özellikle vurgulanıyor. Bu görmüş olduğunuz 2014'ün AHA kılavuzu hali hazırda 2020 en taze kılavuz 2020'de ESC'nin yayınladığı kılavuzdur ve Klas 1C bir öneri olarak sublingual veya IV nitrat kullanımını erken başlatılmasını çok şiddetle önerir. Herhangi bir kontraindikasyon yoksa der. Sınıf 1C oldukça yüksek bir öneri düzeyi bildiğiniz gibi. Ve hemen algoritmanın başında burada gördüğünüz gibi antianjinal tedavi olarak ağrının tedavi edilmesinde nitrogliserin yine tedavide yer alır ESC'deki akut koroner sendrom algoritmasında. Bu çalışmanın önemi benim için şu, burada yer almasının sebebi, sizlere sunmamın sebebi şu. Bu çalışma nitrogliserin dilaltı spreyin 5. dakikasında, kullanımının 5. dakikasında hastaların %48'inde koroner dilatasyon yaparak iskemi bölgesinde reperfüzyon ile hasar oluşumunu gerilettiğini iddia etti. O yüzden benim için önemli. Güzel de planlanmış, güzel yapılmış bir çalışma. Tek merkezli, çift kör, prospektif, plasebo kontrollü bir çalışma. Ve 96 hasta sayısı da az değil böyle bir çalışma için. Dolayısıyla 5. dakikada hastaların yarısında neredeyse ciddi etkili olabilecek bir vazodilatasyon olduğuna vurgu yaptı ve tabii bu şekilde de Circulation'da yayınlanma hakkını elde etti. Bir review konuyla ilgili bunu şunun için koydum. Oral kullanım dozları için net bir öneri bulunmamakta diyor bu review'da. Biz IV dozlardan yola çıkarak oral dozları tahmin yoluyla buluyoruz diye hatta bir iddiada bulunuyor. Fakat klasik kaynaklara geçmiş, klasik review'larda, kitaplarda yer alan dozlarımız aslında belli. Translingual spreyde gördüğünüz gibi doz 400 mikrogram sprey 1-2 metreden puflanacak şekilde 5 dakikada bir tekrarlanabilecek şekilde ağrı iyileşinceye kadar verilebilir. Sublingual sprey için söylüyorum. Acildeki önemli kullanım alanlarından bir tanesi de acilin yine mayor hasta gruplarından birinde akut hipertansif kalp yetmezliği ve pulmoner ödemde tabii ki. Bildiğiniz gibi akut hipertansif tedavi ve pulmoner ödem, akut hipertansiyon ve pulmoner ödemin tedavisinde, temel farmakolojik tedavisinde vazodilatatör ve diüretikleri kullanırız. İşte nitrogliserin burada vazodilatatör olarak önemli bir rol oynar. Çünkü neydi? Az evvel gösterdiğimiz o kılavuzda yer alan cümleyle, vurucu cümleyle hem ön yükü hem art yükü azaltacak vurucu bir vazodilatatör etkisi vardı. Ve kalp yetmezliği belirtisi olan kişilerde oldukça faydalıydı. Bu da yüksek doz nitrat kullanımının düşük mekanik ventilasyon, düşük endotrakeal entübasyon yapılma ihtiyacı, kan basıncında iyileşme, miyokard hasarında azalma, hastanede kalış süresini kısaltma ve yoğun bakımda kalma süresini kısaltma ya da yoğun bakım ihtiyacını azaltma gibi kriterlerin iyiliğiyle alakalı olduğunu vurgulayan bir yayın. Ve yüksek doz IV nitrat kullanımının altını çiziyor. Fakat ben bu yüksek doza bir de erken kullanımın vurgusunu yapmak istiyorum. Ne kadar erken o kadar iyi diyen bir makaleyi de sizinle paylaşmıştım. Bir an evvel başlanmasının bu açıdan da yanınızda olmasının ve hemen kullanılabilmesinin, Başar Hocam'ın anlattığı Türk filmi sahnesi benim gözümün önünde. Çok da aradım aslında buraya görsel olarak koyabilmek için ama bulamadım. O beyaz saçlı amca cebinden işte ilacını çıkartıyor ve kısa süre içerisinde toparlıyor. Çok da aradım buraya koyabilmek için, bulamadım. Çok dramatik ve kısa sürede başlandığı zaman çok belirgin etkisi olan bir ilaç olduğu için bir an evvel başlanılması yüksek doz kadar önemli. O yüzden ben bu yayının yaptığı yüksek doz vurgusuna ve bir an evvel diye de bir etki faktörünü eklemek istiyorum. Bunun için de sublingual uygulama şeklinin hastanın cebinde taşınabilmesi, acil servislerde, prehospital ambulanslarda bulundurulması, bir an evvel kullanılabilmeye başlaması açısından bir artı değer olduğunun altını çizmek istiyorum. Bu sublingual tabletlerin burada kullanım dozunu görüyorsunuz bu hastalarda. Bu iki çalışmada yani özellikle hem pre-hospital hem de acil servislerde yüksek dozun diğer farmakolojik ajanlara bir üstünlüğü var mı? Yani zaten belirgin, kendisini ispatlamış bir tedavidir nitrogliserin kalp yetmezliğinde, ama yüksek dozun acaba burada ekstra bir etkinliği var mı? Bunu vurgulayan makaleler. Evet, peki aort diseksiyonu ve anevrizması yine mayor kardiyaklarımızdan, korkulu kardiyak hadiselerimizden bir tanesi acil servis için. Biliyorsunuz tipik olarak tip A ascendant ve tip B descendant diseksiyonlar başlıca diseksiyon tiplerimiz. Tip A tamamen cerrahi bir diseksiyon tipi, ama tip B'de başlangıçta süreç medikal olarak yönetilebilir. İşte bu medikal tedavi hasarlı aort duvarındaki kan basıncını azaltmaya ve hemodinamik stabiliteyi sağlama amacına yönelik olacağı için burada bir vazodilatatörün işimize yarayabileceğini kabaca tahmin edebiliriz. Bu guideline'da aort diseksiyonu ile ilgili guideline'da önceliğin labetalol ve ezmalol gibi beta blokerlerde olduğunu, çünkü aynı zamanda hem kalp debisini azalttığını, sol ventrikül hızını azalttığını ve refleks taşikardileri önlediğini, nitrogliserin veya nitroprusit gibi vazodilatatörlerin nikardipin veya klevidipinlerin ardından eklenebileceğini tedaviye vurguluyor diseksiyon kılavuzunda. Acildeki mümkün kullanım alanlarından bir tanesi, yani çok mayor kullandığımız, elimizin alışkanlığı olan bir alan olmasa bile preeklamsi ve eklamsinin sebep olduğu hipertansif durumlarda kullanabileceğimiz yönünde bir takım bulgular var. Tabii ki sizin de bildiğiniz gibi preeklamsi, eklamsinin asıl tedavisi bebeğin ve plasentanın doğurtulmasıdır. Fakat bu arada da anne ve bebek için bir risk dengesi gözetilir. En uygun doğum zamanı seçilmeye çalışılır. Doğum eyleminin başlatılması ile ilgili bir takım özellikler vardır. Ve biliyorsunuz ki oldukça mortal de seyredebilecek bir hastalık olduğu için bazen çok ciddi kararlar vermek gerekir. Bu arada antihipertansiflerle yönetmek durumunda olduğumuz klinik durumda hidralazin, labetalol, lifedipin gibi antihipertansifleri kullanabiliyoruz. Preeklamsi özellikle kardiyojenik pulmoner ödemle komplike hale geldiyse oradaki hipertansiyon, kardiyojenik pulmoner ödemle komplike hale geldiyse o zaman nitrogliserin bir olası tedavi seçeneği olarak aklımızda yer edebilir. Normalde çok birinci basamak tercih ettiğimiz bir tedavi seçeneği değil. Bunu ilginç bulduğum için burada yer almasını istedim. Çok yakın zamanda bir Cochrane derlemesi nitrogliserinin tokolitik olarak kullanımını araştırmış ve nitrogliserinin erken doğum eylemi için uterus kasılmasını da önleyebileceğini, özofagus düz kas üzerindeki etkilerinden dolayı mesela özofagus kasılmalarını önlediğinden bahsetmiştik. Aynı şekilde uterus kasılmasını da önleyebileceğini öngördü ve bunun üzerine bir derleme yayınlıyorlar. Bu özelliği açısından diğer tokolitiklerden daha üstün değil. Fakat nitrogliserinin yan etkileri, olumsuz etkileri daha az olduğu için yine de kullanılabileceği yönünde kafamızda bir işaret oluşuyor. Burada gördüğünüzde pardon, ne yaptık? Dozlarla devam ederken tabii ki.
Evet, alttakinden.
Evet, yanlış yerde kaldığım için. Burada da dozlarını, eklamsi ve preeklamsideki dozlarını görüyoruz. Son olarak acil serviste hipertansif inmelerde, ensefalopatide ve sempatik krizlerde acaba kullanılabilir mi? Ne derece yeri var? En çok çalışma, bu konuda en çok çalışma prehospital alanda, özellikle de kanaması olan hastalarda, hemorajik stroke olan hastalarda gliseril trinitratın daha etkili olabileceği, yüksek doz kullanılması, IV kullanılması durumunda etkinliğinin olabileceği konusunda çok sayıda çalışma var. Fonksiyonel sonuçlara fayda sağlayabileceği ile ilgili bir takım veriler var. Fakat yani nitrogliserinin hipertansif ensefalopatiyi tedavi etmek için tercih edeceğimiz bir antihipertansif olduğunu gösteren çok güçlü elimizde kanıtlar yok. Sempatik deşarj konusunda da kokain kötüye kullanımının sebep olduğu koroner vazospazm hariç sempatik hiçbir krizde nitrogliserinin yeri yok. Sonuç olarak ben şunu söyleyebilirim. Birçok farmakolojik molekülün aksine zaman geçtikçe modası geçeceğine, değerden düşeceğine, değer kazanan 130 yıldan beri devam eden kullanımımızda olan sarsılmaz bir yeri olan bir molekülden bahsediyoruz. Ve bu molekül sublingual sprey formuyla kolay taşınır, çok çabuk elde edilir. Yanınızda taşıyabileceğiniz, o anda yanınızda olabilen bir form halinde çok özel bir kullanım alanı sunar size diyorum ve çok teşekkür ediyorum.
Evet, çok teşekkür ederiz güzel sunum için. Tabii konu hepimizi ilgilendiren çok önemli bir konu. Çünkü hepimiz kullanıyoruz nitratları. Hatta bir ara son slaytlardan nitrat hipertansif ensefalopatide de kullanmaya başlandı tekrar diye kafam karıştı. Sonra yaptık yani hızla değişiyor, bir kullanıyoruz bir kullanmıyoruz. Ama özellikle sprey formu bu konu daha gündemimize geldi. Biz de bunu anlatalım istedik. Burada şimdi yönetici pozisyonda hocalarımız var, dekanlarımız burada. Hem Mehmet hocamız hem de Ayhan hoca da geldi sağ olsunlar. Şimdi biz bunların acil servislerde kullanımını destekliyoruz. Mehmet hocam, ben bu konuda aslında 112'nin işte genel müdürlükle görüşüp ambulanslarda olmasını, çünkü prehospital alanda da dediniz değil mi? Olmasının uygun olduğunu düşündüğümü ifade ettim. Ne dersiniz, ambulanslarda kullanılsın mı bu hastane öncesi?
Tabii ki yani Türk filmi sahnelerinde kullanıldığına göre bundan yıllar önce çok
ben prehospital'la ilgili makaleleri özellikle de koydum Mehmet abi, bu konudan bahis açarız diye. Ambulanslarda kullanımıyla özellikle acil servislerde zaten bulunması
Zeynep
lazım.
hocam, şöyle bir şey de var ama acil önce deneyimleyecek, öne çıkartacak. Yani bizde işler öyle yürür. Yani bizim önce acil serviste bir defa nitratlara ihtiyacımız var. O yüzden sayın dekanlarımıza iletiyorum. Bir defa acile alalım. Acilde olduktan sonra bu kullanım deneyimini biz mutlaka ambulanslara yansıtmamız lazım. Yani Ambulanslar acilden aldığı bilgilerle hareket edebilir. O yüzden direkt onlara şunu kullanın demeden önce bizim acilde önce bir şeyimiz olsun da kullanım alanımız olsun. Ondan sonra oluşturalım diye istiyoruz ama her halükarda sprey kullanımının avantajlı olduğunu görüyoruz. Nitratların kullanımının herkesin bir deneyimi var. IV nitrogliserin kullanmayan yoktur aramızda acilci olduğumuz için. Bir de böyle alternatif formların çıkması çok iyi. Soru katkı alabiliriz salondan. Pek soru katkı yoksa biz soralım falan diyormuşum. O zaman çekilişi getirin bari. Çekiliş yok mu? Kimse sormuyor. Çekiliş yapalım. Nitratlar tanıdık. Onu da söyledim. Bak bu soruya ödül ver. Trinitrin de hatırladın mı Mehmet Hocam? O sarı kutu. Bir de o şey vardı. Yaşlı amca alıyordu böyle göğsüne alıp iyileşiyordu hemen. Şimdi arkadaşlar ben bunu karıştırıyorum. Ondan sonra bir tane isim çekeceğim. Emine Aykol. Emine Aykol burada mı? Yok, şansını kaybetti maalesef, üzgünüm. Bence ikinci şans. Emine Aykol yok. Ona da söyleyeyim biraz içi yansın. Derste olmadı. Şimdi şunu çekiyoruz. Bir dakika, şu geldi. Bunu okuma şansım yok ya. Şimdi soyadı Değer ama. Soyadı Değer.
Rabia Değer olabilir mi?
Rabia mı? Vay, Rabia Değer. Evet, alkışlarımızla. Tamam Rabia, ne istiyorsun? Sen böyle bir kura gördün mü? Bak, ne istiyorsun? Ona bırakalım.
Vay, çok güzel.
Yani hocam haddimi aşmazsam az evvel Menderes abiyle standın başında konuşurken ATLS kılavuzunu gördüm, biz satmıyoruz dedi. Satar mı, ne yapar bilmiyorum. Efendim?
Çok da mütevazi bir isteği var. ATLS kılavuzunu
Yani ilk aklıma gelen oydu diye.
Tamam, ATLS kılavuzu içeren bir kitap istiyorsunuz. Tamam, anladık. Ama çok mütevazisiniz. Ben de daha doğrusu bunlar
kursunu isteyebilirim ama yani ilk aklıma geldi.
Bir şey soracağım. Rabia, öncelikle cevap şöyle. Hocam canınızın sağlığını isteriz diye bir cevap oluyor. Bunları öğretelim asistanlarımıza. Önce can sağlığı. Evet. Şimdi Rabia Hanım'a o zaman ATLS kılavuzu içeren bir kitap istediniz. Tamam, bunu temin edeceğiz.
Bence kongre falan istiyordur.
Ben kitabını kendi adresine gönderebilirim.
Tamam. Behçet Hoca sponsor oldu kitap. Behçet Hoca mı gelmiş? O Behçet Hoca mı?
Odur, evet.
Galiba
Tamam, hoş geldin hocam. Behçet Hoca size kitap gönderecekmiş. Tamam. O zaman siz başka bir şey isteyin.
Behçet Hocam ATLS kursu hediye etsin Rabia'ya.
Tamam.
Behçet
Neyse,
Hocam
yok,
ATLS
başka bir şey yok artık. Başka bir şey yok. Evet.
Teşekkür ederim hocam, sağ olun.
Behçet Hocam, siz baklava yollasanız daha iyi olmaz mıydı? Neyse. Evet. Behçet Hoca da geldi, renklenecek şey tabii. Kongremiz biraz daha renklenecek. Evet Mehmet Hocam, buyurun. Sayın Dekanım, buyurun.
Şimdi bir devlet büyüğümüz bir seçim sonrası yüksek oy alması nedeniyle bir şehre geldiğinde dile benden ne dilerseniz diye söylediğinde şehir halkı demiş ki ya sizin sağlığınız Rabia da biraz öyle oldu ama buna cesurca şey yapmak lazım. Behçet Hoca herhalde onu tamamlayacak.
Evet. Tamam, ben de huzurunuza ATLS kursunu arkadaşımıza hediye ediyorum.
Teşekkür ederim hocam, sağ olun.
Behçet Hocam, yanlış anlamadıysam siz hediye ediyorsunuz. Bizi karıştırmıyorsunuz değil mi? Tamam. Evet. Tamam. Tamam. Behçet Hoca hediye ediyor, tamam. Ona göre. Tamam, peki. Teşekkürler arkadaşlar. Şimdi arkadaşlar, bugün performansınız için teşekkür ediyorum. Burada olduğunuz için teşekkür ediyorum. Daha fazla vaktinizi almayalım. Diğer şeye geçelim. Ama bakın, bugün Avustralya'dan gelen bir konuğumuz var. Kaç saatte geliniyor? En uzak uçuş herhalde Yeni Zelanda ve Avustralya. Yani lütfen arkadaşlar, özellikle buradaki arkadaşlar öyle hani bu ne demek istediğimi hemen anlıyorsunuz. Bu misafirlerimize bilimsel saygımızı gösterelim. Ve burada onları dinlemeye çalışalım. Gerçekten elimizden geldiğini biliyorum. Bu çalışkan bir ekip var. Her tarafa koşturuyorsunuz. Bildiriler, A salonu, B salonu. Bir de diğer ekip var. Ona da bir o havuza, bir diğer havuza, bir şunun da tadına bakalım. Bir de şuraya bakalım. Ama ne yapalım? Biz böyleyiz işte. Onlar öyle, biz böyle. Bu taraf onun. Tamam. Biz eninde sonunda kazanan çalışan olur diye düşünüyoruz. Onlar da yadırgamıyoruz. Yani ne yapsınlar? Onlar da bir şekilde şey yapıyor. Ama artık buraya da önem verelim. Hemen yani B salonunda, C salonunda gitmek zorunda olanlar gitsin. Sayın hocam, başka bir soru gelmiyor anladığım kadarıyla. O zaman sizi de yormayalım. Teşekkür ediyoruz. Farmetik firmasına teşekkürlerimizi iletiyoruz. Ayrıca bu ürünü Türkiye'ye kazandırmanız da bizim için büyük mutluluk verici. Siz bakmayın, biz bunun peşini bırakmayız. Biz onu ambulanslara falan isteriz. Su sağlık için önemli yani, sizden bağımsız olarak. Biz bunun tecrübesini biliyoruz. İnsanlarımız için bunu isteyeceğiz, merak etmeyin sonuna kadar. Tabii burada bir sürü öğrencimizi de yerleştirdik oraya, biliyorsunuz. Onlar da yardımcı olacaktır bakanlıkta. Evet arkadaşlar, 4'te diğer sunuma geçiyoruz ve bugünkü son iki sunumumuz. Burada da yabancılar, kalabilen arkadaşların burada kalmasını istiyoruz. Hatta burada kalanlara sürekli şey yapalım, sürekli çekiliş yapalım. Madem birini de Becet Hoca verdi, burada kalanlara bir çekiliş daha yapacağız. Ama kaldıktan sonra. Teşekkür.
Department and Poison Center for taking any kind of an help. So with this, I thank you all very much for giving me an opportunity, and I welcome you all to MCON 2022, which will be happening from November 24th to 27th in India, in Trivandrum. It's a God's own country, it's called us. So welcome you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor, for interesting lecture. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker will be by Dr. Ahmed Dhoum. Dr. Ahmed is a Lieutenant Colonel in the Royal Medical Services, Emergency Consultant, European and France, Emergency Fellowship, Louis Pasteur University, ICU and Critical Care Training, Basket University, Director of NEMSIC. He will speak about the role of the NEMSIC Training Center at Royal Medical Services to improve the quality of the emergency medicine. From Jordan. Thank you, Doctor.
Good afternoon. It gives me a great pleasure to be among you. Thank you, IBAD colleagues, for invitation. And thank you, Professor Bashar, also, and the organizing committee. It's give me honor and great to introduce my organization, Jordanian Royal Medical Services, in a few slides. As you see, we have around 24,000 Royal Medical Service personnel, 11 or 12 institute and military hospitals, 4 military hospitals. Our Royal Medical Service mission, it's multi-focus organization working under the mission of providing, improving and developing efficient by using optimal using of available resources. As I informed, the RMS Jordanian rules, military rule, national rule, international humanitarian rule, crisis and disaster management. Our Royal Medical Service structure, we have around 12 hospitals from north to south, east to west, 6 field hospital, 4 military battalion hospital. This is our King Hussein Medical City, the largest and most disciplinary medical institution in Jordan. It contains around 6 special hospitals and preventive medicine, also nuclear medicine and ophthalmology center. The capacity of beds around 1,400 beds. Also, we have 4 Military Academy, Prince Muna Royal Medical Service College and Institute Biomedical, and my National Emergency Medical Service Training Center. With pleasure to share with you our experience, I am the director of the National Emergency Medical Service Educational Center at the Royal Medical Services, and how we have the courses to increase the efficiency for emergency physicians. Our vision, excellence and leadership nationally, regionally and globally. Our mission to provide state-of-art training program that keep evidence-based guidelines through optimal use of available resources, including well-qualified instructors, modern technology and appropriate setting. In 2009, our training center, NIMSIC, was accredited by American Heart Association, and we started to conduct basic life support, advanced cardiac life support, pediatric advanced life support, pediatric emergency recognition and stabilization, in addition of neonatal station program, and also triage courses. Also, it is these courses for physicians, nurses, midwives, paramedics, and also for non-healthcare providers. In 2013, our center accredited by American Cardiac of Surgery, and we conduct advanced trauma life support for physicians, for doctors. In 2015 also, we are accredited by American Society of Trauma Nurses in cooperation with American College of Surgeons to conduct advanced trauma care for nurses also. In 2015 also, accredited by American National Association of Emergency Medical Technician, NAMIT, and we provide PHTLS, pre-hospital trauma life support for doctors, nurses, and paramedics. In 2019, we accredited by American Academy of Family Physician, and we started to conduct basic life support in obstetric and advanced life support in obstetric. Our training center, at NIMSIC, has ability to conduct different type of courses to cover all target group in the community. It's not also for doctors, for nurses, for midwives, across designed also for non-healthcare providers. As the models of emergency medicine, we know there is two models of emergency medicines: stay and play philosophy or scoop and run. So that in our center, we started to have both of them, to have a courses pre-hospital and also in hospital. It is our accreditation from training center. This slide, it gives us information how many participants in our training center. It is not only for emergency physician, but also GPs. And what we are did that the all medical or Royal Medical Service doctors, they didn't have promotion from rank to rank, or from, for example, specialist to senior specialist or consultant, if he didn't pass some of these courses. As you see, basic life support around 150 per 1 year. We have advanced cardiac life support, PULSE, peers for pediatrics, NRP also for program of neonatal, emergency triage, PULSE, and also basic life support, advanced life support for doctors. They are working in as pediatrician or gynecologist, advanced trauma life support for doctors. They are working with a trauma or surgeon, pre-hospital trauma life support also for all paramedics and doctors. They are working in the field. Also, we have TCCC, Tactical Compound Casualty Care, Tactical Emergency Casualty Care, and also Tactical Medic, Emergency Medical Technician Basic and Intermediate. To rising the paramedics we have for newcomer and emergency medical technician qualification. As I mentioned before, our American Heart Association courses, it's basic life support. I think you are familiar with these courses: advanced cardiac life support, pediatric advanced life support, pediatric emergency assessment and recognition. Also trauma courses, advanced trauma life support, ATLS, and we congratulations Professor Bahjat that you are an instructor of ATLS, I think, in Turkey. ATCN also for nurses, as I mentioned before, pre-hospital trauma life support, and all of these courses, it's very important to raising the efficiency for emergency physicians. They are working at emergency or at the field. The importance of courses that conducted at our training center, that they provide concise of easy to remember framework for the medical personnel who involved in the courses. When they come across with any medical emergency, they will be able for optimal using of available resources and teamwork dynamics. Others courses we have like Diploma of Emergency, Neonatal Triage also, and tactical courses for non-medical health provider. This is the average of our courses during the year. We cover around 90% from our military Royal Medical Service, and the statistics 10% from the civilian people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmad. The last speaker at this session, he will be Professor Dr. Rajadoura. He is Senior Consultant and Head Department of Emergency Medicine and Critical Care at Apollo KH Hospitals in Milfishar from India. And he will talk about evolution of pre-hospital care in India and the way forward.
Okay, we can do it. Thank you for that nice little introduction. Thank you for the opportunity. So I'm going to talk about the journey of pre-hospital care in India since a decade. And the good news is I'm going to talk within 10 minutes. And I'm going to keep my lecture short as possible. Well, not this short. So who said the thank you slide have to be only in the end? So I take this time to thank the organizers for giving us the kind of opportunity. Professor the President, EPAT, and all his team, our SEMI team, and all the organizers for giving us this wonderful opportunity to speak on the platform, which deserves this kind of topic. Is this topic important? So most of my presentation will have this slide as a mandate, where I'll usually engage the participants about whether the pre-hospital or the topic what I'm going to talk is important. So here, the pre-hospital core, probably after some slides you'll understand whether the pre-hospital care is important or not. So these are all some of the statistics across the world, where we see 80% of the deaths occur outside the hospital. So please note that it is not the deaths which is happening only inside the hospital. In a developed nation or a developing nation or in the Western countries, we come across more deaths outside the hospital. And this is a statistics which was taken 5 years before the COVID. So it is still rising. Over 2 lakh people die of sudden cardiac arrest every year. And the single most strategy to improve the victim's chance of survival is always bystander CPR, and the single most effective intervention that has saved maximum lives in the history is CPR, which is bystander CPR. So let's talk why we need early CPR. I am sure this is a crowd where you all know aware of about the platinum 10 minutes and the golden 1 hour concepts, so I'm not going to talk much on this. To be more precise, CPR increases the sustainability of rhythm and the chance of survival, which is the platinum 10 minutes. So this is a familiar slide to all the emergency physicians across who are sitting here, the trimodal death distribution. So do not take only, this pattern is only for trauma. This is for all medical as well as surgical emergencies, including trauma patient who comes to our emergency department. The first, you can see the 3 peaks here, the first phase within minutes, second phase within hours, and the third peak within the days or months. So the first peak usually, they say it is not unable to prevent. So when we have a good pre-hospital care, the chances of that peak is coming down is very highly. That is what we have demonstrated in our country. And the second phase, when we have a good ER, good functioning ER with all, good emergency physicians, trained emergency physicians to take care of ACLS, the cardiac life support and trauma life support and all emergencies, this peak also can come down. When the accessibility and the emergency physicians, the ambulance services, which all I'm going to talk in the next coming slides, we can bring down these peaks also. And the third peak, which happens mostly inside the hospital, either in the ICU or in the wards. So death due to infection or multi-organ failure, when you have a good team of doctors working along with you, and when you have good pre-hospital care and the emergency care, the chance of you reducing the third peak of death is also inevitable. Right, so this is a trauma statistics. This is our country, India. Most of you all know. So by the time I was talking, I was talking for the past 2 minutes, a death would have happened by now. Death related to trauma and other medical emergencies would have happened. So every 2 minutes a death is happening because of trauma or related to it. And these are the various state-wise representation of deaths which is happening inside our country. So how do we prevent or how do we reduce the chances? So we need to improve the pre-hospital care. As I said, the first peak have to come down because of the good pre-hospital care. The second peak, we need to improve the knowledge of our emergency physician, improve the basic structure, and improve their skills with regards to treating those critically ill patients, and you need to form a good team in our critical care units and the wards to reduce the third peak. Whether we have done it is not a one-day process, it is a gradual process. And so as it has been mentioned in AHA's chain of survival, you need to follow this interlinked chain of survival without any break. Any break in this interlinked chains reduces the chance of survival for patients. So now you guys tell me, based on the statistics, is this topic important? The pre-hospital care, what we are doing for the past 10 years? Definitely yes. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the journey of our pre-hospital care for the past 10 years in our country. And I'm not going to include, I'm unable to include all the people's work here. So we have included maximum what we could do for this objective. In short, the short objective would be to save lives. So a typical scenario on Indian roads, a road traffic accident. So what do you think people would be doing there? Or what do you think a healthcare professional would be doing there? A good Samaritan, ADMAX, even now, would try to ask for an ambulance, to try to call for an ambulance. Why they are not coming forward to help these victims? Of course, there are places where people are helping and people are doing resuscitation. People are trying to help each other, but not everywhere it is happening, particularly not only in our country, almost all the countries. Why? When we assess the reasons, we found that it is lack of awareness, because people are scared when somebody is fallen, collapsed, and with a lot of blood, and somebody screaming or screaming next to the patient. Somebody has fallen unconscious because of various reasons. They do not know what they exactly need to do. So it is lack of awareness, fear about the loss. People think that most of the time the bystanders are also harassed after the incident, and they fear about the loss. We don't have a good communication system. The transport ambulances are all short, because I'm from a country where about 1.4 billion people are there in that single country, as Dr. Srinath was telling. So we and China together can match the rest of the population throughout the world. So accessing to the ambulances, communication system, access to the healthcare, and a trained emergency physician are all pitfalls. So what, as a group, as Society for Emergency Medicine, as each and every emergency physician in India have done so far. So what we thought is we have to give widespread CPR training, develop rapid responses, establish high-quality CPR and training to them. Where, like fire extinguishers in Western countries, we also need AEDs throughout our country, and we need to have a good definitive care. So this is some huge task, and as I told you, we didn't establish this in an overnight, and this is a decade of efforts which I'm going to show you all. Of course, nothing happens unless we dream. We dreamt of the same, and to some extent we have, arrived to this. A dream of every emergency physician, at least one BLS provider in each and every home. This was a dream since a long time, and we need to create mass awareness, that is large volume, high frequency, large volume, low frequency, and as well as low volume, high frequency training is what we aimed at, to create awareness to the general public as well as to the other people. So this is, ladies and gentlemen, this is a red letter day for throughout all the emergency physicians in India on April 7, 2016. We trained about 50,000 people. Can you all imagine? We trained about 50,000 people in CPR, and it has been in the Guinness World Book of Records. We as a society have participated, and we have done it in the institution where I was working. So by this, we created a mass awareness. Each and every emergency physician society, after this, we thought, when I was having a meeting with the media, one of the media person asked me, when do you think this record will be broken? I told to them, I wanted this record to be broken the next day. Even the organizers was slightly not happy with me, having spent crores when I was telling that I want this record to be broken, because we didn't do record for records, we do this record for awareness. So more and more such records, where it comes, more and more people will be aware, and as expected, like a chain reaction, a lot of people attempted. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, this record still remains unbeaten, and many of the people have done subsequent records in CPR in different categories. So this is one such scene from that. This is me. I think we need to, Dr. Srinath will agree, we need to perform Guinness World Record to keep ourselves slim, isn't it? So this was me training about 5,000 people at one go. So we had about 8 sessions where we trained about 40,000 people, and subsequently there was a relay about 10,000 people. So on that particular day, that is on 2016 April 7th, we trained about 50,000 people, and this was marked in the Guinness World Book of Records. But creating a record, as I told, it is not good. It is a one-time event. It is not going to help much. We need to focus on the low volume, high frequency training, which we are aware, and we identified the end users, the school, college students, police, fire, and district officials, and we started training for them too, which has been happening for the past, from the time we established as a society in emergency medicine. Each and every physician is doing their part to do the same, and we are also doing the same. So this is the present hospital where I was working. Of course, every hospital, every emergency physician are donating AEDs to make AEDs available in different parts of India, and we are training people to the first aid thing. And this is the integration of first aid and school curriculum. Most of the emergency physicians across the world go to the school, train them in CPR, and then come back. Instead, what we have made in our group is, what we have made in our place is, we have integrated first aid in the school curriculum, like how the kids will learn maths or physics, they will learn CPR. CPR is a non-exam subject. So it is a compulsorily, it has been taught in each and every, the school student of that particular school, and he will be trained in CPR. That is our goal. So once he's trained, he's been certified, we have a process, and he's been certified, he's been retrained. So we see to that the integration of first aid in school curriculum happens even now in the right way. Of course, as I was telling you, the small volume, concentrating on the small volume, we as a SEMI was doing this national level basic life support and cardiac life support. It is a replica of AHA's, American Heart Association's basic life support. For the people who are unable to participate there, we have formed this. It is an interactive session where we train a lot of people on every day in different cities. So this is the National Trauma Life Support. So this platform is a peculiar or an interesting opportunity, I would call, because I'm sharing all these things in front of our academic chair, Dr. Srinath. So this is the training report what we have from the last year. This training is provided to all the government doctors, and this is done as a pilot course in Tamil Nadu, a state in India, which has pioneered this aspect of spreading training to the doctors, combining with the government. This shortly will be adapted to all the states. We are spearheading for the same, and more people will be trained for the same. So these two, Dr. Srinath and Dr. Sarana Kumar, are the program directors who developed the group of people and organized the team to teach each and every medical colleges. So we are doing this for the past 2 years. We have trained about 15 medical colleges in across Tamil Nadu. As it is again like an advanced trauma life support 3-day course with interactive lectures, hands-on training, Kahoot online quizzes, and pre-test and post-test. On the completion, they will be given a certificate. So we didn't do just the course, we assessed the outcomes also. As the graphs clearly mention, the knowledge post this NTLS course was very high to the participants, and this is what exactly we wanted at the end. So when it comes to the ambulances, of course, the drone ambulance is coming into the picture, which I'll be talking in the newer advances. We have road ambulances. Of course, we have pioneered the air ambulances across India, and we have separate teams to take care of air services as on date. And we have what is called as bike ambulances, which we introduced a decade before in our country, to assess the narrow roads to help the victim as soon as possible. So of course, we cannot be expecting everyone to be a good Samaritan. So we have, approached the government to look after few guidelines to help the victims. So in that way, we have suggested that, the bystander have to help if there is a patient suffering from the unconsciousness or after a polytrauma. So he has to be trained, and the legal system should not harm the Good Samaritan in any way, is what we have suggested to the legal system, and it has been carried out in the right way. Hopefully we have a system where people will be helping out and will be scared if they don't help out. Of course, I was talking about the innovations. We have drones. We have developed drones to help people. This is in the pilot project, and hopefully we'll have drones all across in the country in a short while. Of course, the telemedicine, Dr. Srinath was mentioning about the telemedicine, which has played a vital role during our COVID scenarios. And we have developed several applications for the patients to approach the hospital, the ambulances, in a way it is very effective. Right. So this is the slide which I am projecting again. So for your country to develop the pre-hospital care, you cannot do that on day one or within a short span of time. You need to have a specific period of time for which, and of course it is an ongoing, so you need to have widespread CPR training, both large volumes as well as small volumes. We need to develop rapid response and AEDs and definitive care. So there is no I in teamwork, right? Everyone can be a superhero if they combine together when it comes to emergency medicine. Once again, thank you for the opportunity given to me.
Thanks for all speakers at this session, and it was interesting lectures, and they have enough time to listen to your comments or if you have any questions to them.
Thank you very much. This is Dr. Behçet from Istanbul. Each speech was really very nice. Great. Thank you to everybody, to all speakers. Just my first question to Dr. Srinath. Can we hope for new antidotes in toxicology? This is for you. infection especially. And for the Dr. Ahmed, Professor, is it necessary to have all these trainings in Jordan? Is it must? I just want to learn it. Then for the last one for Raja, thank you very much for your sharings. Just firstly, I want to appreciate and say congratulations to the Savitri University in India for their basic life support and first care that they teach to the community. But the photo should be specific to India. It must be really very difficult to teach basic life support or first care to 1,000 people in stadiums. But it is specific to India. As you mentioned, over 18% of the deaths happen in outsourced hospitals. So I'm really agreeing with you. Your question is really very important, definitely, very important. As you mentioned about the dreams, I think all the reality should be given from the dreams. You know, there is a philosopher in your country, one of your previous presidents, he says, the dream is not the thing that you saw while in your sleep. The dream is thing that doesn't make you to sleep. So that's why I want to appreciate you. You are teaching the community about the first care, first aid in India. This is one of my dreams. I just have a suggestion. Can we achieve it? To teach all the students graduate from the university, and it could be must to teach the basic life support or first care to all the couple that are going to marriage. Thank you very much.
Second question. Yeah. So the first question is towards the antidotes. Yes, there are a lot of things which is happening, and especially if you visit to many emergency departments now, they have created the disease-specific antidotes in those emergency departments where they see commonly. If you take me, I have created a full box of antidotes which comes commonly. I have taken an epidemiology of my system where last 2 to 3 years which have come to my emergency department, I have seen that this is what is required. Now the next question is about the newer antidotes, like lots and lots of patients are coming with the chemical poisoning, especially those requiring the methylene blue. So methylene blue is not available readily in every emergency department. So nitrates have become a biggest poisoning in most of the countries today in Asia. So there we have started using the methylene blue, and it has shown much results, and the patient outcome is also good. And regarding the training, what Dr. Rajdari was mentioning, it was a mission which he took it for almost 6 to 7 years. And then he ensured that all the people come together and it was been done, so that it gave an impact of emergency medicine in the whole country. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Bahjat, for your nice question. Really, we are share a knowledge. Our technical training department.
We as a society, there's too many, we call them merit badges. It's everyone's another badge. And so philosophically, we believe that all of that training is already incorporated into our residency, so we do not necessarily require each one of these badges, so to speak. So I hope that answered your question. But yes, it's important that we're all doing the same thing. You know, we incorporate ATLS into our training programs. We obviously do ACLS. We do periodic updates for all of our doctors, not just our doctors in training, but our doctors beyond training. And so once they get certified in emergency medicine, you know, every 7 to 10 years, they have to recertify. This used to be a big problem for us in the US, but now what we do is we do a little bit each year. And we find that to be a better situation than having to retake a test every 7 to 10 years.
Thank you for all. No any more question? Thank you for all. Our session is finished. 5 minutes later, we'll start the last session of today. Okay? Thank you.
It's quite an exciting session. My name is Athar Ali Mohammed. I'm one of the ED physicians from Australia, and I have got Dr. Ahmed Al-Joom with me. So there's a slight change in the program. I think the first session we will be kind of starting with the pediatric ocular trauma by Dr. Hesham Kaftan. Thank you, Dr. Kaftan. So Dr. Kaftan works in the emergency trauma team at the King Hussein Medical Services in Jordan, and he works in the head and neck emergency trauma division.
Next page. Next page. Okay.
Good evening. I'm glad I'm here with you. Our lecture is about the pediatric ocular trauma and emergency. Pediatric ocular trauma is the preventable causes of the visual impairment in the world. Up to 40% of the all injury occur in the person less than 17, especially in the small age. Why it is important? Because as we know, trauma to the eye in the first 6 years is critical because it leads to lazy eye, amblyopia, as we know. So eye injury are leading causes to the visual disability and non-congenital unilateral blindness in children. Very commonly, eye injury occurring during the sport and even at the home or school, anywhere. Speak fast about the anatomy of the eye. You know, our eyelid, lower eyelid, the cornea, sclera, and the retina and cornea and iris, everything. The most important thing we know about the orbital wall is the lamina papyracea. Lamina papyracea, which is the thinnest bone in the orbital wall. Approach to the eye examination. The history. The details of the mechanism and time of the injury. Where, when, how, and with what. Chemical or alkaline. Change. First, we ask about the change in the vision, flashes, floaters, or any shadow. Symptom: pain, visual loss, double vision, photophobia, or any other symptom. The eye examination. The vital sign, as we know, is the visual acuity, external eye anatomy. Look for trauma, foreign body, or any other. Pupillary response, equal rounded, reactive, full, visual field, extraocular movement. If there's any limitation, we must keep in mind, because there is trauma may the fracture to the orbital wall, so the entrapment for the muscle. Fundoscopic examination is the last and the important thing. If there is chemical bone, proceed for provide copious irrigation before history and before examination, before anything. Imaging study, plain X-ray to look for orbital wall fracture, CT scan to look intraocular foreign body, MRI. If there is metallic foreign body, MRI is contraindicated. Keep in mind. Emergent eye situation, eye trauma, blunt versus sharp, chemical, infectious. First, eye trauma, eye laceration, maybe superficial or deep, special care to the involving the lid margin and the tarsal plate and levator muscle, and the lead maybe lead to the apoptosis and that canaliculum, the medial canthus. The latter need tubing technique to prevent it before after healing. Check for associated foreign body or globe injury. Treatment: primary closure or delay closure after 12 to 24 hours if a human bite or contaminated wound. Tetanus prophylaxis for all any skin injury. Full thickness. This is picture like this presented to our emergency. Okay. Maybe trauma lead to the subconjunctival hemorrhage, as we know. This is treated with a cold compressor and artificial tears of the symptomatic, and avoid aspirin or NSAIDs and heavy lifting. And this take to 1 or 2 weeks or maybe more to resolve. And maybe trauma lead to corneal or conjunctival foreign body, which is the The patients complain of the pain, tearing, photophobia, blepharospasm, and foreign body sensation. We must avert the upper eyelid to look for any hidden foreign body or any entrapment. Treatment: topical anesthesia and remove with the foreign body by the needle or cotton, a triangular swab, or topical antibiotic drop or ointment. We must avoid patching in children because it leads to the lazy eye. Like this foreign body, maybe in the upper eyelid, on the inner surface of the upper eyelid, or in the cornea directly. Corneal abrasion ulcer. It's an epithelial defect due to the trauma occurring by the pain. Foreign body sensation, tearing, blepharospasm, and decreased vision. Dramatic response with installation topical anesthesia because it's pain relief. The ulcer could be sterile or contaminated or infected. If you have the upper eyelid, always as foreign body maybe is the causes of the ulcer. Treatment: lubricant and topical antibiotic and cycloplegic to relieve the pain. Like this ulcer. Orbital anatomy, as we say previous, the most important is lamina papyracea, which is the thinnest point in the orbital bone. Orbital wall anatomy, orbital wall fracture, orbital floor fracture, maybe blowout fracture. The most common, as the floor is the weakest part, the roof of the maxillary sinus, usually due to blunt trauma. Symptom and sign: eyelid swelling, diplopia, restricted eye movement, especially upward, due to entrapment of the muscle. Enophthalmos, hyperesthesia over the cheek. Imaging study: plain X-ray or CT, observation with the tetanus prophylaxis prophylactic antibiotic with a broad spectrum, and nasal decongestion by 2 for 2 weeks. No nose blowing because this is increase the air under and delay the healing. Ice pack 1 to 2 days. Go for surgery if entrapment muscle, oculocardiac reflex, heart rate decrease with eye movement. Facial hyperesthesia, sympathetic diplopia with minimal improvement over the time, or large floor fracture leading to the enophthalmos. Surgery is the most commonly performed if indicated after 1 to 2 weeks if indicated. Like this, there is a restriction as we see in the picture because the entrapment of the muscle inferior rectus. Define hyphemia. Hyphemia is the blood in the AC, the anterior chamber, usually result due to blunt trauma, projectile, or penetrating trauma, but can be spontaneously, as in juveniles and the granuloma. Commonly in the pediatric population, sign, symptom, pain, decreased vision, and irregular pupil. Clinical grading from 1 to 4 according to the level of the blood in the AC. Complications: secondary hemorrhage, rebleeding, high risk in the first 5 days, and high rate in young children, and cerebrohypemia. Corneal blood vessel stain, anterior, posterior, synechiae, optic atrophy. Prognosis: outcome: the lower the grade of the hyphemia, the better the prognosis. Management of the hyphemia: complete bed rest, risk of hospitalization or outpatient. Most important is bed rest. Risk of the bleeding, grading of the hyphemia, according to all this control. Treat the patient as hospitalization or as outpatient. Elevate the head 30 to 45 degree. Eye shield to prevent the rubbing of the eye. Pain control: avoid antiplatelet effect, certain NSAIDs. Topical cycloplegic, atropine, atropamide to reduce the ciliary muscle spasm and dilated of the iris to decrease the rebleeding risk. Topical maybe need drugs to decrease IOP, and topical or systemic steroid to decrease associated iritis and development of the synechiae. As this picture of the hyphemia, blood in the AC. Okay, retrobulbar hemorrhage. As we know, retrobulbar from the most important and cases presented to the emergency can result in the rapid elevation of the orbital pressure because of the orbit is a relatively closed compartment. Untreated orbital compartment syndrome may result in the optic nerve ischemia and irreversible vision loss and less than 90 minutes. This is maybe spontaneous or traumatic. Sign symptom pain, decreased vision, diplopia, proptosis, and lidichemosis and tightness, and subconjunctival hemorrhage all over 36 degree, with chemosis and limited muscle motility and increased IOP. Decreased visual acuity and people response, positive rapid treatment, lateral cathetomy and catholysis, or maybe can you give hypertonic saline 20%, 20 milli slowly over 20 minutes. Like this, retrobulbar hemorrhage. Okay. Iridodialysis, separation of the iris may be result from the trauma to the iris, blunt trauma. Separation of the iris from its root due to blunt trauma. Or maybe the result of the trauma is ectopia lentis, subluxated of the lens from its normal position, maybe downward or in the anterior chamber, according to the mechanism of trauma. Optic nerve avulsion, which is very rare to happen. Partial or complete avulsion of the optic nerve as a result of the trauma that lead to the sudden extreme rotation of the globe or sudden anterior displacement of the globe. Retinal detachment is immediately post-traumatic or maybe delay up to several months. Separation of the neurosensory retina from its base. Rupture of the globe may be a result from the trauma. Full thickness laceration of the globe as a result of the trauma that may be within blunt or penetrating or perforating object. Can be corneal scleral or combined corneal scleral. Symptom, pain, greatly decrease in the vision, diplopia. Sign, low IOP, teardrop pupil, prolapsed iris, hyphema, maybe with normal or high IOP, 360-degree subconjunctival hemorrhage all over. Management, if suspected rupture, minimize manipulation of the globe and apply the protective eye shield. CT orbital or brain axial, coronal with thin cut, coronal thin cut to evaluate for the intraocular foreign body. And keep patient NPO in order to prepare for the surgery under GA. IV antibiotic to cover, especially in the children, and antiemetic pain medication, surgical repair is the definite treatment. This is rupture of the eye, like this picture presented to our hospital. Okay. The most important, again, ocular chemical burn. Being irrigation immediately before complete history and examination. We must directly start it by irrigation, especially if alkaline, because alkaline is more detergent than acidic. Alkaline burn are worse than acidic burn. Acidic burn lead to coagulative necrosis, denaturation of the tissue protein, act as a barrier to prevent further diffusion and further penetration for the acid, as battery fluid and chemistry lab solution. Alkaline liquefative necrosis don't denature tissue protein, tend to penetrate deep in the eye, like cement, cleaner, drain, cleaner, fertilize, any other alkaline burn, because they contain sodium hydroxide. Clinical finding, conjunctival hyperemia, blanching. The latter has bad prognosis and indicate severe ischemia, chemosis, corneal epithelial erosion, and corneal haziness and edema, and severe corneal opacification, limited ischemia all over. Complication, corneal melting, severe corneal and conjunctival scarring, uveitis, glaucoma, and maybe lead to the loss of the vision in this eye. Like this chemical injury, which is very dangerous. Ocular chemical burn, continued management, immediate irrigation with normal saline or lactic ringer or ringer lactate for at least 30 minutes until the pH is normalized, maybe require up to 8 liters. Do before checking VA or hospital or a history or an examination or fluorescein, and recheck pH 5 minutes later in order to be sure that his pH is normalized. After irrigation, check the visual acuity and complete the examination. Treatment, give any ointment like erythromycin 1 to 2 hours with cycloplegic atropine and may need IOP lowering or steroid. Eye infection in ophthalmic retinum is conjunctivitis within the first month of the life. Common causes is chlamydia, and this is from the cases presented to the emergency because it's a small baby and her parent is very fair, like chlamydia, trachomatis, and staphylococcus aureus, strep, Neisseria, gonorrhea, and herpes. Sign: purulent gonococcal and or mucopurulent discharge, conjunctival injected, and eye edema, chemosis. Management: conjunctival scrubbing for gram-positive and stain, chlamydia antibiotic test, culture, blood and chocolate agar, and viral culture for them. Treatment with topical antibiotic, eye drop, and oral ointment, and guided by the result of the gram and negative. If chlamydia trachomatis, treat with the systemic erythromycin, and since pneumonitis and otitis media can coexist with the erythromycin ointment 4 times per day. Acute conjunctivitis, the last, may be viral, chemical, bacterial. Conjunctivitis, mucopurulent discharge, viral watery discharge. Treat as bacterial, topical antibiotic, and expectation is the gonococcal, which is the required systemic antibiotic and topical drop. Viral supportive treatment with cold compressor and artificial tears, which is highly contagious for 1 up to 10 days. So we must be careful with the deal with this patient with the virus because it's highly contagious. Cellulitis. Cellulitis may be preseptal or orbital cellulitis. Common organism: staph aureus, staph epidermidis, or strep pyogenes, and Haemophilus influenza. Preseptal cellulitis involve soft tissue of the eyelid and preorbital tissue anterior to the orbital septum. Patient presented with erythema, swelling, tenderness, eyelid, and surrounding preorbital area. Orbital cellulitis, more serious infection, involve extension of the infection posterior to the orbital septum, which is more danger than preseptal. And the risk, it's danger due to the risk of the cavernous sinus thrombosis, and meaning that's brain abscess. Proptosis and ophthalmoplegia decrease vision, significant pain on the eye movement, and abnormal pupil, and decrease in the vision and the color vision defect. Like this, orbital cellulitis picture. Treatment of the cellulitis: mild preseptal cellulitis, oral antibiotic may be enough. Severe preseptal or orbital cellulitis, you must admit the patient and start on the IV antibiotic with a broad spectrum until the infectious agent is identified. Can add topical antibiotic ointment. So we must ENT consult if the sinusitis or mucopurulent, and if the patient is immunocompromised, consider mucormycosis and severe fungal infection with a black Yards sign in the nose or roof of the mouth. Immediate surgical debridement and antifungal treatment. Thank you for attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Hisham, for your presentation. All the questions, it will be after the finishing of the session. We are, as emergency physician, really we are looking to deal with these cases in ophthalmology. With the pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Major Dr. Arij. She is family medicine specialist, training fellowship in community medicine, master degree, working as representative of infectious disease at the Royal Medical Services. She will talk about public health emergencies in our Royal Medical Services. Please, Dr. Arij.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you, Dr. Ahmed, for introducing me at this sweetie way. And also thanks for organizing committee for kindly invitation to me. And I'm really so happy and proud to be here with you today as a guest speaker. Today I'm going to talk about public health re-emerging disease, and I will give more details or focus on one disease of it, which is seasonal flu. And really I have chosen really flu, this topic, because influenza familial, okay. I have chosen this topic because influenza familial for all of us, and is constantly re-emerging disease because it's, as we know, it has genetic variation and rapid adaptation, which allow virus to serve up new strains each cold and flu season. And that occurs because immune system or our body is not primed to fight. Let's start. First, we must differentiate it between, both of it are epidemiological terms, which is emerging and re-emerging disease. Emerging disease defines as disease that haven't really appeared in a population or have existed, but are rapidly increased in incidence or geographic range. And the most important example, it's a COVID-19 of emerging disease. About re-emerging disease, we can define it as diseases that reappear after they have been on a significant decline, or re-emergence may happen because of breakdown in the public health measures for disease that were once under control. And the most important example for it nowadays, which is cholera. Cholera in most Middle East countries and all over the world, we can see more cases of cholera, but now in Syria we have epidemics of cholera. And what we mean by epidemics, it's also epidemiological terms. It's occurrence of disease in normal of expectancy. And all the countries around Syria or had refugees from Syria now prepare new guidelines to control these cases if we have more cases in our country. They can also happen when new strains of unknown disease-causing organisms appear. I will give more details about influenza, seasonal flu. It's RNA enveloped virus. It's related to family called Orthomyxoviridie. It's very, very, very small. This picture, it's under microscope. It's about 80 to 200 nanometers. We have more than 400 types of viruses, but we will focus mainly on the 3 types, A, B, and C. And about the B and C, we have not genetic mutation over it. More the mutation we can see with the strain A. So also we will focus on the serotype A. About the A, it have something which is called glycoproteins over the surface of the virus. Glycoprotein antigens, which is called H and N. H refer to hemagglutinin and N refer to the neuroaminidase. These pictures give us more details about how these glycoproteins present on the outer surface of the virus, and if we have any genetic mutations, it will be happen at these glycoproteins. In the influenza, how its mutation or that mutation happen? It through something which is called antigenic shift and drift. What we mean by antigenic drift and shift, at what's the main differences between it? About the antigenic drift, it's a show change. It's a slow change, and the main difference between the antigenic shift and drift, it's a slow change in the viral genes due to replicating error or random mutations result in the new virus strain, and that's what happened with seasonal flu every year. But about shift, it's rapid and large antigenic change in a virus and requires at least we need 2 different types or serotypes or strains to combine to form a new viral serotypes. Also, we have another name for it, which is called phenotyping change. And the most familiar example of us, what happened in the swine flu, H1N1 and H5N1. Let's give more details about influenza flu. Why it's important? Because we have every year about 9 to 41 million cases. And despite how common is it, it's a serious disease. And every year we have 450,000 deaths and about 650,000 hospitalization occur in all age groups because of it. We have high-risk group. We can see the more number of deaths in this high-risk group. Healthy children can die from the flu. The younger the child is the higher risk for serious flu complication. And this complication we can see in this high-risk group, which is an older age than 60, a younger age than 2 years, and if it's in units, also we can see more complication with it. Also, any immunocompromised patient due any cause, they are on the chemo, on the chemoprophylaxis drugs. Also patients with a chronic disease such as hypertension and DM for long period. They will suffer more if we have an influenza flu, seasonal flu. So when we give vaccine and talk about the flu vaccine, we will focus on this high-risk group. Young children are at high risk for serious flu complications such as اللي هي بنسميها secondary bacteria pneumonia, ear and sinus infections, and also dehydration. Now let's give you some information about seasonal flu. As we know, seasonal flu incubation period about an average from 5 to 7 days and average about 4 days. We have symptoms appear about 2 days before. The patient will be infectious to others about 2 days before appearance of sign and symptoms. And about sign and symptoms, all of us are familiar with it, which is general weakness, headache, low back pain, also low-grade fevers, and بالإضافة اللي هي عندنا اللي هي respiratory symptoms such as productive cough. About the treatment of it, as we know, antibiotic is not effective for treat because it's viral, so we use antiviral. And the most important prophylaxis measures, which is اللي راح talk about اللي هو الvaccine, الفلو seasonal flu vaccine. Mainly we have 3 types of the vaccine. Contains اللي هي عندنا أول شيء the first weakened pathogens اللي هي life attenuated, which we called life attenuated vaccine, and inactivated, or which we called inactivated vaccine or killed vaccine. It's the same pathogen. It can't make us sick. And also we have, if we have made the vaccine from subunits of the virus, which is a smaller part of pathogen like an antigens. What's the main differences between 3 types? A life attenuated vaccine, it give us something which is called lifelong immunity. So in the future we don't need extra or booster doses of the vaccine. But about inactivated, we still need more doses and booster doses of the vaccine because it doesn't give us lifelong immunity. And about اللي هي subunit like طبعا اللي هو الانجريكس or hepatitis B vaccine, the most example of it. Life attenuated, the most example of it, which is the mumps, measles, and rubella vaccine. And the inactivated اللي هو seasonal flu vaccine, example of it. All vaccine mechanisms of actions contains antigens which trigger the immune system to create specific antibodies, which is we called memory antibodies, and it will give a signal for pathogen destruction in the future. What's the benefits of the vaccines? It provides us protection from pathogens which can kill or make you sick. Also, we use this to control and eradication of once common pathogens like polio, smallpox. Polio, it's one of the re-emerging disease. It stops outbreaks and global epidemics, and that's what will happen with the COVID-19. The COVID vaccine, it have a great role to stop outbreaks and global epidemics. About the risks and challenges, we must know about the vaccine. We must know no medicine is 100% effective. So people can sometimes still catch the pathogen, but this is very, very, very rare. Side effects, maybe we have side effects, and we can classify it into local and systematic side effects. Local side effects such as swellings and fevers, and also we have the most dangerous side effects, but also it's very rare, which is anaphylactic shock, and it's need emergency. Not all pathogens have a vaccine. For example, still now malaria, it doesn't have a specific vaccine for it. The benefits overweigh the risk, so vaccines are given to people. We must give it. And also scientists work to make and improve vaccines. We will give more details about the flu vaccine. Who should get vaccinated? As I said, mainly focus on the high-risk groups. Who are high-risk groups? Everyone, we can give it for everyone 6 months and old. We have mainly two types of the vaccines. We have injectable one and nasal spray one, and I will discuss or give more details about the main differences between them. About that اللي هو هون بحكي I'll talk about الشوت flu vaccines. Who should get vaccinated? Everyone 6 months and older can receive it, especially individual at high risk of developing flu-related complications, and or if you live with or care for people with high risk for developing flu-related complication, or if you are medical staff, so especially in emergency rooms, so you are always in close contact or direct contact with patients, maybe they are flu patients. What's the absolute and relative contraindication for the vaccine? Who should not get vaccinated? People who have severe allergy to chicken eggs, and because the vaccine is prepared at chick embryo. Anyone who had known allergy to chicken pox, it's absolute contraindicated. So we must take a good history from the patient before give him vaccine. People who had a severe reaction to the vaccine in the past, people who developed Guillain-Barré syndrome after prior dose of the flu vaccines, and people with moderate or severe illness. People with moderate or severe illness, it's not, it's relative contraindication. We will wait until the patient gets well, and after that, give him the vaccine. About the nasal spray, the injectable vaccine, it does about 0.5 ml. We can receive it IM, and as we said, it's given to the age from 6 months to the 65 years, and it's a type of it, it's inactivated or killed. But about nasal spray, we are in Jordan, we don't have just injectable type, we don't have nasal spray, nasal spray vaccine. Nasal spray vaccine, it's life attenuated vaccine, so any absolute contraindication to any life attenuated vaccine should not receive the vaccine. And about nasal spray vaccine, اللي هم بياخدوا healthy people aged from 2 years up to 49 are eligible for this type of the vaccine, and absolute contraindication for it, they should get the flu shot instead. Adults 50 years of age and older, or children from 6 through 23 months of the age, children younger than 5 years with any of this condition, asthma or one or more of episodes of wheezing within past years, the pregnant lady, because as I said, it's life attenuated. Injectable, it's safe for pregnant lady at any stage of the pregnancy. She can receive it from the first stage, from the first trimester of the pregnancy. People who have certain long-term health problems, muscle nerve disorders or weakened immune system. Also anyone in close contact with someone whose immune system is so weak, because it's, I said, life attenuated, and they require care in the protected environment. Also children or adolescents on long-term aspirin treatment. Does the shot cause the flu? It's the most common questions we received from the patient? The answer, no, the flu vaccine doesn't cause the flu. Maybe it causes flu-like symptoms, but it's not a flu. The viruses in the vaccine are weakened, as we said, it's attenuated or killed, inactivated, so the shot and the nasal spray won't cause you to get the flu. The vaccine will promote your body to develop the antibodies necessary to fight, and it's the mechanism of action, as we said, of the influenza viruses, and a slight reaction to the shots such as soreness, redness, hotness at the site of the injection, and maybe we have mild muscle or fever may occur. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Arich, for your nice lecture. All the questions, as I said before, at the end of the session. With the pleasure to introduce our last speaker today, Dr. Attar Ali Mahmoud. He is consultant of emergency medicine, clinical lecturer, University Melbourne, Director Advanced Life Support in Australian Resuscitation Council, Emergency Medical Service Trauma, Advanced Trauma Life Support Instructor, Stream Lead Clinical Service of Clinical Governments, and also Australian of Emergency Medicine. He will talk about transformative scenario planning in healthcare.
Previous page, it's laser, but old push.
Okay, that's it. Good evening, everyone, and it's an absolute pleasure to be here today, and thank you very much. Merhaba, that's the only word I learned from the taxi driver, so apologies and forgive me for that. I'm not learning more of Turkish. Transformative scenario planning. Transformative scenario planning, so what exactly is this? It's actually a very complex social technology that kind of uses all the existing social models which actually kind of use for change management in our healthcare system, but using various combinations of it. It's about a transformative leadership. It's about transformative facilitation, where we actually bring people together to bring this change. It's a diagnostication tool. When we are actually stuck in a situation, it's actually kind of, it works. We'll go through that later. So, unfortunately, with the kind of growing demands for the healthcare systems and our kind of limited resources, we are faced with the change management all the time. So when we actually have this systems change, processes change, or whatever that's happening, we either actually faced with this choice. Either we actually accept it, adapt to the situation, or we challenge the situation to change it. Unfortunately, there's not much room to say, I don't want to change, because then perhaps we may not be part of the system anymore. I found this maxim very helpful at times to me. Niebuhr was an American theologist of the 19th century. And he said, Lord, grant me the serenity to accept the things that I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. The last line, I always look back to it. I want to know which I cannot change and which I can change. So today's talk, what we're going to talk about is, we're just going to talk about a bit of historical perspective about where this transformative scenario planning process actually has come in. We'll give a bit of introduction about how change management happened that you must all have faced in your institution, in your hospital, in your health service, in your country. we talk about my story, that the grandkids' health, we kind of took a major endeavor there, and how we use this technology, these systems in our health service. And we do a bit of more delve a bit into the principles of transformative scenario planning. Thanks to Adam Kahan. Adam Kahan done a lot of work, and he's one of the pioneers actually establishing transformative scenario planning. Adam Kahan, he used to kind of work first in the scenario planning division of Royal Dutch Shell Company. So Royal Dutch Shell Company was the 7th largest oil producing company at the time, and they had this division. This division of team would actually write different scenarios. So what would happen? What could happen? What may happen? And they would write these scenarios across globally, across regions, governments, political, geopolitical, wars. But their interest was, if something happens, what do we need to do? Their interest was money. And they also say that their interest had environmental impacts and all. Kahan worked in this division for about 2 decades. And he did not stumble across. He did stumble on the transformative process. It's purely by an accident. He was invited to Montfleur scenario planning meeting. This is the transitioning of South African post-apartheid government into the new government, into the newer systems. There was a lot of conflict, the conflict between the government, conflict between the rebels, the unionists, civil societies. Everybody had a different vision for how they want the change to happen, how they want the country to change. And there was a very famous joke at that time in South Africa. We are faced with only 2 options, a practical option and a miraculous option. A practical option is we all kneel down and pray to some angels come and take our problems away. And that was the practical option. Whereas the miraculous option was we all sit together and work and bring this change forward, and that was miraculous. So Kahan stumbled upon Montfleur. And then what he noticed, that has changed, that has actually developed into transformative scenario planning process. He kind of worked after that in the Colombian transition, Guatemalan transition. He worked in Ethiopian, the conflict management. So initially it went on to the high conflict zones, then it actually came to some civil society movements, health movements. There's a lot over the next 2 decades. He has worked a lot, and if any of you interested, these 2 books would be very, very useful. I refer still often to these books, and it gives me always kind of a bit more insight about certain things. When I'm stuck, I don't know how I'm actually bringing this change. So what the Australasian College of Emergency Medicine did is they took Kahan's work, saying it's been applied in societies, it's applied in various big institutions, it's applied in the country transitioning. Why can't we use that in our healthcare? And they developed this changing module, leading change module. And I was fortunate enough to be the part of that module. That led to a second opportunity that we worked on that, to use those kind of principles into my next major project. So conventionally, whenever we are actually talking about change, we actually see these 2 models. Institutions, generally hospitals follow this longitudinal facilitation model. Once, because we don't have time, say what happens? The bosses decide, said, we have the right answer. But they say, we need to agree. We know the way forward, and we will decide and we must fix this. With longitudinal facilitation, it's much coordinated. It could be cohesive because everybody in the organization knows that I have to follow. I don't have a choice. So this could be quite rigid, and it may not give you much opportunity to think laterally, saying, hey, we could do something else. Whereas most of the social change the conventional process uses is the horizontal facilitation. In horizontal facilitation, when the organization says, we have the right answer, the people say, we each have our own answer. We need to agree. And the people say, we each need to keep moving. They say, we'll each find our own way. We each decide for ourselves what we need. We must each put our houses together so that for change to happen. The problem with this is it could be too lateral. Sometimes containing could be quite difficult. In transformative facilitation, what happens is we're going to move the facilitator. That's a sign of leadership. They move forwards and backwards, stop, iterate, go backwards, go forwards. So they use various types, various decisions, and using this various combination, it's most like a spiral thing. The beauty of transformative scenario planning and the transformative facilitation is we don't push change. We bring people together. We kind of take the blocks away, remove the blocks, and the results from the change happens. It's like actually removing the boulders from the mountains so that the streams flow. It's done, but it's done, there is an art to it. So when does it work? Whenever we find our situation is unacceptable, unstable, and unsustainable. Pretty much that's the state of emergency medicine services or emergency department across the world. We are overwhelmed, and this is the situation we are facing. This also gives one more concept. When people realize that we cannot change by ourselves or my mates, I need to go across the aisle. And they also realize we cannot change our situation directly. That's when the transformative scenario planning works. So how we use these principles at my place. We are the tiniest state in Australia. For some reason, we have over 190 health services in this tiniest state. And you can imagine what happens. Each health service has to have its own compliance, its own governance structure, its own employment systems. That's a lot. There's a lot of duplication. And that kind of is giving a bit of big problem for us to kind of recruit people into smaller health services because everybody wants to be in Melbourne. So this is kind of a detailed map, and I'd just kind of like to point out, so I work at this place called Ballarat, which is about an hour from northwest of Melbourne, and we are the second largest regional receiving unit. So we were faced the task that we take this region. That's a huge region. Okay, please do not compare Australian population to the size with any European nation.